It started as a dream, a challenge, a test of skill, strategy, and endurance. From the very first match, through the grinding battles, the impossible comebacks, and the heartbreaks, each moment has led us here. A road paved with triumph and defeat, where only the strongest survived. They have fought through the gauntlet, proving themselves against the best, rising above the rest. Now only a few remain. The stage is set, the lights are on, and history is waiting to be written. This is the final battlefield. Welcome to the Parallel Prime Championship, where legends are made.
Sunday here at the Parallel Prime Championship Day 2 of the knockout stages, where your people here behind the desk, casters here, Free Tip Scout and Kinto, and of course your host here, Excelsior PH. And we've had a great day 1. And guys, it's amazing to start the day off fresh for another 4 rounds of the knockout stages. Kinto, how have you been? What was your favorite match, or rather, what was your favorite pod and match, of course, during the day 1?
Yeah, yesterday was such an amazing day. I think all the matches that we watched were absolutely impressive since the start. I really liked how Fino managed to flip the game when he was playing Earthen against Shroud, and he
Hmm.
managed to get that exact
Hmm.
lethal against D-Money. That was
Yeah,
absolutely insane. Then after that, we got another even more insane situation when Lambi flipped it also against Shogo
yeah,
when he was playing Universal versus Shogo's Earthen, and then do a full reverse sweep. This was
yeah.
absolute insanity. So yeah, really excited to continue watching what's gonna happen today, and more excited to see who is gonna go to the top 16 in the World's Championship.
Definitely, it's absolutely insane. And of course, for us, it's an absolute cinema moment. Seeing these clippable moments for day 1. But how about you, Free Tip Scout? Any moments that have caught your heart, or maybe caught your eye also in day 1.
Yeah, I think also I really liked the reverse sweep of Shogo and Lambi because we were bouncing around quite a bit, which was cool, right? Because we were kind of like, oh, let's
Hmm.
go and have a look at that game. Go and have a look at that one. But that game kind of caught our attention the most because
Hmm.
it just was, Lambi down 2-0 early on, and we're like, okay, how is he going to turn that around? And then, yeah, I thought that was really, really interesting. And their games were very I think the word that Quinto uses today for Lambi was surgical, and it was
Hmm.
very much like watching a chess match between two pros. Right? It was a
Yeah.
lot of strategy happening. So I like that. I thought it was cool,
Mhm.
and then also I really liked the game where there were the two Terramechs on the
Oh yeah.
board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was really fun as well. So hopefully, and I actually no hope about it. We're definitely going to see more exciting stuff today, and I can't wait. Should be really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely going to be an exciting day, day 2 here, guys. And just a short recap of what they're fighting for. Aside from the top 16 getting into Las Vegas first, or rather, of course, there's a lot of prizes or a lot of moolah that's going to be coming in for the championship. First place is going to get 100,000 US dollars. Second place, 50,000 US dollars. Third place, 20,000 US dollars. Fourth place, 15,000 US dollars. Fifth to sixth, 10,000. Seven to eight, 7,500. Ninth, 12, 4,000 US dollars, and 13 to 16, 2,500 each. And of course, the question is, you said it a while ago, sorry, Free Tip Scout, when Lambo?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's probably like at the back of your head, Lambi series Lambo, when Lambo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, of course, I want to do a recap of what has happened in the pods yesterday. Let's look at it. So with these pods, I want to give the floor to Mr. Free Tip Scout to give us a rundown.
Yeah, wow. So we can see that Lambie, who we were just talking about there in Pod C, is the only one there with 9 points. So he actually ended up winning all three of his games, which is fantastic. 3 rounds, sorry, should I say. Um, Zelly's there as well with 6, which is good because I think when we saw Zelly last, like yesterday, Zelly at the time didn't have any points. So Zelly's kind of propped up now and he's got going. It's really good. That's a tough group though still. I mean, Penzoken's on 3. We heard about Shogo as well. So Shogo unfortunately dropped out. So I think that then meant that pretty much everybody kind of got a win there, right? Um, so yeah, interesting on Pod C. I think they're still very close. Anything can change there. Nice to see in Pod B the likes of Jason Florent, who's right up there with 6 points, along with Hogvax and Viper. So yeah, Viper's still, hitting amazing form on the back of his win in the major. We've got Brighty there as well at 6, but Brighty at the moment is outside of the top 4, even though he has 6. So you can just tell how close that pod is. That he's on 6, but he doesn't quite make it yet. But there's still a lot of games to be played. So D Money in Pod B. I saw a tweet from D Money actually last night saying that he was really disappointed that he was sort of 3-0 down, but he's going to come in today and hopefully turn it around. He still believes, which is good. And then in Pod A, very fat cat is right up there with 9 points, one of the few as well, along with Lambie and Sequinox in Pod D, who have won all their 3 rounds so far. We did actually catch a couple of games with Tice yesterday, and so he's up there with 6 as well, making it into the top 4. Jala is someone to look out for, I think, in Pod A. So he's had a couple of good games. He's a very, very good player. Wolfgang hasn't got going yet in Pod A, but there's still plenty to play for. And then what's really interesting, I think, as well, is if you look at Pod D, we can see that Manos is down there at the moment with 0. So Manos also had an equally kind of a bad day. Like D Money, he lost all 3 rounds, but he also sent a tweet saying, look, he's disappointed, but he is going to be coming back and hitting it hard, and hopefully he can turn things around with the likes of Gabon and Satena. And Yanera also hoping that they can try and get into the top 4. So overall, it's exactly what we expected. It's just super competitive, and the guys that haven't had a good first day can still, and they should, and they will, play all of their games, because you can still get through even if you have lost your first 3 from the first day.
That's right. That's right. That's a great rundown from Free Tip Scout. And of course, looking at this sea of pros, we'd like to thank our sponsor, OpenSea. OpenSea is the world's first and largest peer-to-peer marketplace for crypto collectibles. OpenSea supports multiple blockchains with the broadest set of categories for new emerging asset classes, which include digital collectibles, gaming items, and other virtual goods. For more information, visit OpenSea.io, and I myself go to OpenSea.io to buy my cards in parallel. And as we are, of course, I'd like to get back to our casters, right? And I want to ask as well, like, Kinto, you saw the pods, right? And some people in their pods got 3-0s, some people got 2-1s. Um, how important is it to, like, or what is the minimum for you to get like into top 16 or a top 4 of your pod, considering considering the points that you have already for day 1?
Well, the minimum is definitely it can change in the
Mm-hmm.
sense that if your pod is really competitive and the rest of your opponents get a nice record there,
Mm-hmm.
it will depend definitely on who on how competitive is your pot. But some
Mm-hmm.
of them will be just safe in the sense that if they win, for example, if Lambi wins 2 more matchups, he's
Mm-hmm.
already qualified even if he loses the next.
Mm-hmm.
But it will. But as we saw, like his pod is really competitive, so he
Yeah.
might have a tough time doing it.
Yeah, definitely going to be competitive today. Like it all depends on how competitive your pod is going to be. And it's not set in stone. Like maybe getting a 4-3, getting a 5-2, it all depends because everyone might get that same score.
Yeah.
And yeah, if we do, of course, we have some like some settings or some contingencies for that. So don't worry, guys. Everything is going to be accounted for. And guys, of course, we've just had production tell us that the first match is going to be somewhat exciting because this is the first time we're going to be seeing them on stream. Who are we going to be casting for the first match, Frito?
I think we're going to go and have a little look at Jizzo.
Mm.
So we're going to be checking him out.
Mm-hmm.
That should be quite a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to see more of him because I don't think I've really seen enough games with Jizzo.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I don't know enough about him. I'll be honest with you, I really don't. So
Yeah.
it'd be quite nice if we can jump into that and kind of just get a feeling for how he's getting on in the tournament, what decks he's running, like what
Mm-hmm.
how does he usually approach the games, his decision making and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I think that's where we're going to be starting today. But then of course we're going to be doing the same guys, we're going to be jumping around. So if we like the look of another game, we'll jump into that.
Mm-hmm.
And if the action is all happening in one between two competitors in one game, then we might stick around to see how it all goes, like we did kind of yesterday with Lambi and Shogo. So
Yeah.
should be nice and nice variety today and more excitement.
I
Yeah,
do I
guys. No,
I do have some
go.
comments regarding
Mhm.
Jisoo in that regard.
Okay.
I
Mm,
remember
go, go.
I remember when he joined Parallel. It was in the beginning of Planetfall.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I encountered him in the ladder for the first time. Sometimes in the ladder you always like get some days where you
Mm-hmm.
encounter the same player because you're
Yeah.
right close at closer ranks.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just going match and match against him on the mirror match
Yeah.
and Cathari mirror match, and he was beating me one and again and again and again. And I remember I searched him on X
Mm-hmm.
and told him like you're the luckiest guy ever, like you're the
Yeah.
luckiest player, and he was like, uh, I I I mean I don't play that good, and I was like, man, I realized that I was having bad manners in that regard
Yeah.
because I mean it's not about luck. He was really good. So
That was
eventually
actually
he
yeah.
he joined the ranks at Paragons and
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
he's right now one of our best players in the
Mm-hmm.
ladder, and I've seen him in the ladder all this time, and now he's in the knockouts, going for it. Really really happy to see him at these stages
But at the
in the
Yeah.
time,
ecosystem.
Yeah.
The Quinto tilt was real during those.
Yeah, yeah. I always remember those players that make me
Mm.
tilt. So he's
Yeah.
one of those. He's really good. He's really
Like
good.
Nice.
I imagine Kinto telling us a story and it's like a very watered down story. Like it's like without the expletives, like without
Yeah. Yeah.
without all that. Like it was that was actually the like the censored version. It's like
Yeah.
you are
I mean,
lucky.
he had like one of the things like he always had the Magna on turn three.
Hmm.
He had the scanner probe. He played with a scanner probe, so he would get him from the Triumph of Europa, and
Hmm.
the scanner probes come buffed.
Oh yeah.
So that was a lot of pain. On top of that, like stealing a card, like a key card from myself,
Hmm.
So yeah, it
Yeah.
was it was really painful playing against him.
I can
Yeah.
tell it's painful because you remember the details so
Yeah.
well,
Yeah,
Quinto.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Dude, and also what I got from that story is, if you beat Kinto a bunch of times, you would get invited to Paragons. It's like your audition right there. If you
Yeah.
see him,
Yeah.
like just try to beat him, and like you'll get that DM. You're so lucky. Come join our team. Anyway, so we have Jizzo here over at PGA and Gmon over at Exile, and I'm looking at their decks right now. Like for Gmon, he has Nehemiah, Skippy, Ogankor, Workshop, and Catherine. And for Jizzo, it's gonna be Catherine. Okay, it's a mirror match or a mirror in terms of the Paragons, but Yeah, of course, Sippy will most probably be skipped. Do you see anything here, guys, between their decks? Like anything interesting? Like wait, let me look at the Ogan core. Yep, it looks like it's universal. So okay, anything interesting that you can see from their decks right now?
Well, I don't have I don't have their decks
Oh,
up, but I will get it. I will get it up now, so I'll have a little look. So
yeah.
maybe Quinto can comment first, and then I can have a little gander.
Yeah. Currently I'm looking at the deck of Gmon. It's like Nehemiah, the usual version. Like I'm it's loading up right now. Yep, yep, yep. And of course Workshop, Scipius, and
mm,
we have Catherine. And with these lineups, what do you think is the usual, how do you say this? Usual starting deck. Like what is the safe one for you to start with, and then maybe you can backtrack with the other decks. Start with Frigate.
yeah, Yeah, I think that depends really on like the deck that you feel is strongest. So maybe
Mm-hmm.
you want to start with your strongest deck to get the best possible start, to see if you can get a win with it. Sometimes players though like to save their strongest deck for last because if you can win with your weakest one, then you
Mm-hmm.
will feel like okay, I should be able to get this done because my strongest one is last, right? So
Mm-hmm.
sometimes there's a little bit of a reverse order to it. But I'm looking at the decks now, and you're right. I mean. Interested again to see the uni hacker one because we saw
Mm-hmm.
some
Yeah.
great plays yesterday, didn't we, with the hacker? Always feel like the hacker decks now are offering some of the most excitement, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, kind of like for Jizzo. I mean, again, I think it's a shame because we probably won't see Sippy,
Mm-hmm.
but I kind of like the look of his hacker deck too.
Yeah.
I think the Marco deck that he's got, the Kathy one, could be interesting
Mm-hmm.
because he's got like a couple of Alvaros in there, and I always find that combination quite cool
Yeah.
because we from before we never really saw Alvaros, right? Because it was like, well, it used to be the Kathy burn, now it's kind of Kathy's still got quite a bit of burn in there, but it's managed well, it's balanced out with some of the more aggressive units like Bloodhounds and Vindicators, so that when you do
Mm-hmm.
have the Alvaros, it's more to burn the opponent. It's almost like what the card says, this is going to hurt you more than it's going to hurt me, you know. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like they know that it might
Yeah.
hurt themselves, but it's probably going to hurt the opponent more because they're not running the same level of effects as they used to. So overall, should be fun, guys. Should be really interesting looking at the decks. Very similar kind of builds that they've both brought. Yeah.
Yeah. And look
Yeah.
at that. Jiso's Kathy deck runs the scanner probe. So there's that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Scanner probe PTSD coming from Kinto. Like, oh, he got
Yeah, scanner
my.
probe.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
I
mean,
like. Yeah. Go.
I, what we see usually, it's that classic Kathy versus Nehemiah, starting
Mm-hmm.
someone going with Kathy,
Mm-hmm.
so, the other player going with Nehemiah. I think this is what we're going to see.
Mm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
for some reason, Kathy, like going with the aggro deck first,
Yeah.
it's like a surprise attack
Mm-hmm.
if you're doing it, because then if you get caught up on a Kathy like
Mm-hmm.
late in the matches in the round, you might get countered. Your opponent
Yeah.
might be prepared
Mm-hmm.
against it. So yeah, going first with Kathy, probably we see also a mirror in this
Mm-hmm.
situation. I think these are the general things we have seen in the
Mm-hmm.
majors. Like I do think there it's gonna be a mirror or a Kathy versus Nehemiah actually.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you're right, Quinto. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good start, right? If we see that happening, and yeah, okay. So we're like looking at the other decks as well, and we're waiting for them to start. But before we start again, thank you guys for staying here in the stream. This is where we're like we need your energy, like Goku, like Genki Dama as the energy for the stream and the game to like continue without a hitch. But here, of course, we are here to bring you all the action and all the how do you say this, the hacker RNG is I mean I want to see the hacker RNG like hacker into one cost Freitas and then into Desmond discounting all the whole hand and then
Yeah.
that's it. Like everything is gonna be happening from there. Like, do you have any stories of like uni workshop horrors? Uh, free tip.
Yeah, I've got quite a few.
Yeah.
How long have you got? Yeah, I've had my fair share of uni hacker workshop, which I like. I like this deck. I think it's so cool. To be able to hack the deck and completely change the cost of all the cards, and then
Mhm,
hopefully get like some of your big units, your powerful units, like for one cost, right? Or it's just
mhm.
just
Yeah.
absolutely incredible. And, we saw that yesterday. I think it's fun to see. Sometimes if you are playing against it, and you're
Mhm.
not, say, you don't play like a hacker deck, it can be a real pain to deal with, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't know, especially if you shroud, for example, you don't know when you should scheme them anymore.
Mhm, mhm,
And if they get the hacker down, the very next turn, you could be in trouble with an Ingrid or a Freydis. So
mhm,
it's really been quite nice because it's put that unpredictability now for that deck, and that
mhm.
deck used to be quite predictable. The uni,
Yeah.
you knew that they were playing on one, you knew they were playing on two, and then you kind of knew that okay, they're building up to like the Freydis and the Ingrid. So as long as I just prep for that and then try and disrupt it, then
Mhm.
I have a chance, right? But now you
Yeah.
have no idea when they're going to be playing stuff. It's great, and I have to say,
Yeah.
it's not just the uni hacker workshop though that I find really interesting. We have
Mhm.
seen that there's a couple of different hacker variations and builds going around,
Yeah.
and I think legit bad guy's been mentioned and given a shout out a lot. I think he was definitely one of the guys that really kind of popularized it. What I have seen is that I played Ali, and Ali
Yeah.
will laugh about this. I played Ali about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. We just
Mhm.
met on the ladder randomly, as you do, right? And
Yeah.
Ali was playing Sippy. I was like, okay, here
Ooh.
we go. And I had a Nehemiah, so I was thinking, okay, right, this is my chance to beat my fellow caster with
Yeah.
Neve. And Ali was playing a Sippy hacker deck, and it completely
Oh.
caught me off guard. It completely caught me off guard. Like she was playing stuff early, and I was thinking, what is this? What's happening? Like I don't understand. And then as soon as I saw the hacker, I thought, oh. And what happened was she played the hacker, and then right after, I think she then played like an Ingrid, and I was like, okay, just hovered the mouse to the top right and just conceded. Just conceded. There you go, Ali.
Unisippy, dude. Like that's an
Yeah,
amazing story right there. And I think we've also had like I do get your point, like treacherous scheming, getting trying to get that because you're expecting turn eight is gonna be like, oh, turn eight they're gonna use Freitas or gonna use Ingrid. I'm gonna use treacherous scheming to steal that so that they won't be able to use that. But then again, there are other tools that can also
mm,
like steal. We've seen it yesterday, like paid off can
yeah,
steal the one of the ladies. Like and if you are kind of have like a way to bring that back or a way to use it, then you would like use the kickback if you're also universal, if it's a universal mirror. But sometimes paid off doesn't pay off because you get like kicked in the behind because the opponent will probably have another set to work with and turn it around. So I don't
yeah,
know, man. Like paid off has been so popular. It has its uses, but most of the time, using the kickback for me is like a kind of a non-win, rather, right? Like a less. It's a kind of a less way or how do you say it? How do you say it, Takinto? Like, it's one way to make yourself win less, right? Because there's a gamble of some sort. What do you think about that?
yeah.
Yeah, for sure. We have seen it. We have seen
Mm-hmm.
many situations where, yeah, the best course of action is actually to play paid off.
Mm-hmm.
But in that sense, you might not find the card that you want. For example, trying to steal a
Yeah.
Terra mech, trying to steal an Adira, you play the paid off,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, okay, now I know they have it in their hand, probably.
Yeah.
Well, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's that situation. Then you pay the kickback unless it's like I would say, like, for example, if you're playing against Cathari, you might be in a good spot,
Mm-hmm.
because Cathari doesn't have like an anti-organic pulse or a demog that they can just play it the next turn if you want to pay that kickback. Um, but yeah, the the majority of the time, most of
Mm-hmm.
the time, you will get it. It will backfire
Yeah.
if you
Mm,
pay that kickback and use it, for
Yeah.
yeah.
sure.
I
How about
think
you? How about your free tip? Yeah.
yeah, I think yeah, I agree with Quinto. I think sometimes there is a like if you're really losing the game and you're like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, I need to just like roll the dice. I need to like just go for it now. All in, see if I can just completely flip it. I've got nothing to lose. Then sometimes paying the kickback is the way to go. Um, Also, to be fair, if your opponent doesn't have a lot of cards in their hand, then
Yeah.
it's almost okay to give them tons of extra energy because what can they do with it? You know, they can only
Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
play like one or two cards. So sometimes that's a good strategy too. But I agree with what you were saying, Excelsior. That it's interesting, isn't it? How scheming used to be kind of the real way. If you were Shroud, of course, to try and deal with it. Now
Mm-hmm.
with the new cards, paid off has definitely become one of those cards that I think any deck should really consider seriously because
Mm-hmm.
it can help you to just try and take that one big unit that you know is
Mm-hmm.
going to be a pain. It doesn't even need to be the ladies. It could be you're going up against Marco and you just
Yeah.
feel like the victory could wreck you, or you might be going up against, say, ADHQ and you want to
Mm-hmm.
try and steal like something really big from them. Algan
Mm-hmm.
Core is usually quite a good one. You want to get the
Yeah.
Sesmir away from them.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually seen again a lot of people that steal the Sesame with the kickback and then play it
Yeah.
instantly, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the difficulty. It's in effect almost like upcycling their Sesame, but you're
Yeah.
doing you're doing it, right? So
Yeah. That's
yeah,
right.
there's a lot of different ways for it, but yeah, it's I think it's definitely one of those cards where it's very situational as well. You have to weigh up whether you need to play it at that
Mm-hmm.
time, and then if you do, is it the right time to play the kickback? Are you potentially gonna be better off paying it, or just trying to not paying it and then just
Mm-hmm.
potentially playing the unit on the next turn without any kind of consequence to you? Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Like the point right there, free tip. Like maybe getting that the key card in Sesmir, but most of these guys like what they do, it's like when they get it, they bank it. Like
Mm.
what? Right? It's like
Yeah.
imagine them
Yeah.
they're banking it and like, "Oh man, where is it?" Oh, like Batman would say, "Where is it?" Where I was like, "Where is it?" Like I feel like every paid off user is like gonna be saying, finding that key card, and then if you you would want like the safer way would be just to not to do the kickback and just have it on your hand because it's just like that kind of gamble that maybe it's not there already.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
I
mean,
think
just gotta yeah. Okay, go
Yeah, I
go
was
free
going to
tip.
say, sorry to cut in there. There's one other thing I just wanted to add because Mooka touched on it yesterday. Is that
Mm-hmm.
when you play, for example, paid off, it's one of those cards that's at the energy cost. It's a little bit awkward, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a 4 cost, and so if you play it, you usually are going to play it maybe in the early game. If you decide to
Mm-hmm.
play it in the early game, you're basically
Yeah,
paying 4 to give up on tempo on the board. If you
yeah.
do that and you try and get the unit and you don't find it, then you could even if you don't pay the kickback, then
Yeah.
you could be a little bit screwed because then you've paid 4 for essentially nothing. You
Mhm.
might then take a unit that you weren't going in for, and
Mhm.
4 energy in parallel is really important because
Yeah.
that's usually the point where you need to try and assert your dominance on the board. So looks like
Yeah.
we're going to a game.
Okay, we're going into the game right now. It's gonna be Jizzo versus Gmon, and it's gonna be game one. And what they're looking at is Markolian over at the bottom, and then Ogun Core Workshop over the top. Guys, take it away, straight into the action.
Excellent. Thank you, Excelsa. So wow, look at this. We've come in here and Gmon's got an amazing board here against the Uni Hacker deck. We're at 5 energy here, and wow, he's got a 9/9 Vindicator Quinto. That's pretty scary, no?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a Vindicator at 9/9 is definitely an insane threat against Universal because, for example, even if Jisoo manages to get an Ingrid here, he would be able to do anything against this Vindicator. I mean, he was at 11 health.
Hmm.
There was not much to do really in that situation
Yeah.
for Jisoo.
Yeah.
The aggro from the aggro from Jimon was too much.
Oh, big time.
Playing Kathy, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. When you see a board like that from Kathy and you don't have a board yourself, it's almost like the writing's on the wall, isn't it? Unless you
Yeah.
can somehow board clear them, they're going to hit you for so much, and then they still have so many tools in their arsenal to hit you directly as well. So that was a rough one, big time. We were in and out. We were out as quickly as we were in.
Surgical.
Yeah.
So we were so surgical during that match, and it's the opposite of what's usually happening when you're watching Ali and Muka. Like, oh, we're there, and then we're out.
Yeah. 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 Our job's done for today. That's it. That's all the
That's it.
analysis you're going to get from us today. Yeah.
But anyway, like okay, during that match, of course, he was so ahead that you don't get to like how do you say this? You don't get to catch up that much, right? We've
Mm.
all been there.
Yeah.
So yeah, props to that match. But of course, there's we're gonna be maintaining this lineup so we can continue the story. But what do you think? Should any of these guys what decks they're gonna be playing for the next one?
we
What
already
Kinta, what do you think?
saw we already saw Jimon
Hmm.
use
Well,
his
I mean, Jimon
Kathy.
just won with Kathy. Yeah. So I think maybe Jizzo goes Kathy here just to see if he can get a win with Kathy, and he knows that if he does do that, he's probably gonna maybe face like an Earthen or an Algancor,
Hmm.
which is the uni workshop. So I think Jizo probably does need to go with Kathy next.
Hmm.
I don't know if that's the deck which he feels he's strongest in though, but
Hmm.
it's so aggro that if you can get that quick start and get that win, then you can just kind of get yourself back on level pegging, can't you, to go into
Yeah.
the third
Yeah.
game. What do you reckon, Quinto?
I mean, this is good when you play Kathy and win because in a tournament sometimes you might be in a situation with Kathy that you
Mm.
might not get the win against a deck like Earthen
Hmm.
or Augencore. These control decks might be able to control your initial aggro and leave
Hmm.
you uh, fall behind in
Yeah.
terms of what you can do to reach lethal. Like we have
Yeah.
seen it time and time again that Kathy is not able to do that last bit of damage and just gets
Yeah.
overrun by a control deck. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Demon winning with Kathy early on, and this is what I was saying, like you sometimes want to win with this aggro deck that can be stopped
Hmm.
by the other control decks. So in this situation, I think he has the advantage. Definitely, a win is a win. Uh,
Yeah.
but now he just needs to play it right, stops his Kathy, and then win the mirror matches possibly, or the other ones because they are playing the same decks, which are Universal, Nehemiah, and Kathy. So
Yeah.
winning the matchups, and that's it.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be an amazing next matchup. But of course, dude, guys, they didn't pick the Mercolian for this one because it's gonna be Nehemiah versus Ogun Core Workshop, and I love that the Japanese text over at these cards. Guys, game two, take it away.
Yeah.
Yep. So we catch this one from the start, which is really cool. And we've just seen the mulligans there. Steward of the Gardens is a great start for Gmon. You want to have that when you're Earthen. Funny enough, we were talking about um, maybe for Jizzo he goes Kathy, but no, doesn't at all. Goes for Uni Hacker. What do you think about the hands here, Quinto?
I really like Jesus' hand in this situation. He has a nice early game. He can he can cycle his deck going second really well. Has that hacker, which is really important. This is what you want to see. Gets the Ramayan researcher and blocks the initial ramp from Gmon. Gmon, on the other hand, also has a really nice hand. Top deck in that won. It's really good. Has the Ramayan researcher and the Terra Glider. I think we're gonna be in here for a movie because I think both of these hands are really good. Uh, the thing is that what will surprise us the most will be that hacker play into whatever comes ahead. I don't know if Jisoo cycling he wants to cycle his deck right now too much. These uni decks run the Master Poisoner, so if he manages to set up a nice board, he won't have a problem dealing with big threats like the Terramech and the rest of the cards that can come out from Earthen.
Yeah, agree with you. It's nice, actually. One thing we didn't mention on the last game, but I definitely want to mention it. It's so cool, isn't it, with Jizzo to see the Japanese cards. I've never seen them properly, and he's got Japanese cards there with the cards with the Japanese text on, which I think is really really cool.
Yep.
Just looks. I don't know. It just looks like a more authentic TCG in some ways with the text on. But yeah, that's just me. It's good that he's got the hacker though. We were talking about the hacker, so he's got hacker. He's got quite a nice hand here actually, Jizzo, hasn't he? Next turn he can go into Rummage and Researcher if he wanted to, but then he's got to keep in mind that if he does that, he's going to give some card draw for Gmon as well. That's
Yep.
always the tricky thing, isn't it, Quinto? Whether you play your Researcher and just give your opponent card draw, or do you just wait until you can try and deal with the Rummage and Researcher yourself? But it's got such big stats on it, the Researcher. It's one of
Yep.
those that you can't deal with very easily without getting units on the board, right?
Yeah, correct, correct. And if you want to play yours, you're in the same spot. He didn't get the effect going for the researcher. He knew he would have been countering himself, making Gmon draw some cards. Now we see Gmon having to bank that no snitching, goes ahead and plays his one right away. Jisoo, on the other hand, has that paid off, and he might be using it to snatch what we know he wants to snatch, which is the Terramech. Let's
Mm.
see if he doesn't see much of a threat here. But this earthen board is actually getting scary. So going right away with a payoff might be too slow for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. He is going to get the token, which is helpful, just to try and stop some of this board from hitting his face directly. But I agree with you. I think the ramp from the Steward of the Garden is so critical for Earthen, and the fact that he is still kind of getting that ramp, it's just
Well,
allowing these bigger units to come in.
it didn't he get snow snitched in the beginning by
D-
Jizo.
did it get snitched? Sorry, I
Yeah.
wasn't. Did it get? Oh, okay.
Jimon
Apologies.
Jimon managed to play the Wong because of take or leave it, not
Oh, I
because of the
see.
ramp.
Okay. Sorry,
So
yeah, I
goes right
was
away and plays a
missing that.
hacker. I think this is a really nice play in that regard. Can clear the Wong easily with the token. Yeah, definitely. This is nice decision making because now he can contest the board, clear the Wong from Gmon, having effectively a very nice board. He really doesn't need to search for that Terramech. He has the Master Poisoner in his hand to deal with whatever threat Earthen might come up with. And now he's going to start drawing cards and possibly get those ladies at a hefty discount.
Mm-hmm. Nice play here from Jimon to get the Provoke Caretaker on, and revealing the Hold the Line as well is really cool. We can put that on the Provoke Caretaker. So he's just got like a nice 6/6 defender now,
Yep.
which is good. Gives him a little bit of a safety net, but he doesn't really need it. He's just in a really good sort of stage of momentum where he's just got great cards in his hand. He's got great momentum on the board. He's going to play another Stewie here just to get more on the board. So it's actually quite nice to do that, and he gets another Hold the Line, but won't be able to play that, no? Oh, he's just revealing. Okay, sure.
Yeah. Nice play here by Jimon. defending there with a caretaker, defending the rest of his board. But it's gonna be a matter of time until Jisoo manages to find his answers with the ladies here.
I like that he's got the Cyberdeck console. I think this is a fantastic addition to the set, to the whole card collection. I wonder whether he's actually going to use it though. I don't feel like he's probably going to use that in this matchup, because there aren't many effects that you almost want to try and nullify from Earthen. One of the big ones, of course, is Formidable Presence, but I think he just needs to try and focus on trying to get on the board here and try and contest with some of the big units, because as this goes on, more and more bigger units are going to come from Earthen. But as you say, if he gets one of the ladies, we could see the big swing here. Yeah. So for Gmon and Jizzo here, pretty neck and neck at the moment. They're both on 30 health, and honestly, I think with the hacker down early, that's great. But we just need to see now whether he gets the value out of the hacker.
Well, I think we will see it. And the good thing about this Cyberdeck console actually is the fact that definitely Jisoo will want to counter those formidable presences. I think this is this specific effect that you will want to counter against Earthen. And he does have the answers here to do it. He could discard a paid up, for example, the Master Poisoner also.
Yeah, he does indeed. Okay, so draws on the back of Gmon's draw. Jizzo gets a Lord Half. And then we're going to get the allocated provisions again. So the provisions that he lost on the last turn through the Saboteur, he gets back from playing another one. And probably, what does he go here? Another Provoke Caretaker just to get more stats on the board?
I think Gmon is playing it really well in the sense that he has a lot of resources. Yeah, here we go for that big RNG play with a 6 card reveal, trying to search for the Terra mech. Let's see if Gmon manages to get it.
Okay, he draws a cash. Yeah, and another one.
Shielded.
Nice, getting the shielded on that's good. Like that. And he just draws a terror as well. Very nice, actually. Oh, okay. So he gets the Acolyte.
You still have more Terra Gliders, has the Terra, has a big board to set up the Terra, has that Altar of Gaia there that can give him an automatic win next turn if played right.
Mm-hmm.
Jisoo, on the other hand, has that Master Poisoner there that can wipe half of this board. But for Gmon, this board is looking scary. Like it's looking super scary against Jisoo.
Yeah, it is actually. And the other thing as well is that he hasn't even played Nehemiah yet. So, you know, the board's already pretty good. He hasn't played the Paragon. Still got that to fall back on. Terra in the hand. Another Terra Glide, as you say, and 2 Formidable Presences. Kind of means that if he just goes for this now, he's going to be in a really good position to potentially win it within the next few turns. There we go. Yeah, this is lovely. Getting that Altar of Gaia in just before you end the turn is amazing, because now you're really set up for a good Terra play on the next turn. Oh, and the Terra mech as well. Wow.
And Jisoo doesn't get a nice top deck there. He really wanted in this situation something like a cheap Ingrid that he could play, paired up with a Relic, so he could play more of the effects of the Ingrid. Now he's facing a really scary board with a caretaker having defender. He doesn't have any more options rather than to play
No.
Master Poisoner here to prevent some of the damage, because even even if he could clear this whole board, what G-Man has in hand is really scary. He has already 12 damage there with his formidable presences, has the Terra, has the Terra McGlider, Terra Mech Titan, and has another Terra Glider in hand. He has everything.
Okay, so use the snitching on the provoke caretaker there, and plays a drone printer. Hmm. I like the drone printer a lot. We've seen this so much during the old uni ways of kind of pre-hacker, and it was fantastic just to kind of give them that card draw. A little bit slow though here. He's just going to try and clean up what he can. He opts not to play the Master Poisoner for the time being. That's okay, I guess, right? I mean, I think he's trying to set it up, right? Potentially for that. He does draw a Freydis, though, that is a 5 cost. So that is
But
something.
isn't this lethal already? It's 8, 8, 16 plus 13. It's one of lethal. Basically, well, actually, no. This is lethal, super lethal. With the Altar of Gaia, is already lethal because he can double flourish the Terra, and yeah, it's more than lethal actually for G-Man.
Here we go.
There we go.
Yeah, this is a lot.
Super lethal.
Super lethal. Yeah, that's crazy. Amazing play there.
I mean, in any situation where you have already 4 units in the board, an Altar of Gaia set up, and a Terra in hand, that's already a lot of damage.
Yeah,
A lot of damage.
yeah. He basically just couldn't really get going there, could he? And Earthen
Yeah.
just, kept playing some great units. Fantastic play there.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was definitely super lethal fatality. And you can see like right there, like that was a good spot though, because of course all the units on the board. There's also the benefit of having +2/+2 with the double Altar of Gaia. Proc, amazing spot right there. Quick mats, you can actually say that these guys, their quick mats are still on point. They haven't forget their
Yeah.
quick mats. Stay in school, guys. Anyway, so
Yeah.
guys, what do you think was the weak point there of the uni hacker deck? Let's start with the free tip scout.
Well, I think when you're playing the hacker as a uni hacker deck, you almost kind of want to try and have some kind of control on the board early. And I think it's
Hmm.
difficult against Earthen because like they are able to kind of get that reveal conceal engine going quickly,
Hmm.
which then gives them some good card draw coming. They have
Hmm.
that card advantage usually in their hand, which he kind of did. And then he was just finding those right cards, which allowed him to keep maintaining the ball pressure. I think for Gmon, so Jizzo, sorry. I think for Jizzo, it
Yeah,
was tricky because like he just couldn't really get on the board with anything substantial,
yeah.
and he played the hacker, then hoping that okay, let's try and get a big unit like Freydis
Hmm.
Ingrid. You
Yeah,
ideally want to try and get those as early as you can, but
yeah.
we saw he got the Freydis. It came in a 5 cost, which is really not too bad at all, but it
Hmm.
was came in too late, right? So I feel like that's one of the dangers with the hacker is that
Hmm.
you play it, you need to have some board presence as well.
Yeah.
If you play it and you can't quite kind of contain the board, then you're just going to get overwhelmed and they're going to hit you for mad amounts of damage, which we saw from Earthen there. Earthen's scary. Earthen's super scary because once it gets into the mid game and the late
Hmm.
game, especially when it's around kind of 6, 7 energy,
Hmm.
or like bank cards, you know that you're probably going to start to see Terra Gliders and Terra Mechs and then Terra's herself. And when
Yeah.
you start to see that and you're not in a good position, it is
Hmm.
going to be very, very difficult for you to stop a loss, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. What do
Yep.
you think about the possibility, Kinto? Like, considering that Earthen may have, like, for example, like, consider the scenario. Your Terramech has been paid off, right? So it was stolen. But then there are other ways for you to generate a possible Terra mech. Like there is the Terra Glider, there is the Terra Verdant Mentor. So like the RNG has a high chance of producing 6 cost for the Terra mech glider, and there's also like a chance, like a smaller, although a smaller chance for the Verdant Mentor. Like how strong is Earthen right now in developing a board, Kinto?
I think it's super strong. Jimon in this situation played it perfectly. He went with the resources route,
Mm-hmm.
even if he got countered, even if his ramp got countered by no snitching, he managed to drop that Ramayan researcher to keep on dropping units on his board, the caretaker, the other steward of the garden. He managed to do it. He managed to also play an early Wong. This is
Yeah.
super good. So if Earthen gets an early board, it's really difficult for
Yeah.
any, like even for Shroud, to
Yeah.
deal with the aggressiveness. And on top of that, getting the resources that he needed,
Mm-hmm.
pairing that Romain researcher with the caretaker, drawing more cards, cycling through his deck, even going first. He had a full
Yeah.
hand. He managed to get all his answers,
Yeah.
the Terra Glider, the Terra Mech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We are. Oh, wait. I'm sorry to cut you right now, Kinto. We have just got into the match between Jason Florent and Viper with a 2-0 lead from Jason. Guys, you have to cast this. Take it away.
Yeah, amazing. So we have been informed that Jason is 2-0 up. And what's really interesting here, guys, is that we're actually seeing Sippy. So Jason has not banned Sippy. He's let it through. So this is, I think this is the first time, no, so far at the tournament that we've casted, we've seen a Sippy. Quite unusual, but brave, I think, from Jason. He's especially, especially given the fact he has a Uni Hacker Workshop deck, which is very strong, but it can be overrun by Sippy. He's going to play the Hacker though, and let's see in the upcoming turns whether that Hacker can produce an immediate return by giving him something like an Ingrid or a Freydis. Uh, he's doing okay though. I think for given that Sippy has a very, very aggro, quick, fast tempo build. I think for Jason to be in this position where he hasn't lost any health, he's got units on the board. I think he's doing okay. And Viper has some really good options in his hand. Though he's got the Magna, he's got the Centura, so he could keep going really, really wide here. Um, this is an interesting contest because both of these guys as well are quite close in person, in real life. They know each other very, very well, so they'll know exactly what's going through the minds of each other, which I think is a really interesting game.
Yep. Really interesting here that Jason is winning this match. He's 2-0 right now, letting CP go through. He doesn't care at all about CP. I wonder what's his secret in this
Yeah,
situation.
yeah, me too. I mean, yeah, I might need to look at his decks actually as we're going through this, but Um, I think he's brave. I think he's super brave. I mean, we know that Jason's brought ADHQ, right? So he's already taken some slightly bold decisions. ADHQ, I think, is a great deck. We don't see it as much as I think we probably should. And he obviously feels quite confident about the decks that he's brought that he could deal with Sippy no matter what. This is good at the moment. I mean, Black Market Fixer as well is such an OG in the in the parallel card collection. It's nice to see that. And to be honest with you, I think it's. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of it in the future. It's just it's a 4 cost, right? I mean, of course, in the Uni Hacker deck, it works perfectly, but for like it's sort of seen less play just because of some of the aftermath cards. So I really like that Jason is running the Black Market Fixer here.
Yep. Is an interesting decision here by Viper sacrificing his CPU's adjutant so he can play it again, buffed by the Valerusi standard bearer, get another token from the Centaurus, effectively getting an insane board here, already
Hmm.
setting him up to the point where if he gets a kill box, for example, he will win the game right away.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the
And
scary thing, isn't it?
this is
Yeah.
why we don't see CP
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
This is why they ban CP because it can get really insane once you drop that Centaurus buffed by a Belarusi standard bearer.
Yeah.
Really excited here, casting a match that finally we see CP in the trenches. I mean, at this point, Jason doesn't have a big answer. That paid off, for example, there's nothing really that he can steal that it's actually valuable for him and that will prevent CP's aggressiveness because in the end CP's aggressiveness is all about just dropping and dropping clones
Yeah.
and practically all the cards in a CP deck can serve that purpose, so it's not like having key cards like the Terra mech or a Terra or a Demok or something like that. So
Oh,
in this
okay.
scenario, yeah, I mean,
He, yeah.
it seems
You're
like
absolutely right.
he's gonna get overwhelmed at this point,
Yeah.
Jason.
Like the thing with Uni Workshop is that even though it can print drones, which can help you right in to go wide, it takes a little bit of time to do that. Whereas if you're going up against Sippy, they don't need to do that. They can just create lots of tokens
Yeah,
regularly. The Centurus is an absolute mental unit that, as we just saw there, out of nowhere, Sippy this just goes from almost having no units to then like a overwhelming board. And
yeah,
the fact that the Triumph can keep bringing a ton of units back just means that for Jason, he's going to struggle to contain this completely. I mean, this board's going to get even wider, which is scary.
yeah.
He's
Look
got
at
some great
this
units in here. Look at this. Yeah,
double
so you go with
bear.
this. Yeah, double bearer. Throw throw the striker on. Throw the tabular on. It's just crazy. It's a crazy big board, and as you say, this is why we don't see Sippy in tournaments, because if you take it on, you have to have a way where you can just deal with this wide board. And unfortunately for Uni Workshop, they don't have like board clears. So you'd be relying on drone printers to go really wide, and then potentially master poisoners.
Yep. Look at this. Gets another token from the Centaurus at 4/4. Has a high density generator in hand. He doesn't care about this defense jockey. He has so many units in the board that it doesn't matter. He's just going face. He knows that he's super close to lethal, that Jason doesn't have a whiteboard removal because he's playing Unishop where there's no anti-organic pulse, for example. So at this point, there's no out whatsoever
No,
for
it's
Jason
over.
against this board.
Yeah, it's over. Which is is a shame in a way, but it's over. Like, as you say, there's how can you come back from this? That the board is so wide, they don't even need kill box here. Um, and even if this is the funny thing, even if Jason did have some kind of answer, which he doesn't, even if he did have an answer in this deck to kind of wipe the board, the big problem is that it will likely come back again the next turn. So yeah, I think this is just going to be one of those games where like this was not a good matchup, right? If you let Sippy through, this is not a good matchup for Uni Workshop. But maybe Jason feels like he has other decks which are way better at it. So yeah, that's a defeat for Jason there. He
Yeah.
concedes. Well played from Viper. Takes it to 2-1, I believe now. So 2-1 in
Yeah.
favor of Jason. Yeah, he needed it as well, didn't he, Viper? He really needed it, Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Pulled it
It
out
was
when he
like
needed
already
it.
2-0. 2-0, man. Like we've seen this time and again and that Sippy is a surprise. We don't see a Sippy, but he just wanted it to go through because probably there's one deck that he is probably targeting that will not go against his deck. So Jason has something long term planned here, but we have yet to see it because the other two decks can be played by Viper. So, man, no board clear. I was thinking of what you said, free tip. No board clear. There is one possible board clear in a universal deck, but it's powered down so much so like you only get half the damage, but you also have to remove the how do you say this? You have to also remove the relic to remove the buff. You remember? Gosan.
Yeah, yeah.
You remember Gosan? Kinto? Like
Yes.
Yeah.
he took around 15 damage. He can bring back 8, I think it's rounded up, and
Yep.
then he can heal as well. But the problem is everything is already buffed from the Belarusi standard bearer and whatnot. But and nobody uses it.
No, he
Yeah,
just
Yeah.
he
nobody
just
uses.
doesn't. Yeah, it's a shame for him because like I feel like if he didn't get half of the heal, if he got
Mm,
like the full heal, then
mhm.
he'd be an amazing unit, right, to have as a
Yeah,
potential
I
board clear.
mean,
But yeah,
it could be in any case. If he could do the whole damage,
yeah, whole damage. Yeah,
you will play it with weighted die and Gosen, then you can choose what you want to kill, and definitely that will work a lot because
oh
you could
yeah,
yeah,
either do lethal if you are close enough, or
Mhm.
just clear the board, for example. But he does
Dude,
only half of the damage dealt to
yeah.
you, so that's not enough.
Yeah.
I just wanted
Anyway,
to
yeah,
mention here
go.
we're gonna see. We saw that Jason won with ADHQ, won with
Yeah.
Neve, and he just has Unishop left
Hmm.
versus Vipers, Nulon, and Unishop. So now we're probably see they will basically have to match in a mirror, and versus
Yeah.
Nulon, we saw how
Yeah.
Viper managed to cook some Unishops in
Yeah.
Major number 3 with his Nudon. So uh, probably we will be seeing a reverse sweep here in this
Yeah.
matchup.
Definitely possible because now we're gonna be watching this Unishop versus Unishop mirror matchup, but with different pilots. Viper lagging down with 1 point as compared to Jason Florent's 2 points. And now let's get into the action. Game 4 between Jason Florent and Viper. Take it away, guys.
yeah. So Jason, who's going first, opted to redraw the two gunslingers there. He decided to keep the rummage researcher, but his only kind of real turn one play is to just get a sanctuary down. He doesn't have a unit to play, and that's probably what he's going to do. Not a bad start. I mean, getting the sanctuary early is pretty good, actually. There we go. Look at that. Wow, I like that.
Ooh.
So he opted to effectively draw for a unit to make a swap, and he decided to swap out the take it or leave it. And he got an Ingrid, sorry, a Freydis. That's pretty mental, right?
Yep.
Freydis already.
Yep. Definitely really good. Viper there, on the other hand, laughs at the fact that he got an Ingrid at its normal cost. So
Yeah.
he's like, now I won't be able to get those cheesy plays with my Ingrids. On the other hand, Jason with a second Freydis is absolutely insane. Gets there a free outlaws reading the description of the card, because this is a card that is usually not used, and he right
No,
away
yeah,
backs it. But Sanctuary
yeah.
in the beginning of the game playing Uni is such an amazing card. Like, you can get these types of draws, like for example the Freydis. And I wonder if there is still a bug around the Maya Mancer not being able to block the musters that come out from the sanctuary.
Oh, is that a bug? I didn't know about that at all. I've not come across
Well,
that.
I'm not
Wow.
sure if it's a bug or if it's a feature, because you remember in some majors that the musters that came out from sanctuary didn't get affected by the
Okay.
Maya Mancer.
Oh wow. Interesting. Okay, so Rummage and Researcher gets played, looking for more card draw. Decides to reveal the kind of the cards which he didn't feel were super valuable, and draws a Miasmancer. I think with Viper's hand there, one of the things that we often see in a Uni Hacker deck is the is also the Gambler's Coin. So that if you ever get in this situation where you do have like an Ingrid, you can just Gambler's Coin, maybe try and recycle that back into the deck, and then give yourself a chance of like reducing the cost. But I've seen that Viper isn't running the Gambler's Coin, so that's okay. He's just going to have to, if he wants to play Ingrid, he's going to have to try and do it the old traditional way and maybe use like a take it or leave it to get this slightly earlier.
Yep. What do you think about going heavy on the sanctuary? We see that Jason is just flipping those cards
Mm,
one after the other with that sanctuary, trying to find really good cards with it. I mean, you can get a lot of legendary cards, for example, a Wong, any universal card that might help you in the initial turns. Having more like having more legendary cards is super good.
yeah, absolutely. I agree. I love as well that he's played the drone printer here, Jason, just so that he can start to go a little bit wide, maybe cause a bit of a problem as well. Because he's looking at his hand, he's thinking, well, I've got, two take it or leave it. So I've got a PSA. The Alvaro's okay. But if I can get this down and then just start to try and make the board as scary as possible early on, then I can maybe start to push for a bit more damage. I think for Viper, he's got a question here of does he does he play his own drone printer, because he's got the master poisoner there. Don't think he necessarily needs that at the moment, but he's probably in the back of his mind thinking that, okay, I need to maybe be a little bit prepared for if I get an Ingrid or Freydis coming down too. So he's going drone printer, matching what Jason just done, and also Lord Half, which I think is okay. I think it's pretty good actually.
Yeah, definitely dropping the drone printer since the beginning is super good because now the universal decks need those extra universal cards in the field to
Yeah,
get the full effect from the ladies.
yeah, definitely. Yeah. Look at this in Jason's hand as well. He has a solitary confinement, which you don't see very often. That's an interesting one. I can see as well that he's got a fantastic card, but just doesn't see a lot of play. I love how Jason's kind of come to the tournament and he's choosing slightly different things here. He's brought ADHQ. He's got solitary confinement. He's brought ADH. Sorry, he's not banned Sippy. Very interesting way that he's approaching this tournament.
Yep. Banking the Universal Soldier. Can't play those take it or leave it to get an early lady. Goes with a Maya Mancer. He knows that Viper already played the hacker, so probably blocking out any sort of situation. Also, the Wong and being able to go through the defender of
Mm,
Viper's defender Juggernaut is super good for him. Killing that Harf, setting him up to play the take it or leave it now.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was a really good play actually from Jace to get the Mia Spencer down. You spot on there because yeah, as you say, hacker, you never know when the ladies are going to come. So just try and block that as much as you can. Keep the board going, and then of course also bypass the defender just so that you can dictate who you want to take out off the board. Really good. Viper's hand's getting a little bit stacked here, isn't it? As well, he needs to try and offload some cards here. Looks like he's gonna bank the Cyberdeck console. feel like
Yep.
okay, so is he going to go for rummage and researcher here? But
No snitching, possibly to the defender Juggernaut or the rummaging,
yeah, I think
so
the
he can
rummaging
play
would be.
his.
Oh, it's okay. There
No.
you go. Look on the token.
Yep. I mean, he can't play the rummaging because he won't be able to muster to do the muster with which charges and triggers a draw. So he just goes ahead and prints more drones with his drone printer, thinking about clearing this board, trimming it down a bit, gets that Maya Mancer, leaves Jason only with a researcher and the defender Juggernaut. Now we see that Jason can play his Freightis in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Goes ahead and triggers a Sanctuary just to see what he gets. What he will get, yeah, the Alvaro versus in a Unimirror is not that efficient. Gets a Universal Soldier, probably banking it. Yep, goes ahead with it. Already has 4 Universal cards in the board. Actually 3, because the Defender Juggernaut doesn't count as a Universal. It's actually an Algan Core card. So he will be able to trigger 3 effects from Freddy's description.
Yeah. And you can see Viper kind of knows that he knows the lady's coming down here. And there we go. So what's he going to trigger here? Draw 4 cards is good. Yeah, I like that.
Oof.
I gets the Ingrid as well. Nice. Okay. And then plays another Miasmancer.
Yeah, the
Just to
classic.
block out. This is fantastic. Yeah, this reminds me of the
We're
days of, yeah.
We're back to
Bef-
it.
Yeah, we are. And then it doesn't really need a heal, does he? But maybe giving another unit +4/+4, I think is a good play here. Yeah.
+4/+4 to his own Freddy's.
Yep, I like it.
Yep.
He thought he
Confirm.
confirmed it. he had to have a closer look there. He's like, did I just confirm it? Why is it not working?
Yep.
Can be a little bit tricky actually with that confirm button. It's a little bit fiddly to make it work sometimes.
Yeah, Jason here is trying to set up a board good enough that it will be very difficult for Viper to go through it. Definitely going with the draw 4 cards will make Jason mill 2 cards, which were the one he drew at the end of the turn and the one that he's going to draw the next turn. We will see here that Viper is it has been drawing not very good units. Is in that situation where he's permanently blocked by a Maya Mancer and just keeps on printing drones to keep cycling through his deck to see if he can find an answer, set up a board, drop the Master Poisoner, start dealing with Jason's board, most likely, and he will go with it right now, it seems.
Oh, okay.
He has 2 drones actually to clear this board and has a Slinger, which he can play to clear the Maya Mancer and flip the whole script right away. We'll drop the armor support vehicle and the Slinger. No, he can't.
That was good play though. Yeah, that was really good play. Because that board from Jason was looking a little bit scary. So to be able to take out the Freydis, the 8/8 Freydis with like a 1/1 token is always feels good.
Yeah.
So getting the drone printer going was a good call there from Viper, because he was anticipating this, wasn't he? He was anticipating that, okay, I don't really like what I've got in my hand in terms of like the cards, so the drone printer is probably going to be the way that I try and get some board control at some point in this game.
Yep. And saving the take it or leave it also in order to have the chance to play the Ingrid next turn. Super good.
Yeah, absolutely. For Jace here, he doesn't have enough energy yet to play his Ingrid, but he just drew a Echelon Heavy, which he's going to bank. These Sanctuary cards are all pretty much being banked. I don't think he's really got, apart from the Freydis early on, don't think he's really got a great deal of good cards from it so far, but it's still on the board. Looks like he's considering playing a Black Market Fixer. But initially goes for the Rummaging Researcher, which I think is cool. See what else he can get here.
Yeah. Jason knows that
Oh,
an
okay.
Ingrid or Freydis might come up next turn. He is trying to just probably get, play the black market fixer, trim down Viper's board so the Ingrid or Freydis doesn't come up with the full stack of effects. Gets it defense Jogi,
Yeah.
gets it armor support vehicle. Still will be a nice Ingrid from Viper in this situation with 3 of the effects. Will we see that
Is
Ingrid now?
do you think? I mean, I guess we could, right? If we get the Ingrid, plays it, and then what steals the 2/5 Rummaging Researcher. I guess we could. I mean, I feel like if you got to this point now, you almost want to get your Ingrid down sooner rather than later. Would you play Ingrid now, Quinto? I mean, the Master Poison's on the board, so if you played it, you'd probably have to trade the Master Poisoner out. He's doing it
Yeah.
now, you see? Yeah. Cool.
But the thing is that he would get another Master Poisoner, and that may be a big counter for him.
Yeah. I mean, it's not ideal, is it? I mean, I get it actually. It's not ideal because he doesn't really have a ton of universal cards on the board. So you'd probably want to have ideally a bit more just to try and really get
Ooh,
the good value out of the Ingrid. He does get a Miasmancer though.
the Maya Sensor is
Miasmancer's not
key
bad.
here.
Yeah, Miasmancer's decent. That would
Maya
be a
Sensor is
great play.
super
Yeah,
good for Viper at 1 cost. This is a nice top deck for Viper.
yeah, love it. Play to get more card draw. So just trying to cycle through because the hacker has reduced the cost or changed the cost. Sorry. So he's just trying to look for other options. Maybe like get a cheap Freydis or something. But the Miasmancer here is great. Plays the
It's key.
Miasmancer.
It's
Yeah,
absolute key.
absolutely. Yeah. Locks out an Ingrid play on the next turn.
And
Really, really good.
makes it so that Viper's Ingrid next turn, he can play it, copy the Mia's Mancer, and prevent another Ingrid or Freydis from Jason. Jason, on the other hand, has the 3 hackers in
Yeah,
hand,
too many.
hasn't played any, and now he won't be able to trigger the effect of the hacker. Milled
Yeah,
his second Freydis, and now he's
yes.
left without answers. Has to bank
That
one of
is
them.
that's brutal.
Yep.
The one card he didn't want to see get milled into the
Yep.
waste was the Freydis.
Yep.
Brutal.
And he has no chance against this board. Can only play that Master Poisoner to try and do something. Start printing drones, making some value out of the drone printer there. Start setting up a board. Maybe he can use those drones and whiteboard to start clearing. Doesn't have too many answers here. Keeps on printing. Yeah, at this point, this is the meat of these uni mirrors. Having a good board enough that even if your opponent plays one of the ladies and get an advantage, you can still have a really nice board to play your Master Poisoner. drop that memento also, for example, start dealing with your opponent's board. But now we will see a really nice Ingrid from Viper, copying that Maya Mancer, preventing the ladies from Jason. Let's
Yeah.
see how this plays out. He really needs to focus on dealing with Jason's board, definitely.
This is a very intense match so far. You can see that we're currently heading into, well, we're effectively heading into like the ninth round, if you want to say that, of the game. And Ingrid comes down. Both of these players haven't really lost much health either. It's just been a game of tick for tat. Tick for tat toe. I'm not even sure that's a phrase, but it's been
So,
very, very. You do something, I do something. Very
yeah,
tentative.
yeah.
Tick
But
for
the one
tack
that
is
sets
actually
up
the word.
the one that sets up first the Maya Mancer, like the Maya Mancer, then Ingrid Maya Mancer, usually gets the big advantage here because now Viper will be able to deal with Jason's whole board, prevent Jason's from getting a cheese play of a lady, for example, and just set up the board in a way that he will be able to just do the damage that it's needed. And let's see. There's not like Jason at this point. What can he do? Just print more drones and try to set up
Yeah,
a poisoner?
yeah. Print more drones, isn't it? That's almost the only way. But it's going to be tough now, right? Because as soon as you print the drones, he has a board that's big enough that can just deal with them, right? Unless you kind of print the drones, then put the master poison. But you want to be printing the drones, then playing the master poison when you're ready to attack, right? Not when
Yeah,
you're printing them and then leaving the opponent to attack, because they'll just hit your master poison with one, and then that's
yeah,
it. So I think for Jason, this is a little bit tricky now, especially that he's been locked out of like his Ingrid play. He lost his Freydis as well to the waste. I feel like, yeah, it's just a matter of time probably before Viper gets the win here. Unless unless the Sanctuary can give him, say, another Freydis. But then even if he gets another Freydis, um, this ball, okay, he doesn't get it. He gets a Chemcraze Bruiser, which is probably going to be banked. Quinto,
yeah. And this,
what's the way back here? What is the way back?
I mean, is what I was saying regarding like once you set up in a Unimirror, once you set up this Ingrid with a Maya Mancer, you already basically won and be able to
Mm,
clear the whole board. I don't see a way back for Jason here, even if he setups a Master Poisoner. Viper has that memento and has a whole new turn to his side. Has that Saboteur, for example, has the high end help also. I mean, there's so many things that Viper can do to mitigate whatever he wants also, and has the big advantage of tempo here. So
yeah,
I really don't see an out from Jason in this situation. Definitely, Jason now will be able to play his Ingrid next turn. Apparently, um, managed to drop two of those sprinters here. So let's see. Let's see if Jason manages to get a nice Ingrid turn. Has also those slingers that will help him get the full effect of Ingrid in hand. So it's gonna be interesting what's gonna happen here. This is gonna be key, I think, this turn
yeah.
for Viper, how he sets it up, knowing that Jason might play one of the ladies. It's gonna be what decides this match, basically.
Yeah, it's the decisive moment, isn't it, in the match? I agree. Yeah. He's definitely in the right position though with the board and some of the cards he's got here. I think the ideally he would have loved to have had a Mias Mancer here, right? Because then he could really close the game out. Um, but he doesn't have it in his
I
hand.
think he's searching for it,
Yeah,
searching
he
for the
didn't
second
find it.
one.
Yeah.
He
I
still has a
mean,
Wong that he can play
mm,
just to try and get it. I would, well, he also has the
He could
option
do
to
it.
play the memento on the Ingrid just to prevent Jason from stealing it, for example.
Yeah.
He really needs to care about how to prevent Jason's ladies effects in the most efficient way. I think
Okay, he's
that
making a
should be his
swap.
focus. Gets the
Oh
paid
wow,
off.
he gets the
Will
paid
he
off.
will he play it at this point? I think the odds are against him because Jason already has 8 cards in his deck. The probabilities of him having one of the ladies in the deck are really low. At this point, he knows that one of the ladies is in Jason's hand, so using payoff it's not the best decision right now. He didn't protect his Ingrid, however, he did clear Jason's board in order to prevent a full-on effect from Ingrid. However, Jason has those lingers in hand that can really help him to set
Yeah,
up a board.
I think that was a really good turn from Viper there. Really calculated decision making. Just knew exactly what he needed to do. You're right, he didn't cover off the Ingrid with the memento, but I think he also felt that, if I can just get more units on the board, he played the saboteur just to get another unit in. Um, I think he knows he's on the home straight here. Really good. I mean, difficult for Jason though, because he's had that Ingrid in his hand for so long now, but he's just not been able to play it because either the Miasmans has been locking him out, or if he then wanted to play it, it just wouldn't have been worth it. He didn't have enough of a board, so he wouldn't have got enough of the effects of it. Yeah, and all he can do at the moment here is just try and clean up what he can.
Yeah,
He takes out the scanner probe with the gunslinger, but there's still okay. He's going to play Ingrid to steal the Ingrid, right?
yeah,
That's got to be a play now, isn't it? Just to prevent lethal.
correct. I think Viper really played it well in this situation. He got close enough to lethal, so he might find the answers next turn. He has 2 slingers, has the memento. He might be able to do that 12 damage next turn, even with
Oh,
this quite strong turn from Jason stealing his Ingrid.
this isn't a great last unit to play, right? Because it's just a
Yeah,
gunslinger.
he
Yeah,
was
it's just a little
forced,
bit
but
rough there.
he can
Yeah,
still do some damage here, pair it up with a artillery juggernaut to clear some stuff, leaving
yeah.
Viper possibly with only 6 damage on board, setting him up to find the answers that he need. We know that Viper still has a Phrase to play, so if Viper finds that Phrase, then he will be able to get it. Yeah, it's gonna leave actually Viper with only 4 damage on board. So Viper will have to find that remaining 8 damage, and Phrase is basically his only answer. He does
Isn't it
have the
funny,
option to
Quinto?
go.
Yeah, sorry, you go. Sorry.
He does have the option to go Master Poisoner Memento and try to clear up this board to keep him up in the game. I think Viper just needs to do that because Jason now run out of
Oh,
options in terms of ladies. Maybe he can also find that Phrase with Wong. I mean, Viper has many options here just to clear this board and get him away from harm. So let's see what he goes up with.
I mean, yeah. What's interesting here is that he's got two paid offs in his hand, which at this point I agree with you is not worth playing. We can see that the Ingrid's already on the board for Jason. He might be thinking about a Freydis, but honestly, I think just when you're so close to getting it won, just to try and clean up on the board is probably the way to go. What's kind of funny here is that I wonder whether he's going to play the Wong to search for that Freydis, or whether he's just gonna keep going wide with the board and then play the Master Poisoner, and then he can take out the two Freydises, right? if he wants to. Yeah, I like this. I think this is good because then all it leaves on the board for Jason is like basically 5 damage, which is really nothing when Viper's at 24 health. And he can play that as well. That takes out the 2/5 artillery juggernaut. This is great. That's really good. And if he wants to, the gunslinger just to take out a slinger.
Yep.
So that great work from Jason's been undone. And this is what I love about these uni matchups is that they very much go from sort of like one turn, it looks like you're in a good position, you've got a good board. Then the next turn, your board's been effectively wiped. Then you do
Yep.
the same. So it's very back and forth.
Yep.
It's very much like a chess game.
Exactly. You're totally right there. Piper's just trying to set up a board in a way where he manages to finally trim down all of Jason's threats.
Oof, enraged beast. The beast that we saw in the last major.
Yeah.
Made famous by Panda. So shout out again to Pandapple. I always call him Panda though. Pandapple for bringing that to the tournament. That was one of our favorite moments from the last major. Can't bank it. He's already got so Jason's already got 10 energy. He looks like he's considering using it. But I don't
I
know.
mean,
I
he
don't
can
think
no
that's the right
snitch
play.
and do some damage. He can no snitch shit and start attacking with it. If Viper
He
doesn't
could.
have an answer for it, then Jason might get away with it.
I mean, you're not going to play probably the Chem bruised
Chris
unit.
Bruiser. Yeah,
Yeah.
in this matchup is it's not good because Viper could just print some drones and really clear him off.
Okay, so he's going to take out the Master Poiser. He is going for it. He's
He's
going for
going for
Enraged
it.
Beast.
He's going for it. I mean, this is a chance for Jason
Wow, we've seen a
to
Rage Beast
actually snow
again
snit.
at another tournament. All
Yeah,
right, here we go.
get the effect next turn. If it survives, clear some units from Viper. Now Viper gets a Desmond Walker. This might be it. This Desmond Walker might be the answer that Viper needed.
Mm.
Can play a lot of things. Try to reach for that 12 lethal.
And it's a 1 cost Desmond as well, which is amazing, right? Because you can
Yeah.
play it basically for nothing, and then all your other units are then just so much cheaper. Incredible. The shard as well is giving him that extra energy advantage over Jason. So he's actually got 11
I
to
mean,
spend rather than
this
10.
is it. What? Using the payoff here.
I think he's using the paid off to look for the Freydis because he hasn't seen the Freydis yet, right? So I think he still assumes that the Freydis is in the deck and he doesn't have in his hand. He gets a Wong. He gets a 0 cost Wong.
Well, he paid a kickback,
Well,
so it's
yeah, that's it. Yeah, okay.
so was it cheaper to do it this way? Well, he was trying to find a Freydis, I guess. But he saw the Freydis. And there it is. There is the answer that Viper was looking for.
Yeah.
He has the damage now. Memento, Freydis, Slingers, the 2 effects, all the effects from Freydis, 4 damage plus 4
There we
plus
go.
4. There it is.
Memento.
4 damage in the board. What? He had lethal. Well, I think it's the same either way.
Yeah, I think he's gonna just try and buff it.
Yeah,
There we go.
get a bit more damage there.
Yeah.
And there it is.
There it is. So Freydis comes in, does 4, and then he has more than enough on the board now to do it. So the game is going to go to Viper. And Jason's actually going to concede.
So was it?
So, wow. It's 2-2.
It was
2-2.
less expensive to play the Desmond. Well, it was the same actually. Paid off for 4.
Mhm.
Search for the Wong versus Desmond. I mean, he had 6 cards in his deck. So the chances that his Wong would find the Freydis were really high.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely. But this matchup, I wouldn't expect it to be that long. It turned out to be a control matchup between two uni workshop decks, and this just catapulted a possible reverse sweep potential for Viper. And you wouldn't expect I wouldn't expect any less, guys. I wouldn't expect any less. And I
Yeah.
just prepared some how do you say this, some zingers for you. So during that time when the Freitas was milled, it was a happy meal. And and for you, this is for you, a free tip. They're playing you were saying tick for tac toe.
Yeah.
It was actually
Tit for tat. Tit for tat is
tit for
actually
tat, yeah.
the phrase there. Yeah.
Tit
Yeah.
for tat, yeah. They were like they were I would say it was a ping pong parallel style, right? They were like
Yeah.
they were like
It
going
very
back
it
and
very
forth. Yeah.
it very much
Go.
felt like that though, no? It felt like,
Yeah.
okay, you do something and then I bat it back to you and it's like, okay, now you do something.
Mm-hmm.
And every turn we saw the pendulum swinging. You know, it
Mm-hmm.
looked like Jason built a great board and then
Yeah.
he was in a good position.
Yeah.
But then the next turn his board got control cleared by
Mm-hmm.
Viper and then Jason responded. This is what
Mm-hmm.
these uni matches have become in the mirrors. And
Yeah.
it's great because you're just sitting back and you're like, wow, this is a feast, you know, for any
Yeah.
TCG lovers because you're just seeing so much strategic thinking and so much like thought that you have to consider, okay, I need to try and lock them out
Yeah.
as much as I can and then still build a board. It's really fascinating to watch.
Yep.
Yeah. This is Kinto and free tip. This is gonna be game five already. And we are gonna be
Yeah, this is
starting
the
for
decider.
the possible reverse sweep, or is Jason gonna be closing this out with the Uni Workshop on his third game? So maybe this will be it for either of these guys to get that win. So let's watch it and let's listen to Free Tip and Kinto as they cast.
Wow. I'm really excited for this one, Quinto, because of course we came into this round, this series with Viper 2-0 down. Jason was flying, but as we see so often at these tournaments, that things can change so quickly. Viper valiantly bringing it back to a final deciding game where they're both at 2-2, and whoever wins this, gets the 3 points. What I love about this is that Viper is now gone into the last final game with one of his decks that he's known for, the New Dawn. And what's really cool here is that, of course, we know that in New Dawn, in Shroud, he has so many different ways to try and find those ladies with schemings
Yeah.
and paid off. So this could be a completely different dynamic here between the two.
Yep. And um, having to note that Viper loves playing Nudon, so he is. I'm sure he has practiced a lot how to beat this
Oh,
Unishop deck with Nudon. Gets that treasure scheming, which is a key card in this matchup, trying to steal one of the ladies with it, possibly.
yeah. This is
Yeah. Yep.
yeah, this is a little bit awkward. I mean, Viper can, of course, play the Singularity Steward, but the Singularity Steward as a turn one play now seems a little bit weird now in the current meta because you know that you can play it, it can get snitched, and against this type of opponent, this type of match, you're not necessarily going to be able to get it like buffed up quickly. They don't play a lot of units that you can kind of cipher, and he doesn't have an erasure in his hand either. So it's a little bit awkward.
Yeah. It seems that Viper is going for the approach of just populating the board. He doesn't care about stealing the ladies, apparently. He banked the treasure scheming. He knows that he's gonna go an uphill battle against a deck that, even if he doesn't have the ladies, will be in a situation where, with the drone printers, can just populate the board and smoke him out just with units. And this is what Viper, I think, is gonna go for the as the approach.
Mm. Yeah, Jason's not been able to play anything so far, just biding his time, just getting more resources in his hand. He will have a play on the next turn though, whether he goes with drone printer, cyber deck. Cyber deck's an interesting one to always kind of have against Shroud, but I think maybe the priority here for Jason is to just try and search for the hacker as quickly as he can. He doesn't have it, so I think maybe we might see a rummaging researcher from Jason on the next turn. probably going to see a rummaging researcher here from Viper, and we do, to try and look for more cards that can help him to try and control the early stages of this game. And what does he draw? He shows that he's banked a Cyberdeck console, and he has a scheming, which is pretty good actually. Um, so I
Well,
like
we
that.
saw we saw that Viper already banked his first scheming.
Yeah, I thought that was bold. I have to say, I thought that was bold to bank a scheming first on, because almost would have wanted to keep that just to kind of have a peek at the hand around sort of the mid game, just to kind of see what is it that he has and maybe try and steal. I think probably the thinking here is that like with Viper, he's maybe waiting for him to play the hacker, and then he'll start to scheme right to see if he can take the the cheap cards from his hand.
Yeah, possibly.
I was
So
surprised
Jason,
though.
yeah, yeah. Me too. Me too. He's Viper is going with a different approach here, definitely. Let's see what he banks here, and we will certainly know what he's up to. I think he wants to set up some Singularity Stewards
Hmm.
with an Erasure and an Honor Steward, get the big board. He knows that this is probably his best way through against Uni.
This is actually a tricky bank decision
Yeah,
because you want to be keeping the singularity stewards now you've got that erasure and honor steward. Saboteur could come in handy, of course, to remove things like sanctuaries and the drone printers in particular. He actually opts to bank the saboteur and
yeah,
gets the erasure going with one singularity steward, and then he can follow it up on the next turn with another singularity steward potentially and an honor steward. So the honor steward is going to be quite useful because he knows that the token for Jason on his Juggernaut Workshop's down to 1. So the Honest Steward's going to provide a lot of value there just
yeah.
to keep
This is a great
him
turn.
him away from the board.
Yeah, great turn there for Viper. He knows he's setting up the Honor Steward, the other Singularity Steward. Yeah, he's going for the other for that approach of just populating the board, having a bigger board than Uni, which is the weakness, in my opinion, against Shroud. There we see an Alvaro, which is another card that might be detrimental for Nudon. So Viper's in a rush right now
Mm,
to start having a really nice board and start doing damage. He knows he
yeah.
can't go and let this go to the end game. He needs to start dealing that damage.
Yeah, I think that. Oh, here we go. So Jason's now got the hacker. I think Jason had a really slow start to this game, right?
Yeah,
You almost don't want to have a slow start against New Dawn because if you can get the quicker start, then it usually puts you in the position of ascension because they're not super quick. You know, New Dawn aren't super quick, but Jason just has had too many cards in his hand that are good mid game cards now. So now he can get going, but initially he just didn't get enough one cost, two cost cards that could help him get on the board. He's going to do a paid off. Wow, paid off, and he's going to pay the kickback.
gonna search for an Adira, most likely.
There's the Adira there. There's also the Salvation.
Adira or Salvation. Adira is.
If he goes for the Adira, I wonder if he. Oh man, can you imagine if he plays the Adira and he gets like a demo? That would be insane.
Yep, yep.
That would be
But
insane.
Viper on the next turn will have a lot of energy and will be able to
Yeah.
set up a board right away. So let's see what this Adira comes up with.
Okay. So he's targeting the Honored Steward. And what does he get? Okay. Another honor. He gets an Honored Steward, the Siphon, and the Void Trapper. If he goes for the Siphon, he'll be able to clear the Honest Steward, but he goes for the Honest Steward, get more board presence. He
He
could
can,
actually clear the Honest Steward here and then bring
yeah.
his unit back, but he gets the Singularity Steward out the way.
Well, he doesn't have a unit
Oh, that's right,
because
yeah. It was the
Viper used
artillery.
it for the drone. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry.
This is gonna be weird next turn for Jason. He's gonna face off huge energy for Viper here. Look at that. Look at that. 11 energy. 11 energy for Viper. He will be able to do whatever he wants.
Was the kickback worth it, Quinto? I don't think it
Uh,
was.
I don't think it was neither. Viper's is gonna be able to set up a board again. Has that Wong, has that Bromagene Researcher, has that Harv. He's gonna be able to set up a really nice board, and this is gonna be really difficult for Jason to overcome. And this is exactly what Viper wants in this matchup.
You know when you do the kickback with the paid off against Shroud and you do it with the Dira, you're actually taking a double gamble, right? Because first of all,
Look
you're
at that.
paying the kickback to see if they've got the Dira, if that's what you're going for, and then if they don't, okay, it hasn't worked out. If they do, then you have to hope that Adira actually pulls you something great, and it was okay, wasn't it? It was okay.
Yeah, yeah. Look at this. That erasure is perfect. Can drop also the Romayan Researcher, recover his Singularity Steward,
Yep.
and Viper will have a really nice board. Doubled Romayan Researcher, also really nice for Viper. He's thinking about banking it. He goes ahead and does it. Goes ahead and just plays the Honor Steward to recover his Singularity Steward. Well, he didn't because actually Jason doesn't have a Singularity, so there's nothing to recover. And has its salvation in hand, which can be nice. Nice to get some stuff because whatever Jason drops here, it's not gonna be
Yeah.
legendary cards that salvation won't get.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, salvation could be really good here. Um, just to also give him just to give him extra ball presence. I mean, it's a shielded unit as well. I think yeah, this is tough. I mean, this is so tough for Jason right now. We were talking in the last game how every turn it felt like it was swinging.
Yeah.
All he can do here is basically play Hacker, two slingers to remove the one of the honor stewards, but the board in front of him is still really impressive. And he's down to 22 health. Viper could technically just start slamming here, getting as
Yeah, the
much
thing is that
damage done.
the clock is ticking for Viper now that the hacker is already on board.
Yeah,
So he needs to get that lethal, get in that lethal range as soon as possible, because once Jason draws a cheap lady, things are gonna get difficult for Viper.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he can go with that salvation right now, copy that hacker. Uh, what do you think? He won't be able to erasure the hacker, which he will want to do to just trim that trim down Jason's board, don't you
Yeah,
think?
I was going to say initially Viper was looking at like banking the venerated raider, but I was
Yeah,
thinking to myself maybe that's just worth keeping. Keep that, bank the embedded agent because at this point the embedded agent's not going to be any good, and then yeah, play the salvation, and then you can decide what else you want to play. I think this is great. I think that's the way to do it.
yep. Widening the board, making it difficult for Jason to have a nice lady turn because even if he draws it at a discount, it's not like Jason will be able to use the full effect of one of the ladies right now. Goes ahead and just chip in some damage, clears the hacker, has a really
This is
nice
rough.
board. Yeah, this is a
Yeah,
really that's a,
take some
yes.
damage as well. This is rough. This is
Yep.
we're seeing Viper
Ooh.
in full flow of a deck that he is known for, and it
Yep.
shows, right? It really
Yep.
shows. And all Jason can do at this point, and hold on a minute, there's lethal on the board.
Yeah,
It's already
already.
lethal.
Yeah,
It's
I
done.
think Jason's only out here was to draw uh, a cheap lady, try to get an effect there,
Yeah,
and
it's
he
done.
doesn't get it. So yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's was his only out here. Get an Ingrid, try to steal one of the units, for example, a Salvation, and start dealing with this board. But now he won't be able to do any of that. Viper has the erasure to answer a defender juggernaut, for example, has the treasure scheming to keep on blocking any sort of situation here from Jason. Jason desperately looking out for a cheap
Looking.
lady.
Yeah.
Keeps on
He's looking
looking.
for like a yeah, he's looking for a one cost lady, isn't he? Does
Yeah.
he get it? Oh, he gets a cheap
Ooh,
lady. Oh, but
but it's
not
not gonna
cheap
be
enough.
enough. Not
No, not
cheap
cheap
enough.
enough.
He needed at one cost because he hasn't banked yet. Damn,
And he
Jason.
says GG, and I think that he's ready to concede.
Yep. Three
Or is
costs.
he?
If he had a take or leave it, for example, but not even with that because of the harp in play.
Yeah.
What is he
Oh,
trying to find here?
I feel for
What is he
Jason.
trying to find?
I feel his frustration. He had a really slow start here. I mean, to be fair, Viper had a slow start too, but then Viper was just able to kind of control the game, and Jason didn't get the hacker really early enough. So slow start plus not getting hacker quick enough. When you're a hacker deck, which kind of revolves around getting the hacker early, playing it, and then just getting all your cheap units, yeah,
Look at that.
you can see it's
Erasure is
over.
over.
Yeah. So the reverse sweep has happened. Wow.
Viper,
Would you look at that?
really well played
Incredible.
by Viper. Really well played.
Yeah.
He absolutely killed it this matchup. Playing New
Yeah.
Down perfectly. He knew how to play it. He saved his Singularity Steward, start doing those banished Singularity Steward, Honor Steward, Singularity Steward, setting up a board, getting that Wong, and then we saw it. Something that we've talked before these matches. The kickback,
Hmm.
Yeah.
the kickback backfired for Jason there,
Yep.
letting Viper drop a hefty 11 energy turn with the Wong, the Harv. It was insane.
Yeah, definitely insane. And of course, we saw it when we see a 2-0 and we will see like a Titan like Viper. A reverse sweep is definitely possible, and he made that happen, guys. And we saw it here on our first match that was casted, or rather, second match that was featured on day two. And for those of you guys, I'm still on the fence of about paid off, man. Sometimes paid off pays off, or sometimes paid off kicks back.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's kind
Sometimes you
of a
pay.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sometimes you just pay. You just pay.
yeah.
That's it. There's a and
You
you
just,
get
so
no
they just
benefit.
pay.
You just
Yeah, so
pay.
Exactly.
they
You pay for
you
it.
just pay
Yeah.
for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's an amazing match though. Like Kinto hit it on the nail. Like if you use the kickback, you might get a whiteboard, and the whiteboard couldn't be cleared, and that's exactly what happened. And you saw Jason keep on digging, trying to find that lady that he needed, but Lady Luck wasn't on his side
Yeah.
in this game, and it was, dude, three excruciating games that he played this deck, and it didn't go his way,
Yeah.
or like,
Mm.
or not necessarily it didn't go his way. Viper was in his way most of the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Viper was
Yeah,
in
Yeah.
his
That
way
was
for
it.
sure.
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, I was
That
gonna
was
say
it.
it yesterday. Please, I'm sorry for those players who get into the stream
Mhm.
winning 2-0 because what we have seen here are reverse sweep after reverse sweep. So,
yeah,
so be
yeah.
sure, be sure.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And with that, of course, guys, we are going to have a quick update on the pods right now as to how many people have been playing. And of course, let's give this the floor to Free Tip to give us a short update.
Wow, yeah, we can see here at the moment that Lambie and Sequinox are on 12, so they're cruising at the moment. They should be through now. We'll get confirmation on that later, but they're absolutely cruising. And I don't think we're super surprised about Lambie, because we know that Lambie turns up and has the Lambie luck, as we often see when he's against the wall and he just pulls out big wins, big plays. So Lambie's cruising at the top. Sequinox is as well in Pod D. We just saw that Viper got an incredible reverse sweep against Jason, so he now leapfrogs Jason with 9 points there. But Jason still remains in the top four for now, with all the other games still in progress and set to be played. Very Fat Cat still up there at the top of Pod A with 9, along with Jala, and we did catch a bit of Jimon and Jizzo's games. Jimon sitting there with 9, along with Helios there. So honestly, the day is still early. There's a lot that could change here, but this is where it stands for now.
Yeah, definitely. It's still early, but of course, we have had some new breaking news here with the update. And guys, we have had 4 guys drop off from this tournament. The first one that we had over at yesterday was Shogo, and we've had 3 more drop off. And those guys are Wolfgangta, D-Money, and Pepito. So these guys have already dropped off from the tournament. And the points, of course, for anyone in their pods will be going to the ones that are remaining. So that's already a straight free win already, guys. So that's amazing, though. Like getting those free wins. But of course, what's also amazing is our sponsor, Echelon. Special thank you to Echelon Prime Foundation for sponsoring this weekend's prize pool and the whole tournament as well. This tournament and the league is made possible by the Prime Token, the official sponsor of the upcoming, or of course, Parallel League Season 1, this one, and of course Season 2 and Season 3. And you can learn more about the events that are going to be coming out over at parallelleague.game. Okay, let's look at this match right now with our casters, Freedom Scout and Kinto. Take it away.
Thank you, Excelsior. Yeah, this is a big match actually, and we can already see the opening hand for Tice here that he has the hacker, but he's got probably a little bit too high cost cards for an early stage in this game. But getting the hacker early is good. He doesn't really have a play for the next turn, so that he's going to need to draw a card there. And for Hylius, he's got some nice cards too. I like the fact that he has of course, the Bannerman to start with. I like that he's got a Rally Cry because that's going to really help him to get on the board and try and deal with some of these units, which Tice is going to start to play when he gets going. Just draws a Triumph of Mars there as well, and look at that. Tice doesn't draw a card that allows him to play, and you can see the frustration in his face. He's like, damn, I've already got 2 high cards and I've just pulled a freaking Wong. I can't do anything this turn other than just trade, and it's a dead turn for Tice there. Not what we want.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely see that Thais has a nice set of cards coming up for him. He has Stealth, he has the Hacker. However, he's in a situation that he can't be overrun by Helios, because then it will be very difficult for him to come back. And that's one of the weaknesses against a Mercolian deck like this. On top of that, he went second, which it's really bad for workshop. You usually want to go first, keep on your tokens, your juggernauts shipping in. And in this situation, just going with the Harv or a drone printer, it's a bit,
it's not good.
It's a bit too slow. This
it's not
Pathfinder
good.
will keep on buffing also. A Vindicator is in the works. A possible Kathy just going face right away is also really, really tough.
Yeah, I think it's very tough indeed. I mean, the drone printer, I guess he puts it down, but then he loses even more tempo and momentum on the board. You can see how frustrated he is. He's just got too many high cost cards. I'm wondering as well. I'm trying to think back to the mulligan because we only saw it quickly. I'm wondering, did he opt to keep the glaive, Quinto, or did he just kind of redraw that and then he got it again? Because initially he did get it in his mulligan, didn't he? I'm just wondering if he kept that, because if he did, I'm not sure that was the right call to keep that against the deck which you know is going to come at you at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think he kept that. He kept it in the mulligan. But yeah, he didn't find early answers. So that's why now it's a bit tough. And yeah, going second with the Estelles is a bit too late. He opts in for the hacker just to get some of those lucky chances of having an early Ingrid or Freiris. But I think with this board
Mm.
already for Helios, it's a bit tough. It gets a no snitching also to just smack Thai's face here with this insane board, buffing the Bannermans. And on top of that, the Kathy's expertise, the
Oh,
Cendrillon. Oh my god,
wow.
this is a lot
What a
of damage.
draw.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage already in
This
Helios
is, yeah.
Diardi's hand that will for sure win him the game.
Yeah. I mean, unless Tice now draws like an Ingrid, a one cost Ingrid. But even if he does, like he's not going to be able to apply a lot of the effects, right? He'll have to then play a couple of other stuff in his hand to do it. But he won't be able to steal the Vindicator because that's out of range now with the power that it's got. And still, there's plenty of units like the Bannermans there. The two Bannermans that are just both on one health. They got 3 damage both to them, so that's 6 there alone. And he hasn't even played Kathy yet. So I completely agree with you here, Quinto. Like when you have a board like this and the Pathfinder's getting bigger and bigger, there's just too much damage here, isn't it? And Uni just doesn't have a way to deal with it in one go.
The thing is that Helios already had 19 damage on the board. He was Kathy's expertise away from winning the game, and he decided to clear.
Yeah, I think he's trying to control how many universal cards are on the board, right? Since he saw the hacker come down, I think he's thinking, what if he then plays like a one cost Ingrid
Yeah,
or like Freydis?
true,
So
true,
I
true,
get why
true.
he's doing it, but I agree with you as well. It would have been a nice opportunity just to go for it, right? Because with the deck that he's got, even if, for example, an Ingrid was played, he's still got Syndrolin in his hand. He's still got, like the the Kathy's expertise. He's got a lot of ways just to kill them and finish them off directly. But he's opting for the safer, more reserved play. Don't mind it. Um, he's still in a great position, isn't he? Look at that Pathfinder, a 5/4 Pathfinder. This is such a good card. I recently gave away a couple of these cards to my viewers on my streams, and it was funny because there was a few people that were like, "Oh, it's just a Pathfinder," kind of it's not that great. And I was like, "This card's good. This card is really good. If you put it in a deck like this, combining it with the Bloodhound and the Vindicators, that card is an absolute, as you say, an absolute menace, Quinto,
Absolute
a
menace.
menace."
Yeah,
And
yeah. Well,
there we go.
Helios already has it in his
Yep.
hand here. I don't think there's an out. Not even with the Radis, I believe. There's too much damage already in Helios the artist. Yeah, look at that. The two
Yep.
cost Radis. It's not gonna be enough even with this Radis, and it's gonna be
No.
a concede for Thais. I mean,
Yeah.
as Cindy and a Kathy's expertise also on hand, it's a lot. There we see
Yeah.
Helios celebrating the win.
Yeah.
Really nice. It was like, yes.
He was
And
like,
Yeah.
he
we're
was
in
like,
that
woo.
situation again, guys. We're in that situation again, guys. Dice is 2-0, and Helios is up for a reverse sweep. Will he get it too? That's my
Will he?
question.
Will he continue
Yeah.
the trend that we're seeing here? This insane trend. This should be labeled the comeback tournament
The
rather
comeback
than the
Yeah.
tournament.
knockout tournament. It's
Like,
incredible.
it's an insane trend. Like, okay, we're gonna be spotlighting you right now. It's like it's possible that we're gonna be seeing a reverse sweep. Like,
Yeah. The,
like,
the, the probabilities are super high for the
yeah.
reverse sweep already. Seeing the numbers, the win rate of the reverse sweep is also it's already at 100% in this tournament. So let's see. Let's
I
see.
like your I like your quick maths right there, Kinto. It's like it just shows amazing promise as well. Like That was already the third match right there, and that was the first win of Hylos DRD with Catherine. That means their Hylos DRD is left with the workshop deck and the brand deck. What do you think he should queue in next, Kinto?
Well, I do think that we probably will see a Unishop mirror just to get that one out of the way, which is a really tough match that ends up being like what we saw with Jason and Viper.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that will be the decisive match. Whoever wins that mirror is the one who will advance, I think, because in the end, Earthen can just hammer his way through, as we have seen, like populate the board really early, get the aggro going, and then there's nothing you can do as a Unishop player in
Yeah.
that situation.
How about you, Free Tip? What do you think is going to be the next lineup for Hylos DRD?
Well, if I was in Hylas's position, I'd be looking at playing Brand next,
Mm-hmm.
because if he just needs to beat Tice Uni Workshop, right? That's the only thing he needs to beat.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be playing Brand here. I think his brand deck. I haven't quite looked at it. I'll have a quick look now, but his brand deck does have a paid off, and then it's got of course the schemings in there too.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be, yeah, he's got two schemings, one paid off. So there you go. He does go for brand.
Yeah.
I think that's the right call because
Yep.
even if for example it gets a little bit out of hand and there's lots of drones being printed and maybe like there's an Ingrid or Freydis, you can always rely on the demo to bail you out. So I like this. I think it's good. Yeah.
Yep, this is definitely good. This is going to be a brand versus Uni Workshop matchup, and Hylos DRD is it's like below with 1 point, and Tice is leading with 2 points. So let's see if he can catch up and make this a 2-2, or will this be the match wherein Tice closes out this round with the 3-1? Let's take it to the casters, Free Tip Scout and Kinto. Guys, take it away.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, brand versus uni workshop. I'm gonna put my neck out here and say I think that Hylas can get this done if he can maybe steal one of the ladies either from a scheming or a paid off, and he has a quick start where he can get on the board, which Brand can do if you can kind of get your void trappers going with your embedded agents, singularity stewards, just to get some kind of presence on the board. So I'm interested in this one. I think some of the decisions for the mulligans have been good as well. I saw in the mulligan for Hylas that he decided to keep the paid off, which is of course a fantastic card. That's the card you want to be searching for against the hacker deck. And for Tice, he opted to keep the shard, so he can kind of shard into the hacker really quickly. And he's also got the. Then he decided to keep the rummaging researcher, so he could then go and search for that. And we're seeing it now that he's going into the shard. So his next play is going to be hacker, and then he's away, right? He's then searching for those ladies to try and get the game in his favor early, Quinto.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Gets a hacker, has a Romaine researcher. He's eating a salad there,
Yeah, yeah.
really healthy. I mean, let's see if Hylas manages to play it as we saw Viper going heavy on the unit side, trying to populate. But this hacker early on for Thais is already a really nice sign for him. Also going first with those tokens,
Oh
gets the
no way!
Ingrids. The
Wow!
two cost Ingrid right away. This is key.
Oh
This is gonna hurt
dear.
for Hylas for sure.
Yeah, that's incredible. Wow, that is like almost the perfect combination of hacker and then immediately give me one of my ladies cheap, and a two cost
Yeah.
Ingrid is good. Removing the shard though um, is a bit of an issue, but he's got
Look at
enough
this.
energy here. Look at this researcher can go Ingrid. Oh wow.
Ooh, and the Desmond.
Okay, he's banked the Desmond. Wow.
Yeah, banked.
It's a bit of a shame for him, but I mean, at the same time, getting a hacker early and then the Ingrid, I mean,
Another
that's just
hacker, so he
incredible.
can play the
Wow.
hacker and Ingrid. Wow. This is gonna be a really nice turn. This is it
This
for
is,
Thais.
yeah,
This is
this
it.
is it. Yeah,
This is it.
this
It's
is,
too much. Too much.
too
Too
much
much
too early,
pressure.
isn't it?
Too
Yeah.
much too early. Yeah. Ingrid, another hacker. Um, yeah, yeah. Nothing else to say here. For like
Yeah.
this is the beauty of the
Oh,
hacker in Unishop. Look at that. Hylos
this is incredible.
is already crying
Absolutely
inside.
incredible.
Sadly, gain control of the
Yeah.
Saboteur.
I mean, obviously take control of the saboteur and then make him discard 2 cards as well. Yeah.
Enemy
Enemy
discards
discards two
cards.
cards. Yeah.
Play another hacker. Uh, what else? This is it. This is already too
Wow.
overwhelming for Brand. There's
Yeah.
no out here.
No,
There's
there
no
isn't.
Needs Dominion coming to save you. Even with a Need Dominion, you're still too far away and will receive a lot of damage. He's getting also a token, a Juggernaut token from his passive. Gets the attack Juggernaut. When you get the attack Juggernaut, it's because you're already
Yeah.
way
You
behind,
already
like
know.
way far away. Yeah,
Yeah. You know that you're basically that you've got no risk at all, no threat from the opponent. You don't
look
need to
at
worry
this.
about removing
It's
stuff.
it's like, oh my god, what a turn!
That was
What a turn!
insane. I think this has been one of the
That's
best.
it.
Look at that, it's done.
Look at
This has
that.
been one of the
He
best
celebrates.
turns. Yeah. One of the best turns I think we've ever seen in any tournament. Honestly, like turn
Oh
of the
yeah.
season. That was incredible. I don't think
That
we have a
hurt.
turn of the season award, but if we did,
Mhm.
we'd probably award it to Tice there for
Yeah,
that because that was
this is a,
just insane.
Dude,
how do you call
dude,
that?
guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Guys, let me stop you there. That was what Jason was looking for a while ago. That
Yeah.
Yeah,
perfect run, that perfect like hacker, and then low cost ladies, and then wide board turn 5, I think. That's it.
Well,
Like
yeah,
that's all
yeah,
you
turn
need,
five.
man.
Yeah.
Dude.
Incredible.
And yeah,
And you know,
incredible.
I kind of said in that last cast, I said I'm going to stick my neck out here and say that Hylas can get this done if he
Hmm.
can get a quick start. You need to get things like void trappers. You need to have like embedded agents so that you can just control the board early and provide a threat. He didn't have those. He had, of course, the paid offs. He had an honored steward, which he kept on his mulligan to wait for the token. I personally
Hmm.
wouldn't have done that because I think you can just draw that naturally, or you can just
Hmm.
erase it, right? If needs
Hmm.
be. I would have been looking more for the cheaper, more aggressive units.
Hmm.
He was going first as well. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think it was a shame for Hylas
Hmm.
because he needed to kind of win that to take it to the final game. He needed to be a bit more aggressive, but in terms of Tice, that was just when you consider the game before, where the game before just went horribly for him, right? Against Kathy. Couldn't get going, he was super frustrated. And in this game, he was like, right, just need
yeah,
to try and get a nice quick mulligan, get into my
Hmm.
hacker quickly, and then just hopefully draw a lady and then finish the game off before 5. And that's exactly what he done. It was
yeah.
incredible. Yeah.
Dude,
Perfect
Kinto,
turn.
I have a question for you, man. Like, I think you've been streaming, right? Right? You've been
Yep.
streaming. Okay, you've been streaming. So your all free tip is also have has been streaming. So
Yeah.
there is this myth, or it hasn't been totally busted yet. Streamers have insane luck. Plus the if you have a skill, then you have the perfect competitive advantage. Do you believe in this, Kinto? Streamers have like the craziest luck.
Well, I do gotta say, that when I started streaming, miracles happened in my games that
Yeah.
didn't happen before. For sure, there's for sure that something there. I would say. I don't know about your experience, free tips, but it has
Well,
like I I've got some insane moments caught on camera.
I was gonna say, I think whoever said that has not been in my streams because I I don't get the same luck. No, I don't. Especially if I have Baron in the deck, for sure I don't. But even without Baron, I think I've got probably just as many clips
Mhm,
as me kind of burying my head in my hands and just being completely frustrated and wanting to cry and
mhm.
you know smash up the computer as I do being kind of in a great spot. So no,
Yeah.
I don't think that's correct.
Well, we're half and half here, but I'm not gonna be inputting myself because it's also gonna be negative for me because I don't gain good luck while playing ND. But of course, here is the update. Breaking news yet again. We're gonna be having our Mustachio Warrior on stream. It's gonna be Manos versus Athena, game one. Let's get into the action right now. Casters, take it away.
Yeah,
Nice.
cool. So it's
An
game one, but
ADHQ.
yeah, game one, but we're already quite late into this game because we're at kind of the 8 energy level. So there's been quite a lot of play so far, but both of these players are fully stacked in their hand pretty much. They're both very similar on their health. So we've come in and we haven't really um, missed any kind of significant advantage. They're both pretty much the same. So yeah, here we go. ADHQ versus it looks like here. Oh, it's actually Algencore. How interesting. I love that Manos has brought Algencore, don't you, Quinto? I love
Yeah,
it.
yeah, for sure. He's going right now, trying to populate the board, going with the two Ramayan researchers to draw, to max draw here. So
Hmm.
cycling through his deck, he has another one also up for play. He's gonna draw a bunch of cards here. What is he trying to do? He also has that cannon there upgrade to attack twice with his Zemtaf ready to
I wonder
attack.
if he's, yeah, I wonder if he's looking for like a Sesmir or maybe a Tetsu if he's got it in the deck. I'll have a quick look. But that's all I can imagine, or just to try and improve his options. I like that he's got the repeater cannon here. The
Yeah.
repeater cannon is super strong card now that it's recently been buffed. Have you had a chance to play with it since it's been buffed from the patch, Quinto?
Not really, not really. Not been looking up at the new. I've not been tweaking with the new Augen core cards really.
No, no. They're very fun, and I love that he's opted for bringing it. As I say, Algencore. He's in a good spot, Manos. You know, he's in a decent spot. But look at the hand that Satanid's got here. He's got some incredible units in here. He's got the victory, which he's thinking about banking, and he does. He's got the Wallbreaker Cannon in here as well, which is a monster.
Yeah,
The Vindicator too. I think he just needs to get on the board, doesn't he? At this point, just try and get some units on the board here. An artillery volley. Okay.
going right away with an artillery volley on his Vindicator, trying to contain to contain this board for Manos, but it wasn't actually the best for it. He still has that Nura on his hand. He's waiting
Hmm.
to get like a really nice combo with it, saving the take it or leave it. Has the machinist already, which will be key in whatever combo he wants to do. Which the with the Earthbreaker cannon and chip units to deal a ton of damage right away.
Yeah. What's interesting here as well is that I'm just having a quick look at Manos's deck. He is not running the Tetsu, but he is running the Sesmir. And again, he's also running Solitary Confinements. It's quite nice to see players running that here. He's got Gruul, which is another card that got buffed in the recent update. So now with Gruul, you can take an upgrade from your bank. It's really good actually at pulling out kill switches because with the kill switch, of course, even if Gruul gets kind of on and stewarded, it's still going to go off. And with Gruul, if you take something out of your bank, of course, you reduce your bank energy, but when Gruul gets killed, you will put the top card of your deck into your bank. So it's actually kind of a ramp card now. It's really
Yep.
powerful.
So there it is. Satana going for the Nura. Copying, making all his units vehicles so he can synergize it with the Earthbreaker cannon, dropping the Paragon, going for possibly. Um, he's trying to do a really nice setup here. Gets this wall breaker down with battle cry, looking out to clear. What is he gonna clear here?
So we're going to get the double draw here. He's going to have a lot of cards in his hand, isn't he? He's going to pass. Yeah, I was going to say, otherwise
Yeah.
he's going to be too stacked in his hand. Okay. This is a
This is gonna be
tricky
it.
little. Yeah, I was going to say this is a tricky little card, isn't it? The siege siege. Is it the siege breaker? Is that what it's called? The 4-1. I always forget the name of that. Siege breaker.
Wall breaker.
No, the 4-1. Is it the wall
Yeah,
breaker?
wall breaker.
Oh
Yeah.
well, okay, wall breakers.
And
Sorry,
smuggled
I always forget the name.
supplies from Satana. What's the trick here? What does he has in his bank? I think this is gonna be a enormous amount of damage by Satana on next turn. Has the take it or leave it. Has the machinist. I think this is really scary. He actually has the damage here. It's 6. He needs the 6 energy for the Earthbreaker cannon, and he needs actually 6 more.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, if this Paragon survives here, we're talking about all of these units with battle ready. Manos
Yeah,
going
he
here
needs
with
to.
the workshop
Manos needs to
forward
kill the
assembly.
Paragon. Yeah, he needs to
Foreman
get rid of it.
here. Ooh, and gets the defender upgrade there. We'll get another unit,
The
another
Ruthless
Juggernaut
Juggernaut.
token. Yeah, drops the ruthless, reckless Juggernaut.
Yeah, the reckless one. Yeah. I
And
think we should. I think we should petition for the Ruthless Juggernaut to be called the Reckless Juggernaut. What do you think, Quinto?
yeah,
If
for
you
sure.
petition to parallel, I'll
Open
back
the
you, man. We'll see if we
petitions.
can get it. Yeah,
I don't think
get it
Satana
changed.
has the opportunity here to just do something. He doesn't have enough energy to deal the 30 damage that he needs.
Hmm.
He will need actually 12 energy for it to be viable, and he doesn't have it. My question
Yeah. Hmm.
is the longbow personal carrier counting towards, like, each of the units summoned by it counts towards the Earthbreaker cannon effect? That's the big question.
Which question? Which unit are we talking about here? Sorry.
So if Satana goes ahead and plays the machinist, gets, for example, a Lumbo personal carrier, but
Yeah.
the reality is that now he can draw any card because all of them are vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
But in the case it was a Longbow personal carrier, does each token from the Longbow personal carrier count towards the effect of the Earthbreaker cannon? I think.
I see. I'm with you. Yeah. Are you? Yeah, we want to know if the tokens from the
Yeah.
LPCs are vehicles, right? Yeah. That's a good question. Which I don't know, but maybe somebody in production could help us there. I'd be very curious to know. Does it? I
Yeah.
don't even know if Satana's running LPCs though. Is he? Have we seen an LPC so far in this game?
I'm not sure. But I think this is going to be it for Satana. He's going face when he could have, I think, tried and cleared this board first.
No, he's not running LPCs, so we won't be able to find out in this game. But I like the question, Quinto. I do. If anyone in the chat knows, if anyone here watching knows, let us know whether the tokens from the LPC would count as vehicles as well. Okay, so Earthbreaker Cannon's gonna trigger and hits the Ruthless Juggernaut, the shielded Ruthless Juggernaut.
Yep.
It's a bit slow. It slowed down a little bit actually, the stream. So apologies, guys, if you've just experienced a little bit of a slowdown.
Yep.
I think that Satana's done quite well to get these units on the board because initially I wasn't liking his hand. I felt that it. Oh wow, So Manos gets the Sesame now, which is great for him.
Yeah, but I, in this situation for Satana, it's already. I think Manos already has a lethal here. Definitely the Ruthless Juggernaut would have done an enormous amount of damage. He still has the repeater cannon,
Mm-hmm.
has some damage in his point defense turret. He needs to calculate. Already has 10 damage there on the board. With a repeater cannon, it would make 17 actually if he attacks twice with one of its 3 cost units, and that will be it. Manos will take this one.
Yeah. It's a shame actually, because I wanted to see the smuggled supplies that Satana's got in his hand. I wanted to see that get used. He had, of course, banked the victory and a few other interesting vehicles, but we're not going to see it because Manos gets the win here. Really good. So Manos with Algencore, straight up Algencore, not
Mm,
even
yeah,
Uni
yeah,
Yeah.
Algencore gets the win against ADHQ, which I think is really impressive. So congrats
yeah.
to Manos there.
It's a good thing. Like we're seeing a straight up Algen core right there. Like the we're not going to be calling it the old school. Like the let's call it the classic Algen core.
Yeah.
Being played right there. I'm seeing some also some comments like if Manus loses no stash, no cash. I like the comment right
Nice.
there.
Nice.
And yeah, but also good to know if Manos will not be presenting or will not be representing himself in the top 16, he will definitely be coming to Las Vegas, and he said it himself over the chat, which is also good. Like it shows the support that he has for the tournament as well, which is I saw the match, amazing, amazing right there. But of course, why is the Ogan Core, classic Ogan Core, having, or why does it have the advantage over ADHQ during this match? Can you tell us a bit more, Kinto?
Um, I the thing with ADHQ is more about the fact that if you get the combo right, like for example the Earthbreaker cannon, if he would have had the Earthbreaker cannon with, for example, a longbow personal carrier,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he would have got it there, the 30 damage. So it's
Mm-hmm.
more about being able to do the setup rather than having a chance against this particular deck.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think there's an issue there. This is not a usual matchup where you see ADHQ versus a normal Augencore deck. This is not normal. This is not
Yeah.
frequent that you will see this type of matchups. But I think both are decks that if you have a nice run, for example, with the Augencore, if you manage to get those units there in the
Mhm.
board,
Mhm.
or if with ADHQ, if you manage to get the combo right, anyone can win really that matchup.
Definitely. Definitely, definitely. That was an amazing show nonetheless. But of course, we just gotten some update that we're gonna be switching some pods right here. And we are gonna be watching another match with the YGG Play Summit champion Zel Yasser versus one of the, I'm not sure if it's one of the minors that he has won. Zarathustra
No,
is
it's the
gonna be
first
first.
major.
Yeah, the first,
Yeah.
sorry, first major winner Zarathustra. So we're gonna be having two champions go head to head here in the next matchup, and we're gonna be giving our casters a chance to pull up the decks that they're gonna be playing. But guys, over at the chat, thank you to everyone who's always been supporting here over the chat, and also chatting up all the other players here on what plays and whatnot, or what are the possible outs for all the plays right there. And it's amazing. Oh, we're already starting. Okay, it's gonna be Zarathustra versus Zeliaser 1-1, and it's gonna be Kathy versus ADHQ. Let's get into it. Starting right now with our casters, Freedom Scout and Kinto. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, more ADHQ. We're being blessed here, aren't we, Quinto, with ADHQ?
Yeah.
You're the ADHQ guru. You brought it to a tournament yourself. I think you were the one that kind of popularized it initially at a tournament. So How do you feel that this is going to do against the Kathy match, Quinto?
Well, let's see. It's more about being able to drop those combos, or in the case of being able also to just buff your vehicles in a way where you get really out of harm's way. If you manage to get those vehicles really buffed up, you can also do some certain combos with the Tribe of Mars, getting some sheep vehicles, pair them up with your paragons, give them battle ready. For example, if you give battle ready to a Lancer tank, you can really get some tempo going, for example. But overall, if Kathy manages to just get a really nice start of the game, as we're seeing here, we really see Kathy with a Memento. We see the Pathfinder already buffed up. I mean, AVHQ relies a lot on being able to really buff up these vehicles, and what we're seeing
Yeah.
here is that Zarathustra has already a really nice board setup that can really contest whatever Celiaster might want to drop here in the board.
Yeah, I agree. I think with ADHQ, it's very synergistic, right? As you say, so you kind of rely on the synergies of the vehicles happening early as well. You rely on them kind of working together, getting good combos off them. And I think the difficulty with ADHQ is that once it starts to lose the board, it can be a little bit difficult to reclaim it back. And especially against an aggro deck like Kathy, um, this is just already very, very scary because Kathy has now just been killed, but she's done quite a bit of damage there, keeping the board tight and in control for Zarathustra. And with the memento of the fallen already on a unit called the Pathfinder is already a 5/3 at the moment. This is just a very, very good aggressive start from Zarathustra. Zelly's not out of
Yep.
it though. Zelly
No,
still has, of course, the artillery
he's gonna
volley,
go. Yeah,
which
he's
he
gonna
can
go
use
for.
now.
Yep, he's gonna
Yeah,
go
he
for
can use
it.
it now.
Just neglect that memento getting passed down. Zarathustra is a real memento enjoyer. And well, the truth is that this memento, and I think Selly forgot about it, when you play artillery bowly goes from left to right, so
Yeah,
starts killing. And if it catches on the memento first, then your opponent will be able to pass down the memento to their units and prevent this artillery bowly to being fully effective. And we see
yeah,
here that
he did.
Selly just concedes the match.
Yeah, that's actually one of the small little nuances of card interactions where Quinto's absolutely right. Artillery volley
Oh
on the
wow!
surface of
Wait,
it when you read the card.
there's it's not actually left to right, and thanks Muka for the correction. It's
Mhm.
first unit played
First,
to
yeah,
latest unit played.
yeah. It's
Yeah,
it's the same
that's
thing, Kinto. Like when you go in demolecularize, it's not left to right. It's the first unit play to the last unit played. Sometimes, so when there's an honored steward, it comes back and it gets buffed up on the other units that are also banished in that order. So yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing with those details as well.
Yep.
Props to the team, the dev team for making that happen, and it also like gets into the head or gets into the strategies of some of our players. But
yeah.
yeah, what do you think? Like with that matchup, what is the next lineup for our players for game two?
Well,
Let's start with free tip. Yeah, go.
yeah, well, Zarathustra has now won with his Kathy deck and his Earthen deck. So he's got his Algan Core deck to play with. For Zelly, he still needs to win with ADHQ or his Algan Core. And we're actually going to see a
Oh,
mirror, as we can see now, which
oh,
should be
oh.
quite interesting. I don't know whether they're both running similar decks or not. Okay,
Mhm.
wow. So actually, Zarathustra is running a Algan Core deck, and it's a little bit. Well, it's actually also the same. It's also the same from. So we're
Wow.
going to see Alga Core, the classic Alga Core, as you say, the original Alga Core mirror,
Yeah.
which should be quite nice.
Yeah, definitely gonna be quite nice, and we're gonna be running it back to to like how it was before without the 8 cost OTK for the classic Ogan Core. But of course, this is gonna be game two between Zarathustra versus Zeliaser. Casters, take it away.
Yeah. So interesting to look at the mulligans here. We can see that Zarathustra opted to keep an Alvaro and a point defense turret, which I think is good because those are quite aggressive kind of cards to play. The Alvaro has great stats on it for a 2 cost, and of course, any effects that are played, you're just going to start to burn your opponent. Point defense turret's also really good just to try and get down, try and control the board. He's going to bank it though because he has the rummaging researcher in his hand, and at this point, going first, just trying to get the units down is the priority. So good start for Zarathustra, good draws, but I do really like Zelly's hand here because he has the shard, he goes into it, and that allows him on the next turn to either potentially go into a glaive, he can go into anything there really in his hand, but I wonder if he goes into the workshop mechanics, overclocks one of them, and gets the counter down on the Juggernaut workshop quicker. What do you reckon, Quinto?
Yeah, definitely in this situation, an stealth, for example, might be very powerful against the Zarathustra's board specifically. The kill switch, though, might cause some trouble for that.
Hmm.
Stealth going with the assembly mechanic is also an option here for Sally, dropping that defender Joey, possibly
Here we
he
go.
goes for it. Let's
Yep.
see. Hopefully he doesn't get
Overclocks.
a graphene. He
Oh,
doesn't.
that's okay.
Nice inocular implant. And there it goes. A defender juggernaut ready to defend.
So 2 kill switches now in Zarathustra's hand. He decides to bank one of them because he does also have the Gruul, and the Gruul can pull it out of the bank when he wants to play that. He looks like
Yeah.
he's considering playing a workshop too, and he does. So workshop forward assembly mechanic is played. He has 1 energy left in his bank, so he's going to
Oof.
overclock it, and he gets the fragmented plating, which is a defender card. Really cool card actually, because when the unit dies, it deals 1 damage to all units. So not bad at all. Good start
Yep.
from both players there.
And I think Sarah is trying to go for an early test. Yep. Forgot the name of the 6 cost Iron
The
Core.
Ishka,
The
Ishka,
early Ishkar. Yeah.
yeah, Ishka, yeah. Yeah, the new card. Well, not the new card, but the card which recently got buffed again.
Yep.
So it now gives you a nanobot when you play it, which is pretty useful.
Ooh.
I think you're right. I think he's probably trying to go for that.
No
Try and get as
snitching
many
here
upgrades on.
against Sarah is really it's really powerful. We'll be
Hmm.
able to clear Sarah's workshop forward assembly mechanic easily and just go through phase.
Yeah.
Either way, this is gonna be a nice turn for Sarah, just dropping that Ishkar. Sally
Oh,
top decking the
Zelly.
Sesmir.
Yeah, Zelly with the Sesame is quite nice actually. Doesn't have an upcycle to bring it in early. And he's still too far away in energy wise to get the Sesame going. So likely the Sesame gets banked on his next turn, but nice to draw it still. I wonder actually, I'm going to have a quick look. Here we
Gonna
go.
go
You
for
called
it.
it, Quinto. Here we go. It looks like it's happening. So we get Ishkar. He's going to come down, create a nanobot, and then create random upgrades on any unit that does not have an upgrade already. And these are okay. I mean, they could have been better, but getting a couple of ocular implants is decent there. What you
Yep.
don't want from your Ishka is you don't want something like a graphene battery on like your 4/7 token, and luckily
Yeah,
he
exactly.
survived that. Yeah, you never
Exactly.
know with Ishka. I always say that Ishka for me is almost like the Algonquin Baron. You don't know
Yeah.
what you're going to get from him. He can win you a game. He can cost you a game as well.
So Sarah has now a really nice board going on. The Ramayan researcher has that defender, fragmented plating, and now Sarah gets the memento, which is one of his favorite cards with a nice board.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely. One thing I've just noticed as well, Quinta, I wanted to double check because we were talking about the Sesame that came into Zelly's hand. And you know when you see a Sesame, there's always that excitement of, right, great, how can I get the Sesame on the board nice and early, right? He's not running any upcycled. He's not running any upcycled at all in this deck. So if he wants to play Sesame, he's gonna have to wait until he
Yeah.
gets to 8 energy. Or he take it or leaves it 2 there early. Interesting decision to not run any upcycled.
Then he goes with the artillery journal, dealing with this Ovaro. That has an aftermath. 3 damage to the enemy. Now Sarah has a nice turn up his sleeve here.
Yeah, this is decent. I think for Zarathustra, he doesn't seem stressed at all. He's got like card advantage. He's got good units on the board. Um, he's got ways to deal with this here. I mean, I think that just looking at Zelly, Zelly's really in a spot of bother here, right? Because he's at 13. He's going to be before. Well, he's close to getting killed here, isn't he? Tough spot.
Yeah, Zarathustra is just going face. He doesn't
Yeah,
care anymore.
I thought he was going to clear maybe a couple of units, but he's just like, nah, I'm just going to keep the pressure going on you, right?
Yeah.
It's like if you want to clear my units, you clear them, but I'm just going to go and hit you in the face, and then it's up to you
Yep.
what you want to do.
That's exactly what he's doing. Going with the MTAF to get a nice clear here of the Grawl.
Oh, he gets another
Ooh,
fragmented plating. Wow, these
on the
fragmented
MTAF. Yeah.
platings. Okay, so Zelly gets the ramp there, the energy ramp from the Gruul. And then we can see that the kill switch is activated from the Gruul being killed, and it kills the MTAV, takes it off the board. So the MTAV literally was on the board for about 2 seconds there, but it done its job. You know,
Yeah.
it kind of cleared the board a bit, and we get a token as
Okay.
well.
This is
So
going to be key for Selly right now. Key turn for him. Goes with a paid off. Pays the kickback. What is he searching for? Possibly a
uh,
Sesmere. Gets
he's
it.
got it. He's got it.
Drops it.
Wow.
Absolute
Drops it and
insanity here
plays
by
it. Wow. Oh wow.
Blaze.
So this is the thing that I see often where if you're running Sesame and you get killed, you get paid off to you, then they often just want to play it straight away, right, and try and get some early value on it. So even though he had a Sesame in his hand, he's banked it and he's got the opponent's Sesame
Yep.
on the board. So if you're not running up cycle, just play paid off and then just steal the Sesame, pay the kickback, and then there you go. You got your Sesame in
Yep.
before 8 energy. Love it.
But
Would
what
you
is
do
gonna
that, Quinto?
I'm not sure really. I'm not sure because now, I mean, 8 energy for Sarah here. It's gonna take him to 15 energy. He's gonna be able to do whatever he wants.
Yeah,
And I think he has it already.
he can clear
No
the board
snitching.
if he wanted to. Yeah, no
Yeah.
snitching.
He can clear the board with
Um,
a kill switch. He has
yeah,
the memento also. He can
he
attach
could
kill
put.
switch and memento to the nanobot and just deal the last remaining damage there with this card.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
He's just gonna go ahead and kill switch. Sally gets a Vindicator. Well,
Kill switch
actually,
is so
with the
powerful.
Memento doesn't cut it. He needed one more damage.
What I thought he might have done there is I thought you might have actually applied, say, the memento onto the Ishkar, and then done the AOP, because then the AOP would have cleared the units in front of him, but his units would have survived, and then he could have hit for 7, right? And then he would have been 1 away.
Yeah. Here Sarah just keeps applying pressure. He still can play the workshop assembly foreman, can play the Growl, have some upgrades on his units, preventing an AOP wipe. I mean, there's still so much he can do. He's gonna bank the anti-organic pulse, keeping apparently. Will he play the workshop? He's just going for the memento here.
So look, now he's playing the memento. It's really interesting why he done it in that order.
Going face right away. I mean,
Because
saving the
he could,
anti-organic pulse in that situation, he would have just wiped the Sesmir
yeah,
clean.
he could have applied the memento first, right, and then wiped the Sesmir and the things in front of it with the AOP. He would have had the opponent down to 1. It wouldn't have been lethal, to be fair. But yeah, he has to get through the Sesmir now.
Yep. And with the AOP, he would have got it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he has a kill switch, so maybe he has a kill switch in his bank, and he can play the Grawl and. Because of course the no snitching is just going to almost bounce off the Sesame. It's only going to bring the shield down.
Yeah.
He would need another no snitching. Oh, that does
Oof,
it.
and
There you
gets
go.
the
That does it.
point defense turret
Wow.
just to cook him
Wow.
with
What a
that
top
2
deck.
damage. But I mean,
Honestly.
saving the anti-organic pulse, why didn't he save it in that case? Knowing
Yeah.
that he had upgraded units, he could have
Yeah.
dealt with whatever in that
Yeah.
scenario.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that was like, as I mentioned, I feel like he could have applied the memento to Ishkar. He already had the nanobot next to him that had an upgrade on it from Ishkar. You could have applied the memento to Ishkar. Then those two are upgraded. Then play the AOP, wipe the things in front of you, hit for 7. The opponent's down to 1, and then you potentially just need to find the extra 1 from a slinger or
Hmm.
something. But he done it the other way, and then he banked the AOP, but then he kind of almost was like needing it, right? And luckily for
Yeah.
him, he kind of got bailed out. He had lots of other cards in his hand, Zarathustra, so I think he might have still been able to have found options. But then top decking the point defense turret was perfect for him because he needed 2, and that's what he got. Point defense turret gives you 2 immediately when you play it. So well played to Zarathustra, who goes to is it 2-1 up now? I'm losing track of all these
Three
games here.
one.
Where are we with the score?
It's 3-1.
3-1.
Three
So
one.
he actually
Yeah.
wins it. Wow.
Yeah. He
Fantastic.
just won. He just won like he just cleared that round against Ziliaser with that last match, and it was a great match as well to watch. It was like how they say this the paid off turn was actually the moment for me, and I really enjoyed it because like, oh, it's the paid off turn. And
Yeah.
did it pay off, guys? Let me ask you, did it pay
Well,
off?
once again, we saw the backfire.
Yeah.
I mean, it was not as clear as some other moments,
Mhm,
but definitely like having 15 energy is so much that you can do with it.
mhm.
It's just
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially for
They got
Albacore, right? Because they
yeah.
have such big units, which ordinarily you can't afford. They're usually really expensive. And all of a sudden, if you've got like 15 energy, those really expensive units don't seem expensive anymore, right? You're like, okay, I can afford probably 2 or 3 of them, if I
Yeah.
space it right. So I don't know. I don't think it paid off. I think it nearly paid off, but it was. I think it might have
Mhm,
been worth. I don't disagree with it. I just think
mhm,
that because look, if he plays it, here's the thing. If he plays it, which he did, and
Yeah.
then the opponent, Zarathustra, starts slamming into it, you can then just start to get quite a decent board, right?
Yeah.
So out of nowhere, you have no board presence, and then all of a sudden, paying the kickback, playing the unit then gives you a board presence from that particular unit. So
Hmm.
it was worth a go, and it nearly worked, you know. So
Yeah. Almost work. And of course, what paid off is just watching Free Tip Scout and Kinto cast all these games in day two. And I'm pretty sure you guys have also enjoyed their matches. And guys, everyone here over at the chat, say goodbye to Free Tip Scout and Kinto for this first half of day two as we go on to a break before we go to round six and round seven of the knockout stage, day two. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. See you. Back at the Parallel Prime Championship knockout stages, round six and round seven upcoming, and we have switched over our casters. Ali and Muka, welcome back, guys. You've seen some of the matches there. Any favorite, any favorite moments from our round five, or sorry, round four and round five matches of day two? Let's start with Ali.
I think so. I caught the tail end of the Tice Hylas match where he had
Mhm.
this like insane turn with Ingrid, and Scout was saying like turn of the tournament and something like that. And I
Mhm.
think my favorite moment is just seeing how happy Tice was. Like you can see it on his face. Like, there's like genuine reaction, and I don't know. It's just pretty cool coming from the Hearthstone scene, seeing him take on Parallel, doing really well, and like just being really stoked about it. So I think that's been my favorite moment so far.
Yeah, Thais is definitely a moment in himself right there, and I like to see him play as well. How about you, Muka?
Um, I don't have a particular moment, but I was happy to see Augencore get more camera time on the stream today. I
Yeah.
really like this tournament and that the creativity showed a ton. Like ADHQ is being played, and a lot of players have changed their opinion on this deck being competitive. It's done pretty well.
Hmm.
It's done really well actually. And then the
Yeah.
Augencore too is like, some of these buffs that went through actually had some impact, and people were able to theory craft and come up with this kind of like triple Grawl, triple kill switch deck. It was really cool to see, specifically like with the Zarathustra and Zeliaser matchup, just seeing like the interactions and stuff play out. I'm just happy to see the creativity in like deck building come back a bit more in this, and what a fitting time for it to come in this
Yeah.
tournament.
Props also to the balancing team. You can say definitely that it's been done here for for these
That was
knockout
brilliant.
stages.
Love it.
Yeah. I was preparing for that. I was like waiting for
I'll never be
that's the
prepared
that
for an
moment
Excel
wherein
skills
I
joke.
can put it in to a sentence right there. But yeah, I mean, the team was dropping like a hint, play Ogan Core, like no more uni stuff, and like these players were like picking it up. Okay, we'll play Ogan Core now. Let's go, and we see it right now. And of course, we're gonna be having a short recap of the pods and the updates on their points. Let's go with Muka for the updates and who are secured right now. Muka, can you give us a
Yeah,
rundown?
we can confirm that Lambie Series has secured a spot to Vegas for the World Championship. Really cool to see. Pod C having a few drops more than the others, with Pepito and Shogo dropping. So it's going to be tight for the other three. I mean, I would assume that given the point breakdown that it's going to be very tight knit. You're not secured until you get that like fifth win for sure. Pod D, Sequinox leading the pack. Manos still no win there, but able to. We'll see how he can do from there. Gabe and Satena Ganera all fighting to catch up. And then Tyler, Jobsat, Dulno. This pod D is very interesting because it's like it feels like it's a very top heavy. And then going to pod A, very Fat Cat and Tice doing really well with 4 wins and the 12 points. Yarla and Gmon and Hylas not far behind. So neck and neck there. And pod B is, I mean, so close. All these 9 points across, 3 wins, and Bulbins and Hogvax only slightly behind. I think pod B is like anyone's game. That's actually kind of crazy to see.
Yeah, definitely crazy to see because only one secured as of the moment, and he's already tweeted it. The Lambie series has shown great potential as well. And we were joking about it a while ago. If there's going to be a 7-0, there should be a bounty, but yeah, nobody's picking it up yet. Maybe someone over the chat will back up that bounty. But before we go on and discuss the next match, of course, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Portal Gaming, as at the start of the next big technology shift, enabling the move to player-owned economies. The next iconic gaming studios and titles are being built on blockchain. Parallel and its players and streamers are at the forefront of this revolution, and at Portal, they are proud to support with simplified blockchain tech, spotlighting the best games and maximizing player rewards. Special thanks to Portal for supporting this tournament, and of course, guys, for our next matchup, we have had an update, and you know who it is? It is gonna be Jason Florent versus Sparkling. Ali, what do you think of this matchup?
I'm personally really excited to see some ADHQ action from Jason. He has taken to X and said, "Watch me while I top eight this tournament," or however he said it. But he's calling upon an earlier moment in the season where he was so confident with Gafar, and it wound up working out really well for him. And he's doing the same thing with ADHQ. So, and there's been a lot of chatter amongst the players that ADHQ is actually like positioned really well in this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm quite excited to see that.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy that I'm seeing with Jason right now, and we're already getting into the action. Let's go. We see Sparkling as Kathari and Scipius, nonetheless, and Jason with Neve. Let's give it to the casters. Ali and Muka, take it away.
Is that a Scipius?
It is a
Muka?
Scipius.
Do my eyes deceive me?
Some
What?
players are being brave. They're letting it through. I noted yesterday that Brighty was doing really well doing it. He was one player that was always letting the Sippy through. I guess it's getting a little contagious to some of his teammates. I mean, this is a little friendly fire here, unfortunately, between Jason and Sparkling, but Jason has chosen to let it through.
Yeah, and I think the thing that we mentioned yesterday was that for the players that are letting Sippy through, it seems like Neve has been the pick, right? Because Neve can do a little bit better of a job combating the Sippy swarm with Dominion and that type of stuff. So I'm not sure if other players without Neve have let it through, but I think that seems to be the play for a lot of people here.
100%. Like, of all the shrouds, Neve is the one that can combat the Cathari the best. Dominion, just like multiple Dominions do hold down the board really well. And then the Malia could finish the game. We see here Jason's playing Sabos, right? Those do really well against the relics. So overall, it's the one that you want to bring. If you're gonna let the Sippy through, then you depend on the Neve for sure.
Oof, a little bit of the punish there, banking the Sabo into Sparkling Top Deck and the high density replicator. Not necessarily saying it's a punish, but you know, sometimes it feels bad to
Yeah.
see that. But yeah, that was a tough bank decision there because I think you definitely want to keep the card draw coming, make sure you can find a Dominion and more answers, and yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I mean, good thing going for Jason so far is that he has the steward and it's getting buffed. So if he can maintain that, that's going to be annoying for Sparkling, even if he can get like a lot of this pressure and stuff. But if he can't, then suddenly this game goes in Sparkling favor. Like Sparkling is very close to just like vomiting his hand and like like just unleashing havoc. Jason's big kind of like defense line is this steward.
Yeah, love it. And looked picked up another saboteur. Worked out perfectly, all calculated by Jason, of course. Love to see it. Yeah, these singularity stewards are going to do some serious work in keeping this board clear until he like really has a huge swarm
Yep.
turn.
But man, look, Sparkling's hand is no joke though. Relic, Asian Subjugate, Triumph. I don't know. There's only two cards in the way, so maybe Triumph of Europa not so great so far. But Asian Subjugate with double Tabula Rasa and a Relic, that's a very powerful turn.
That it is. Yeah, I would not be surprised if we see him, you know, sort of ramp up the triumph before going for it next turn. And it
Yeah.
always feels
I mean,
nice to get the replicator down first. Ooh, that's a card. That could
Okay, he's
work.
gonna go. I actually was wondering if he was gonna go like Asian Subjugate Relic and then dump. But
Mm-hmm.
he's going straight into the Triumph to see his luck. Doesn't perfectly hit, but he has a Gunslinger, which I'm maybe was already in there, and that will take care of one of the stewards, which is really big.
Yeah, perhaps we're not 100% sure, but the gunslinger was like guaranteed in there. I think he was probably just favoring like I really want to take care of that
Yeah,
8-1 steward right there, and then he can build a board later and find another triumph perhaps.
yeah, you already see him like flooding a little bit. Is he kind of threatening that he can wipe the board? One thing that's really good for well, actually no, he can't do it this turn, unfortunately. I was gonna say if you could Wong into Neve's Dominion, but Neve's Dominion costs 1, so he won't be able to like Wong, find it, and then punish this.
Yeah.
That would have
I
been
think
kind of crazy.
Wong probably has to be the pick, though. I mean, he might be able to
Yeah.
find. Oh, there's a Dominion, but
There's a
maybe like
Dominion.
another life siphon or something. It's frustrating that he can't banish and then take a trade into the 4/4. But if Wong isn't greedy, which
That's not a greedy
he can do
Wong.
that, let's go.
That yeah, that is definitely a bit comforting for Jason on that front. That saves a lot of resources for him.
Yeah, this is the point at which I feel like you're feeling kind of comfy as the shroud here because you have your Dominion in your back pocket, but you just want to be careful that you don't get too comfy where the kill box comes out and like
Hmm.
kills you out of nowhere, right? With not that many units on the board. So,
Yeah. Like a slow burn if you're on the side of the Neve here. Like it's not you can't like really be aggressive and just like push and win. But at the same time, if you're Neve, it kind of benefits the long game because if you can stall out and survive this, the havoc of Cathari, then your Neve comes online and now suddenly you're like in the driver's seat of the game.
yep. Absolutely. Let's see. It looks like Jason has 6 cards in the waist. He just picked up a Tioli, so so sometimes the best way to combat any deck, but Scipius is to slam down your Neve, right, and make sure
Yep.
that you're putting the pressure on. So with the Tioli pickup, he'll be able to do that, a turn earlier. But probably is going to need to prioritize making sure this board is clear so that kill box in the hand does not smack him down.
Yeah. Sparkling's playing this really well, by the way. Like he is not
Mhm.
like just vomiting out the hand. He is just like very precisely playing units that are building pressure and are, causing issues, but if he gets Dominion, he can just refill. It's very good play on his side.
Yeah. The secret sauce is just laying down the right amount of units that is representing the pressure of the kill box kill, but
Yeah.
not enough to where you can't refill. And
Yep.
so I think you're absolutely right. Sparkling is sort of doing a pretty good job here. Definitely put more down that past turn. So I would
Yeah.
not be surprised if Jason has to go
I think he's just
for
threatening
a
the kill
Dominion
box
here.
there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that bad for Jason to Dominion here, just because the waste is very small on Sparkling side. So another Triumph would have to kind of high roll. You're eliminating these cards coming back. And I mean, we can see Sparkling's hand. It's not super aggressive. It's definitely annoying, but it's not super aggressive. He's
Hmm.
opting to destroy Relic maybe and Dominion this turn.
I think so. I think it's a bit greedy to not Dominion. I mean, I'd love to just, throw down a glaive and hope to get there, but I think Jason knows that this board is representing too much.
Hmm. I mean, he has double Dominion. That's usually. Ooh, he's going for the
Ooh.
way doing it with the honored steward here, killing the relic and denying one more unit. I mean, there's not much pressure on here, and he's gonna know snitching the growth here. Okay, so he's trying to preserve his dominions to line up with a Neve, a triple dominion.
Yeah.
But this is pretty good. I mean, he's only at threat of, I mean, only, but is 18 damage with a kill switch or no? You can just play another unit, right? So
Hmm. Let's see. So what? It's going to be
20,
27,
22.
27. Yeah. I mean,
No,
here's the
27.
thing. It's just
Wait, was
with,
that is that lethal? If he gets another unit?
I mean,
He doesn't. He can't
5.
do it actually. He can't do it actually. He only has 7 energy.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
there
yeah.
we go. I will say, like, it definitely is ballsy because
Wait,
I
no.
mean, with
Yeah, with
2
Harp, is this
Dominions in the
lethal?
hand, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
let's see.
this is a lot of damage. No, it's not lethal, but it's a ton of damage. Sorry, our first match. We're not good at math yet. Just
Yeah,
give us a
give us
couple in.
give us some time.
Okay, sparkling trading here. This is really good for Jason, but he's gonna be set super low after this Dominion. It's definitely a scary spot to be in, but I mean, multiple turns of Dominion, not that bad.
It's a scary spot to be in, but as long as Sparkling doesn't find a triumph, sort of refill, I think that Jason is going to be in a pretty reasonable
Hmm.
spot.
But
Yeah,
like
it
he might get
definitely.
stuck in some loop, right? Where he's like dominioning every turn and
Mhm.
then he can't Neve because like Sparkling just has units on board the next turn. It might be awkward. Is I'm like, well, that's what I'm worried about looking at it from Jason's perspective.
With the 2 Tiolis in the hand, there is sort of an interesting play. Like he could put down Neve and then like do double Tioli into Dominion, to kind of
Oh,
clear up a lot of these tokens here. But he's gonna be so like with so close to death. So
yeah.
I am not sure how this is gonna completely work out, but that might be. I mean,
Maybe okay. Is he doing it? He might be doing your play. I was wondering like Dominion double Tioli into Void Trapper also was an option, at least because you can like full clear this way. But
mhm.
the way you're saying it is not
Oh, that's a
bad.
defender. That's
Yep.
oh,
Oh,
okay.
healing. How much healing
Let's
are we
go.
getting? You see that
Let's
head
go. Let's
nod? He's
go.
feeling
Oh
good
my gosh,
about
that's
that.
actually well.
Pseudo
No,
Shoshana
hang
is a
on. Let's
big
change that.
hit.
Okay, this is huge because yeah, it wasn't gonna be like a full clear because you can only do 1 damage with the double
Yeah.
Tioli into the Dominion, but now and then obviously the attack with the Neve. But now that there is a defender, it's still gonna be a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Because the 1/1s are gonna be dying two on his side.
Yep.
But with the defender in play, oh, but there's a no snitching in the hand.
Yeah, this might be Sparkling's game
I,
still.
oh, pain.
Does Jason just let this through and risk a kill switch?
Mean, okay, let's think about this because yeah, he's at 10. Oh my gosh. And we've already seen a kill switch hit the board, right? So I want to say like from our perspective, we can sort of see that the safer thing is probably to not clear the board. But no.
He's gonna go for it.
Yeah, I don't blame him here.
Yeah. But this set resets him back to like 1 or something. It's like 8 units dying or something.
It's like you're either playing around the kill box or the no snitching,
Yeah.
right? And unfortunately, he just has a no snitching. Oh, really well played, though. I mean, it's unfortunate that
Super close.
that there's a answer to the defender, but wow,
Oh, you see him covering his face. That card would have changed everything. Malia would have been extremely powerful. And the no snitching. Sparkling gets the win through on the Sippy.
I'm sorry,
That was
Jason. Yeah,
close. It was good play.
it
It was
was.
it was
It
really
it
good play.
definitely was good
It
play.
and either
Um,
direction was correct.
man,
Yeah.
that was
Yeah.
tough.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's the time like we find out that when you don't skip the skippy, you get that exact outcome. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's the question right now is why wouldn't you skip the skippy? Can you give us like some speculation on why how that strategy works, Muka?
I mean, Jason's playing Universal and Neve. Like banning a Kathy is fine also. and your Neve can beat Sippy. Like, it's not impossible to win that matchup. We saw it there that he could have won. Like, it was very close.
Hmm.
So the players that are playing Neve, they have more of an advantage keeping Sippy on the board because they have more decks that can fight Sippy.
Hmm. Yeah. It's definitely hard as well, as you can see. Like you were looking like if you get your Neve's Dominion, you would be able to clear the board multiple times. But the problem is if a Magna has been activated and the Scipius has not been activated yet, then there's already the potential to get a one damage, right? From that proc of a muster. So, well, it's kind of a difficult situation, especially with Malia being nerfed. Man, do you think Jason should stick with this deck, Ali, and just like push through?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's Conquest. You got to win with all of your decks. I think that I actually had this conversation with Jason because I saw him recently this
Hmm.
past week, and I was sort of asking him this concept of, if you're lost a couple times with the deck, should you switch it around? And he was
Hmm.
of the opinion like doesn't really matter, like if you're as long as you're not feeling unconfident with it by any means, you're going to have to win with it eventually. So you might as well just keep it locked in and keep playing with it. And he did play with the Neve really well, So
Yeah.
it was a very, very close game. And I think that, it, it's going to be well positioned against the other decks. So I think he could probably just stick with it.
Yeah,
I'm
probably
just
gonna
hoping
be
we get to see
sticking.
the ADHQ though, like at least
Yeah,
at some point
yeah.
here.
I was actually about to say that, man. Like, yeah, people, we think he may stick with it, but people just want to see the ADHQ yet again, being played by our pros here. We saw it a while ago, but we want more of it. Like, how does it work? We want to break it down, like maybe even replicate it over at our ladder matches. But of course, good news, guys. We're gonna be sticking with these players because of course we are waiting to see if the ADHQ will appear soon enough. But guys, can you give us a short, how do you say this, a concise breakdown on why ADHQ may be powerful in this match? Oh wait, before we go into
You're not
that,
seeing it
uh,
yet.
yep,
They're
we're
going to
gonna
the map.
go into this next match. And Ali, here we go. We have a Neve again coming from Jason, and it's gonna be game two. Sparkling leading with one. Casters, take it away.
All right, he's running it back with his strat. So let's see how it fares.
Yeah, I mean, Neve is a good pick into it's Universal and Earthen left for Sparkling, so the Neve is not a bad option here to stick with. It matches pretty well into both. And like you said, Jason is of the opinion that you need to win with them anyways, so might as well play him.
Yeah, I think that like the first cue can make a bit. I mean, sometimes obviously the mind games do matter, but I think it makes sense.
Yeah. I think
So
there's a little more nuance to it. Like, yes, you need to just win with all of them, but certain pairings, if you can read the opponent, are
yes,
definitely good.
I feel like the first one matters a lot too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to
Mm-hmm.
snipe a win with a favorable matchup or the matchup that you want um, is nice. So all right, let's see. Well, there's a Freitas in the hand, so not what you want to see with the hacker as well, but perhaps there's still an Ingrid left to get a good energy swappy do. See.
Yep. And Sparkling, good play on his part, not, just throwing out a slinger and giving the free banish for Jason there. He already had to deal with that in the first match with a buffed up Singularity Steward. Doesn't want to run into that again. Both players just accumulating resources. Jason even paying the kickback on his brand's expertise, which I think is more than fine going first. It helps even out the card advantage that you lose from no draw in the beginning. So
Yep.
both players just, kind of stagnant early game, building up resources, and we'll have to wait and see, a few more turns for the magic to start happening.
Yeah, we saw him pay the kickback in the last game too, which I kind of like the decision to do that, and especially against Universal. I think there's actually an argument that you sort of want them to draw their cards because then you can get the girls out, so they don't get reduced by the hacker, right?
Yeah,
So I think
for sure.
that's a good play.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are toe right now, toe and toe, neck and neck. Why did I say toe and toe? Neck and neck right now.
Makes sense to
But
me.
Sparkling's got a bunch of damage. At least he doesn't even need the target painter to take out this rummaging researcher. And yeah, I mean, it's a little weird on Jason's front because like he has so many banish cards. Actually, he has a pretty explosive turn next turn, right? With the siphon and the steward and the erasure, he could go really hard next turn and start to put some of that pressure. Normally, in this matchup, you're a little scared of Black Market Fixer. I don't know if Sparkling's running it in his universal, but it's a good turn to do it on because you're also delaying the hacker. So I think it's worth the risk.
It does not look like he has a black market fixer in
Okay.
this list, and the players can see each other's deck list, so
Yep.
he's probably accounting for that. But yeah, this is a great play. I like developing the Void Trapper too. Gives you some more information if you can hit face of what's in the hand, and also
Yeah.
just gives you extra resources if you want to bank some useless units as opposed to the ones in your hand. So I like it.
100%. It's got to be. Imagine a Void Trapper hitting face. You see a lady, and now you're like in shock. Like, is this reduced or is this full cost? Like, I
That's
have no idea.
true. Also, just the Singularity Stewards with the Dominion, like sometimes maybe there isn't quite enough swarm potential here as a Scipius would be, but it can do some insane damage
Yes.
sometimes if you're comboing it with a Dominion. So I definitely like prioritizing getting it developed here.
100%. And like very good self control with holding on to the erasure. Like some players would definitely have erasured last turn instead of playing the Void Trapper just to build up the steward. But Jason holding on to it and now has a very nice and clean erasure on the hacker and can push from there. I mean, we see the no snitching come out. Actually, two targets. I mean, I would assume the
Hmm.
Void Trapper gets hit more. Yep, it does. So
Wow.
great setup by Jason to just kind of, uh, you know, make the decisions for Sparkling tougher.
All right. Yeah, I mean, with the Juggernaut popping out next turn, going for the damage, oftentimes the correct move against Shroud, just get any value out of it because they can very easily Honored Steward it and that type of stuff. So that Singularity Steward is still going to grow. So that's pretty nice.
Yeah.
And there's another one that just got picked up as well. So I would not be surprised if he hit that hit the board. We use the erasure here on the hacker, perhaps.
Yeah, I think you use it on the hacker. You can start pressuring with double stewards. That's really strong. Jason's hand is actually very scary as this game goes on. Double Dominion Malia, it
Is
has been,
pretty,
or even any Dominion with Malia has ended games.
especially with two of them on the board. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I definitely. Oh, there's a paid off as well. That's an option.
Two
He doesn't
cost
know that
long.
Freitas is in the hand, but that's
Yeah.
definitely want to snipe one of the girls there.
Yeah. Given all else, I mean, you could just take one. You don't have to play it. Don't give the energy. What do we get? Only a draw two, and actually not a crazy draw two with Shard and Scanner Probe. I mean, no crazy big units or anything.
No, but Wong not being greedy yet again,
Oh yeah,
buffing up the Juggernaut is actually pretty significant here.
that is definitely. I mean, this allows him to. He can choose to semi board clear here a little bit.
Oh,
He steals the Wong.
yeah, that would have been nice. I mean, there are
That's a big
plenty of
deal.
draw options in Jason's deck. Like you've got your brand's expertise and that type of stuff, but that would have been a very nice top deck for Jason there to be
Yeah,
able to
but even
refill the
take
hand.
Sparkling getting it for himself is huge because he can fish even more for like a big card, like an explosive Desmond or a another Ingrid if he can find the Ingrid.
Yep. Actually, there's only one brand's expertise in Jason's list, and then he's got three of the researchers. So,
Okay.
yeah, that Wong would have been nice to have for sure. How do you feel about scanner probe still, Muka? Kill on sight? Do you still feel that way?
I mean, you have to, but I also admit it's not as strong as it used to be.
As it once was. Sure.
But it's definitely a card that you don't want to ignore for too long.
All right,
All right, we're
kick
doing
back,
the
no
kill.
kickback. Oh,
Oh, we're paying.
he's
I mean,
going
getting a
for it.
body on board, I guess, is fair. Let's see. He gets to look at the cost. I love looking at this angle too because we can see a 3-cost Ingrid. There it is.
Oof. Okay, and now he
That'll
knows
give.
that the if Freitas is in the hand, didn't see it.
Yep. But also that gives Sparkling 8 energy. Does he just play Freitas?
Ooh, yes, probably. I mean, I think being able to cast Freitas on turn 6,
Yeah.
I think you want to take that that option if you can. Oh, this is. I'm worried for Jason right now at this
Okay, he
point.
goes for the Wong.
Okay.
I think
I
that would have been a pretty explosive Freitas. Maybe not, but I don't know.
um
You can like draw 4, deal 4 damage. That's pretty substantial, like board clear kind of deal.
I feel like I kind of understand the logic a little bit. Like if Freitas is
Oh
so
my
clutch
gosh,
and it's not like
non-greedy
Wong
Wong.
was the worst play there, but I agree with you. I feel like that would have just been such a power swing. And I mean, I don't know if Jason's going to recover from this either, but I might have just thrown it out
Yeah.
there.
I mean, the Wong double, both Wongs double buffing this artillery juggernaut has got to be frustrating.
Wong has a crush on the Juggernaut today, I guess. I don't
Yeah.
know.
He, with Scanner Probe, stole a Tioli, by the way.
Okay. Well, after the bank, I believe Freitas will be able to come down next turn with the Tioli, right? So
Yes.
at this point in the game, this
Oh,
is going
he's
to
just
be.
using it. He's building board.
Oh,
A shard.
yeah.
Shard just gets it too.
Yeah. Okay,
Shard
that makes
secures it.
sense. Good use of your Tioli, because now you have a Tioli for the rest of the game. Nicely done.
Jason just probably enters with Dominion here, right? Just get the stuff off the board, make the lady look a little less attractive.
Yes. Can he also get out a scheming or not quite?
Not if he wants to
See.
kill the rummaging also.
Yeah. I think I would take that though. I mean, well, actually, he should know that the Freitas is in the hand, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Because he did not see it from the paid off. So even if, I mean, leaving the rummaging isn't ideal, but I think it's worth it, especially knowing after the shard has been developed that Freitas is going to come down. I think I would start out with the scheming.
I think I Dominion this turn if I was in Jason's shoes, and then scheming next turn because a one bonus Freitas isn't that attractive, right? So Sparkling probably doesn't do it next turn if board is wiped because there's only a stabilized shard.
Mm-hmm. But do you have the mind games to? Because sometimes you're like, if I don't use it now, like they might snipe it, And yeah,
All
yeah.
right, goes for the scheming.
Okay,
That
well,
drone printer is also still scary, but he does have a saboteur to deal with it.
yes. This has been a game of no. I guess technically the Ingrid was cast on Jason's side, but the girls have been eliminated for the uni
Yeah.
this game.
Okay, he's going for units here. Just a little bit
Okay.
of fodder.
Uh, I like it. I think so. I like the greed. I mean, I don't know. That's a lot of damage. 11. Yeah. Hmm. A little scary. Ooh.
It kind of
What do you think,
forces an
Muka?
attack
Do you
on the
think he should have just
har.
cleared the damage, or?
I don't know because like he saw the drone printer, so he's probably like board just gets rebuilt anyways. And the way he's playing it now, Jason can at least clear one unit, and then all the other units are gone. Can Sabo? He can Sabo and Dominion same turn also now.
Mm-hmm. Also, another Juggernaut is getting popped out at the end of this turn, so I
Oh, true.
definitely
Yeah.
like the decision to want to hold it back. Um,
Yeah, it's gonna be painful
um,
for sure to do it, but
super
it's the
painful.
place to do it. I mean, probably Dominion. Then what? Next turn, Malia Sabo.
The alternative was doing it the previous turn and then Sabo Malia, you know,
Mhm.
to sort of clean up the ones, the
Yeah,
one
or
ones.
even Sabo Honored.
Mm-hmm. But now he's got a full clear.
Yeah,
Getting pretty low on health though. It's the
this
risk of
is
these Dominions. It's a great card, but you have to pay your life in it for sure.
yeah.
But the bigger, of course, the Dominion, the more damage the Malia is going to do. So that was also probably the logic, right? It's
Mhm.
like if I can just hold on a little bit more, this Malia might be more impactful. So I think it probably was the right play. But now Neve
Those
is
were a
an
hard last
option
set of
too for
turns.
next turn.
Yeah, another Dominion. Yeah, this is the
Okay.
power of the drone printer. You can just, kind of keep rebuilding, draws into the Desmond.
Oof.
That's actually going to be really explosive. I think this almost forces another Dominion for sure.
I mean, what direct damage can Sparkling find if
Gunslinger?
Jason? Yeah, Jason finds ay, 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 himself at 1 here.
Yeah, this is super aggressive. You have to Dominion this. You can't like Neve out or maybe Malia, but that's not enough damage.
That's a risky Malia. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Okay. Oh, that Alvaro in the hand too. That's gonna be difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't go Neve, right? Like that's not an option. And you could go Malia. I don't know the total damage. I mean, it's definitely a decent chunk of damage, but I think the likelihood that it clears this perfectly is slim. Suppose you still have the energy left over to do an honored steward and that type of stuff if you really are risking it, but I think you might just
Okay.
yeah,
Are
have
we
to
going?
go
We
for the
might going
Dominion.
for it. What are we doing here? He might just leave the Desmond up if he Dominions like this. Malia, okay.
Oh, he's going for it. Okay. All right. I guess
Put a
there's
lot of health on the board.
technically still energy left over to cast a
A Dominion.
Dominion.
Yeah, a 2 damage Dominion.
How good at RNG are you, Jason?
He has to hit the glaive more. No,
Oh.
I think that loses the game. 3, 4, 5, 6 on board. You take 4 damage, 6 damage from Dominion. The glaive just kills you.
Yeah.
You can
Oh
do a 1
man.
damage. You take 4. No.
Oh, that was a tricky spot to be in.
Yeah.
Very, very
Those
tricky.
last series of turns were very tough for Jason. Like from the treacherous scheming onwards. I don't know. It felt like he was a little too dependent on like the later dominions.
Mhm.
I know scheming out the Freitas, but I kind of was a fan of dominioning the board. I don't know if it's correct. It's tough. It was a very tough line of play. But I think dominioning the board with the rummaging and then scheming out the lady later and pushing for that, like once the drone printer was out, like it just makes all the dominions hurt so much more. And that's what trapped Jason was. I mean, if there was no drone printer, you could say the other way was more than fine. But the drone printer just gets so tough.
I would love an analysis on that game because those were some really difficult decisions, and I don't know. I think maybe the last, like not dominioning, it might have been fine to treacherous scheming,
Mhm.
taking the girl, leaving the researcher that one turn, but then maybe the last one, just like putting himself to one, and then the molly would have been
Mm.
even bigger, and it opened up the Neve for the next turn. But
Yeah.
also, I don't know. That was a really tough game, I think.
Yeah, really tough as well. Like to see like a second time Neve losing to different decks, and it uh, kind of wants you to ask the question: is Neve still still relevant in this kind of meta? And considering that we said it two or yesterday that only two decks have been carried into the tournament that are Neve, and Jason's is one of them. So yeah, but I mean, we haven't seen some of the other matches that Jason carried over the first day, but he has had some success, but not on stream as of the moment, right? Yeah, and you asked the question right a while ago, Muka, like should have he have had used the Neve? I mean, it's kind of a will he or won't he, or will there be a mercenary gunslinger to finish them off? Right, that's the question. Since it's a it's a uni deck, right? So it's a kind of a high risk, high reward situation. But yeah, of course, guys, it's this time. Like, will Jason switch it to ADHQ? I mean, that's the thing, right?
I don't
Do you
think he
think? What do you
switches
think,
it
man?
going into this.
I
If he is, then yeah, then that'd be sick. I'd love to see it.
I don't
Yeah,
know what he'll
same
do.
here.
I could see him just running the Neve back, but maybe does he know that he's being spectated? Maybe for the people that he'll throw out the ADHQ perhaps. But he did say that he thought that the ADHQ was good into Earthen, and that's the
Yeah,
final deck from Sparkling here. So, you know, let's
ADHQ. He does bring it.
whoa, he did
Yeah,
it.
Yay!
ADHQ does
Okay.
have better matchups into like the slightly tougher ones that Catherine has, like Earthen and Ogden.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So I
yeah, he
hope
finally
I hope
brings
we
it.
can see that in action.
Man of the
Yeah.
people. Let's go.
Yeah,
No,
let's
look,
go ADHQ versus Nehemiah. Jason Florent down 2 wins from Sparkling, but of course, will he be able to do a reverse sweep? Let's see. Next match is off to Muka and Ali. Guys, take it away.
I think Jason's got his game face on. He's ready to carry ADHQ to victory here. Uh,
We'll see. I
Look,
mean, this deck is very good. It's also pretty tough to play. The opening hand for him is great, by the way. I was a hater of ADHQ for a while, and I love when I get shot down and proven wrong. It shows that there's a lot of creativity still left. So for the ADHQ enjoyers, congratulations, you get to see it in action.
I still am one that has not experimented much with ADHQ. So I'm like I want Jason to show us how it's done. And it looks like this hand is pretty good. So I'm looking forward to it. And no Steward of the Garden here for Sparkling. That's probably pretty important.
Yeah, opening hand not too strong for Sparkling just yet, but he does have a 2-drop into the Caretaker. So the curve is going to line up pretty well soon, very soon.
Yep. You can see Jason is looking at the deck list for sure. He's like doing an analysis here. His eyebrows raised a little bit when he saw no Stewie get dropped on turn one. So he's like, "This is my time.
Yeah.
I can carry it to
I
victory."
think he's trying to figure out when's the right time to use the no snitching, what card to bank,
Hmm.
how many spores are in Sparkling's list, right? That stuff all matters a lot. You can see here he is opting to keep the wall breaker. It's very good in that it can not take damage from defenders and has armed and evasive. It
Wow.
also synergizes extremely well with Rummaging Researcher in that you can activate it once every turn.
Wow.
So he could draw a ton of cards. So overall, like the card does very well. The 4-1 is like sometimes very kind of hard to get behind, but it does do very well.
Based on those stats, I'm a little sus myself personally, but
Yeah,
I will take your word
yeah.
for
The
it that
ADHQ also buffs it, right? The passive
sure.
ability of ADHQ. So it got evasive that last turn. It could start to get health. that compounding effect is where things get really, really annoying.
So for the people, there is actually only one copy of Spores in this Earthen list. So
Okay.
that is going to be probably pretty relevant here. Oh man, this is a little tricky. Those caretakers are kind of scary.
I mean, the line is either like no snitching, the shield pod, give up your bannerman, kill with the wall breaker, and then draw 2, or
Mm-hmm.
you can PS8 and wall breaker with the bannerman, and you preserve your board, but you don't get to draw. Maybe you just bank the snitching outright here. Positioning, maybe not the best, a little bit, because spores, but is what it is. Oh, he's gonna bank the rummaging. I
Ooh.
mean, you can bank the rummaging also because you have Paragon. Paragon also facilitates draw when your vehicles deal damage to face. There you go, shielded now on this 4/1 wall breaker.
Yeah, I think that was clean. I think taking away the options, like you probably when the Nehemiah starts laying down the defenders, things get really dicey, right? So just trying to prohibit that chain as much as possible is probably a good play here for Jason.
100%. I mean, he can just do the PSA combo again and draw 2. This is a
I mean that
very, very strong board right now.
that seems pretty solid.
The wall breaker having armed is a really big deal.
Yeah, I mean that's gotta justify the 1 health and stats,
Yeah.
right? I mean it would be too bad without it. But yeah, it's been absolutely clutch, especially with these PS8s that he's picked up. I mean, that's pretty great.
Yeah, it combos very well here. He draws again, Siege activating the charge ability that it won't take damage from any defenders, but more importantly, synergizing with the Rummaging Researcher, revealing and drawing another card. It's cool because we saw this interaction happen with Earthen, right? Provoked Caretaker and Rummaging Researcher. Now Mark Holian is doing it with ADHQ, with Rummaging Researcher and the Wall Breaker.
So when is the opportune moment to get your ADHQ developed here? You probably want, a decent amount of vehicles already on the board, but I think are we going to see it come down maybe this next turn?
Usually want to just pair it with another vehicle that gets you want to use the battle ready.
Right.
There you go, Ali. That 1 held for you. So now you can feel a little calmer now.
The 1 health was really stressing me out. Okay, at least now it's a 4-2.
Sparkling forced to go for a 4 reveal Terra Glider just to maintain board presence.
Yeah. Look, and also getting a draw off of the researcher as well. Okay. Not the
Yeah, it's a
worst
good unit.
4-drop to get, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know what cards Jason revealed, but this Smuggle Supplies, I really like this tech in the vehicle deck because you are revealing so much between Rummaging Researcher and the Wall Breaker that you can now like have a full bank to just play cards from later on in the game. It can be really explosive.
Yeah, for anyone that isn't familiar, smuggled supplies, you may play revealed cards in your bank this turn as though they were in your hand. Actually, that's really awesome. I love
Yeah.
that tech.
And
Like, as
he
you
has a
think.
PS8 in his bank. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another PS8 here to just clear out more units.
Ooh, got the Nora pickup
The
too.
Nora's super strong here because it allows every unit in the deck and on the board to now synergize with the ADHQ passive and just get buffed every turn.
Oh, okay. He's going for the smuggled supplies.
Yeah, I think we see PS8 on the Wall Breaker, clear the Terra Glider, play the Nora. That is a monstrous board.
This is so clean. I love it. Like just the I feel like this feels like one of the better starts like with the deck, or maybe it has a lot of options, but I feel like this entire game
It is.
has
This is
been
like the showcase. This is
this
like
is
the
the
full on
showcase.
showcase
Okay.
of like what this deck can do when things are going right. This is a very, very strong, but like it's not like a rare occurrence to get this board. Like a lot of the cards that you're seeing are 3-ofs.
Mhm.
So the plan is very like straightforward. It is Like, just do this and do this well.
All right. Do I think you do kill the unit, right? You
Yeah,
just don't
you
want
want
to
to
give
keep your wall
Earthen.
breaker. You want to keep it
Exactly.
up so strong here. Everything gets a buff from ADHQ, so you got to pay attention. You saw some attacks go out. More shielded.
Yep. I mean, we're nearing, and let's see, that's 18, 19, 20, 21 damage. There is lethal presented on the board right now. He does have the option to play a Solea, take something out, so isn't quite lethal, but I mean, he's very, very close. Okay.
Yeah, he had to trade into the wall breaker, but the wall breaker had armed, so the Solea also died. So once Sparkling realized that trade, just close it out. But there's the ADHQ.
There's
That's
the
what it does.
ADHQ. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Yeah, so
Yeah.
should you expect those explosive starts every time, or like I think it's actually more consistent than people might expect. That's at least
Mhm.
word on the street.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's good. I mean, the Bannerman, the double Bannerman there was for sure huge. But even
Hmm.
like the normal, you play the Crimson Fleet Machinist and stuff like that. The deck has a very good curve. It's very mid-rangey, so you don't brick too often.
Hmm.
So it
Yeah.
does well, and it excels in the matchups that Kathy sometimes is like awkward in. So that's why a
Right.
lot of people like it.
Yeah, I like it too. Like when you see the curve and there's not much answers from your opponent, like that's basically you as an ADHQ player. Like, yes, he doesn't have
Hmm.
an answer. Like, yes, he doesn't have an answer yet again. And like, I'm just gonna keep on snowballing with all these buffs, and it's even though it's kind of random, it's usually just to your favor. And I like for you guys, what's your favorite keyword that you get from ADHQ? Like, how about you, Ali? Like, what keyword are you waiting for? Like to
Oh,
get from that role.
gosh, I don't know. Shielded's fun. I enjoy Shielded.
Yeah, I'm gonna say shielded also.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
There's
of
a
course.
play that works really well. So like the Vindicator, the VRAV 4/3 vehicle, when
Mhm.
that thing gets shielded, it is not a fun matchup because you can't snitching it anymore. So it's
Mhm.
like it's guaranteed to kind
True.
of go off, and it gets very frustrating very fast.
Definitely. Yeah. And of course, that was again the fast match, one of the fast matches we've had over at this tournament. And of course, we're going to be switching over to another game. And I've heard that we have another round six match, and it's going to be Job Sad versus Dual Note. And we've seen Job Sad over at the other tournaments, or rather the other majors, and dual note as well in other tournaments as well that we have seen him over like maybe paragons. I've seen him get some championships as well. But what do you think about this matchup, guys? Can you see the decks that they're going to be playing?
Yeah, I'm taking a look now. We've got Universal on JobSat side,
Hmm.
Newdon, Earthen, and Kathy for dual note. JobSat's other two decks, sorry, are Kathy and Earthen. So pretty interesting, pretty equal. I'm excited to see JobSat play. He really shook up the scene when he came in the second major,
Yeah.
and I just like watching him play. I mean, he came on such short notice, but plays pretty well.
Yeah, I think is that right, Ali? Like the last major that we watched Job Sad play was the first one that he was able to join in, right?
I think
Yeah, I
so.
think he's
Yeah.
a fairly newer name, right?
Yeah.
Representing Devmons too. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
There you go. And just like that, we've started the match
Oh
Jobsad
my.
versus Dual Note. And it's going to be Nehemiah versus Nehemiah. And of course,
Oh.
Jobsad is touching grass. Let's go
I don't
in
get
this
paid enough
matchup.
for this
Oh, yeah.
matchup.
Here we go, Muko. Here we go. We
Uh,
lose years of our life whenever we're casted in an earthen mirror, but
Yeah. Everybody buckle your seats in, whatever. It's gonna be a long ride. Maybe we don't see double Terramech. Jobsad does have the first Terramech Shield Titan in hand, and looks like he's gonna be trying to ramp his way towards that. So, that seems like the game plan for him. Dual note, not an oh, actually he top six Steward, great start. He can no snitch also and kind of counter ramp. This is gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, for a second there, I was like, "Oh, then maybe this won't be that long," because I mean, Jobsad has the Shubi and the Shard. Like I think out ramping your Earthen opponent is pretty core here. But we saw Dual Note just top decked his own Stewie and then was able to no snitching. So I
Yeah,
don't think this is a
yeah.
clear path
And then
forward
we
anymore.
also know that JobSat is gonna play no snitching also on dual note.
Yeah.
These guys are just like, like account. You activate my trap card. Now you activate my trap card, and now we're back to square one. Um, good thing
Even
for dual
Stevens.
note is he has yeah exactly is that he has a Tioli to pair and get the caretaker out, which is at least gives him a turn. But then from there, we're in top deck city.
We are, but Jobstat's got the rummaging researcher, and I feel
Yes.
like card advantage, energy advantage, that's the
Yeah.
key here. So
He'll be able to draw off dual notes caretaker too, right? So that makes it tough. Oh my gosh, this is very tough. He just banks the Terra Glider, wants to hold on to that Terra, might be super valuable later on into
gosh,
the game.
do you like that? I mean, I love Terra is probably one of my favorite cards in the game. So but I do think that having some early or mid game power with the Terra Glider is really important sometimes. So
I think he
I'm not
feels like it's going to be weaker because he's going to be using the caretaker to attack.
yeah.
So because
Okay,
of
yeah, that
that,
makes sense. Without the allocated provisions, doesn't really
yep,
have the time to reset it quite yet. Yeah, okay. All right.
plays his own Nehemiah. We got a Earth and standoff here between the two Paragons. No defenders to like really trade. We do see a hold the line, so you could see some shenanigans with Jobsad being able to bank hold the line, play rummaging researcher, reveal hold the line, target his steward of the garden, trade into the Nehemiah, and then the other Nehemiah, his own Nehemiah, kills off the Nehemiah, and that's one Paragon down.
I
You
will
have a
say
shield
that
pod to defend your thing.
both of these players are actually playing quite quickly,
Yeah.
all things considered. So they're getting through it here. All right.
He opts to not bank the hold the line. Well, he hasn't banked yet, has he? So maybe he just goes heal relic here and
Look, we
just
haven't
accepts that
mentioned it
nobody
yet,
trades.
but the elephant in the room is that Titan
Yeah.
in Jobsad's hands. So I think that the entire game might shift once that hits the ground next turn here. Because honestly, like Dual Note doesn't have that great of a hand. I mean, it's all
hmm
right, but I suppose he can Tioli out the Terra next turn, perhaps. And
I was wondering, do you have to like formidable here for like good trades? You can
probably,
eliminate the Nehemiah this way and maybe like clear up any defenders.
yeah, I think you're right. Needs to,
It's really awkward and it gives Jobsat a ton of counters on the altar. I don't know about banking the Terra Glider here though, because like, oh, he doesn't have to. Okay, okay.
yeah.
Because then he can play it next turn with the Tioli and then just play the get to the Terra the old fashioned way.
Yeah, I mean, judging by the hand, I feel like Jobsad's got more resources, but right now there's definitely a huge advantage, being able to take out the Nehemiah first, right? Okay. Jobsad gonna get a draw off of that reveal.
Yep.
And it's very much looking like Jobsad's gonna have the card advantage here. But right now, Dual Note is presenting more pressure. So which one will win out in the end here?
I mean, eliminating Paragon's a pretty big deal, so that's not bad.
Yeah.
There is a defender lying around though. Why did he trade the O3? I don't know. Oh, because he wants
Grab.
to Terra in a few turns. So he's getting some damage on board. I
Oh.
think. That's my guess.
Hmm.
Wait, it's not even like damage units, is it? So it doesn't matter.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um.
I
So
It
not
might
sure
have
why he
might have
did
just
that.
been a
Yeah.
look, I like I said, they're
Brain
playing
fart.
fast. I think he might have
They
just
are.
been, and to be honest, like, it would die to a Spores anyway, right, at 3 in
Yep.
that position, so hopefully not the end of the world.
Well, here it comes. Here it comes.
And there is a defender already on the board, so we'll be able to pass defender off to the Terramech Shield Titan. Dun,
Yes,
dun,
this is where
dun.
it gets real tough. I mean, Duelno has no way to clear defender. He needs to like top deck a no snitching, and then he can no snitch the steward. That would save him.
Yep.
But Jobsad gonna get quick to work with all these Altar of Gaia charges that he got. He can just full clear the board.
I was waiting to see some players are incredibly reactive. Like Dual Note, he didn't flinch too hard when the Titan hit the board there. but when you see it come down, you're definitely not happy. That's for
Internally, he's
sure.
probably just like FML, FML, FML.
Oh,
This thing's
yeah.
this is where it gets tough. But that Altar of Gaia synergy is definitely hard to handle. I mean, just like that, he's gonna lose his caretaker and his Nehemiah.
I gotta be honest, Muka. I mean, unless an opposing Titan, like the lack of mana this turn because of the
Please don't.
formidable.
Oh, please don't say that. Okay, here we go. Oh, he can't
Sorry.
roll for it. He can't roll for it. He has 2 revealed. He can only roll for a 4. He just
Yeah.
concedes this game.
I respect the decision there to concede because mental energy, and I think from that point, like it wasn't gonna happen. He needed his full energy that turn to be able to like counter power play, and just wasn't gonna get there.
Guys, you got lucky. You got lucky, man.
Phew!
It's like, okay, this is gonna be a long game, and like, okay, it just got a bit shorter with that matchup, and I was excited as well, but because I thought that there was gonna be there was gonna be a big Titan that's gonna be coming out, but it was too early or too late for Dual Note right there in that matchup. And guys, man, I just got an update that we are going to be having a short break because, guys, that was a lot of matches that we've had Ali and Muka cast for round 6. But of course, we are going to be coming back after the short break. And we are back here at the Parallel Prime Championship Knockout Stages, Day 2, here with Ali and Muka. And of course, we're in like round 6 or round 7 here. And we've had some amazing performances. Especially shout out to Lambie Series getting that 6-0 here at round 6, man. Congratulations, man. You're already secured and you're just doing plus ultra right now. And there's been a lot of chatter over at the back end, of course, and over at Twitch chat, over at the community. How will tiebreakers work? And we have commissioned the specialty of Muka to explain it. Muka, can you tell us
They
how it
forced
works?
me to do it. Let's all be transparent here. They all said that you have to explain it. But okay, if you have the same score by the time all matches are done, like with the between the cutoff. So like let's assume one bracket has like 4 players with 9 points. There are 3 checks that they go through, and if a check is like tied, then they move to the next check. I just want to explain that. But if the first check kind of dictates it, then that's what it is. So the first check is game win percentage. Don't confuse that with match win percentage. So if people are 3-0ing, that is better than 3-2 or something. So game win percentage is the first check. If that matches, then they go to head win. So let's say, for example, Ali and I are in the cutoff, but I beat Ali in our matches through the round robin, then I go on ahead. That's the second check. The last check is the opponent win percentage. So how well did my opponents do? So again, there are 3 separate checks. They do not go at the same time. It is like 1 by 1 by 1. The first one is game win percentage, not match win percentage. Then head to head, who won, and then the opponent win percentage.
Okay.
And if all of those are tied, they play each other.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Great breakdown, Muka.
so it's like the last resort is gonna be like the game, but it has to go through all these checks just to break the tie, and then again, last resort is the actual game between the players. Is that right, Muka?
Yeah. Wait, repeat yourself because I was reading production.
I think yes, that
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
that was correct.
That's right. Okay, that's correct. Okay. So yeah, okay. So again, also for today, we've had a lot of matches, a lot of features, and we've seen ADHQ being featured like twice in the stream and gave us quite a show. What do you think, guys? Like, if you're going to go into Las Vegas, what's the perfect lineup that you're going to be carrying? Like, just off the bat, like if you're going to be playing, before we go into the pod review, Ali, what are you going to be bringing? Like four decks.
Look, I mean, a l- it's still a month away. A lot
Mm-hmm.
can happen in a month. And one thing that's always surprised me with competitive parallel is that there is still innovation that happens despite like crazy patches and stuff like that. So like Hacker Uni, really only came about a month ago or like somewhere in that range. And
Mm-hmm.
so I think from a conceptual standpoint, like you want to bring stuff that you're comfortable with, that you know has a high win percent. But if everybody's doing that, sometimes you really can get an edge if you find something unique that the hasn't been seen in the meta. And so, can you test it enough? Can you kind of keep it a secret enough? So you don't let people your strategy. Like I think it's honestly a little too early to tell. But I
Mm-hmm.
think at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you are practiced and comfortable with stuff that has a relatively high win rate. So
Yeah.
if that's not obvious. Okay.
Dude, I'm not gonna be asking Muka because that's a very safe answer and it's probably gonna be answering the same thing. And but of course, guys, we have some update regarding the pods here, and let's look at the brackets right now. There you go. And I think the Muka can explain this the best way that he can. Muka, can you give us a rundown of what's happened with the pods?
Yeah, we have 4 players locked in, guaranteed for Vegas. Jimon, Tice, Lamby Series, and Sequinox have gotten 5 wins so far, pretty much locking them in and getting them into Vegas. Really cool to see. Pod A still down to the wire between Very Fat Cat, Yarla, Hylas, Diardi, XC, and Jizo. The top end, Very Fat Cat, Yarla, and Hylas looking pretty competitive, but you never know. You could see XC or Jizo pull out some stops, and other people can lose in key areas. But I think it comes down to those 3. Pod B is very tight. Fino, Viper, and Brighty each with 12 points. Jason not far behind. Sparkling not far behind. And then Bullwent and Hogfax with 6. You could see some crazy things happen. I mean, because like it depends on who's winning and losing, right? Like there could be a world where all the 12 points lose, the 9 points win. Then what happens? That's where things can get crazy, and that explains Pod C perfectly, because 2 players with 12, Perp and Kintsugi, but Zelius, Zarathustra, and Penzokin all with 9 points, could literally go either way if they lose. If Perp and Kintsugi lose and all the others like win, then you have like a 4 or 5 way tie. If that can happen, that would be crazy. And then Pod C a little bit more top heavy with Sequinox locked in, Dual Note at 12, Tyler at 9, Jobsat at 9, Ganera at 6, and then Satena, Gavin, and Manos at 3. So Pod D a little bit more top heavy. Pods B and C very down to the wire. It looks like Pod A, that middle group looks like anyone could squeeze their way through.
Yeah, thank you for that recap of the pods here and the updates, and also we have some, of course, update regarding the scores right there. There are some buys for round 7, so we have not updated that over at the breakdown. So uh, keep it right here, guys, because we're gonna be updating it over as the time comes because
Yeah.
round 7 is going to be
I
here.
I do want to explain really quick too that if you
Yeah.
have a buy, it's not like Swiss. Like you're not
Yeah.
it's not like quote unquote punished because your opponent's not playing other matches. It's
Hmm.
assumed like a win for everyone else.
Yes.
So it's a bit different. It's not like you're being penalized in this one. It's not like just like an absent match that you kind of won.
Yeah. And like I was also looking at the other players who went out of the tournament, and it's that kind of an advantage for the other players in their pods, or is that just counted like another win because everyone is going to be getting a win over at their own pods? How does it work, guys?
Yeah, I mean, it can't like you're asking if like the with the people dropping, how does that
Yeah.
affect like other pods adjacent to them, or
Or
like
in the
just the
same
people in that
pods.
pod?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
same
mean, in the
pod.
same pod, it counts as a win. It just counts as a win for everybody else. So it's like as if you played a match and you won. It's not just like a that record doesn't go on to haunt you. You get the full points, right? So
Mhm,
if you had 9 points and you have a quote unquote buy this one, you now have 12 points.
mhm. Oh yeah. So that's an amazing explanation as well. And of course, for those of you who are watching, we'd like to thank one of our sponsors, Community Gaming. Before we go on to the next match, as we are waiting for the players, again, Community Gaming. If you haven't joined the tournaments or any of the previous tournaments, you have yet to be exposed to Community Gaming, because Community Gaming is the most advanced competitive gaming platform, powering over 300 tournaments per month for the top Web 2 and Web 3 games. CG has facilitated 50 plus parallel tournaments and is committed to support the growth of parallels esports scene. And of course, you can visit their website, communitygaming.io, and check out their free to enter tournaments now. Special thanks to Community Gaming for supporting this weekend's event. And guys, for the next matchup, do you have any request for our monitors on which match you would like to see for round 7?
I would love to catch some of very fat cats, maybe. I don't know if that's an
Oh, yeah.
option here, but he has been consistently one. I think actually I'd be curious to know the stats on like who has made the most top eights throughout the competitive season, and Very Fat Cat really has been up there. But I think we're going to go into a Viper Hogbacks game 3, who Viper just won the last major, also an incredible player. Same thing with Hogback. So we will tune into that.
Oh, that's gonna be an amazing match. Viper versus Hogvax. And also, like we've had some updates regarding Hogvax. He's in military service right now, so he's playing right now. If he does get into to Vegas, he has the exclusive how do you say this, pardon to get into that tournament. But you know, it's up
Pretty
to
awesome.
it's up to the last match, up to the last rounds as to how he's gonna be performing. But yeah, we'll have to see if he does get in. So, guys, if you're looking at the decks right now, what are the remaining decks that we're going to be watching?
Well, it looks like Hogbacks is up 2-1 and is left with New Dawn. And Viper still has his New Dawn as well as a Uni Juggernaut Workshop. So that is the breakdown there for the decks left. And it
Ooh,
looks like
Oh, wow.
we're
we're
pretty
deep in
well into
this.
this last game here. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Go, guys. So it's going to be Hogvax 2-1 against Viper. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, we are at a 10 energy New Dawn mirror match, which is absolutely absurd. Both players have Demo in hand. Both players have New Dawn active. Viper a bit ahead on board here, but it's going to get wiped out by a Demo. But he has his own Demo with a Wong and an Honored Steward. He gets his own Honored Steward back, it looks like from here. What? This is chaos.
Here's the thing. I'm looking at how many cards left in the deck as well as Singularity. So I think based on like a fatigue counter here, Viper might actually just be in a little bit better of a position unless Hogbacks can like apply so much pressure. But even at that point, then we have a demo, or Viper has a demo. So I am just at like first glance, I'm saying I feel like Viper is in a slightly better position here. But
I
it
could
has
see
clearly
that.
been a long game that we don't
Yeah.
know.
This is intense. Like the Ali, I mean, not many people get this far into like a New Dawn or a Shroud Mirror. What is running through your head? You mentioned fatigue damage. Is there any other key points kind of going on in this match that both players are considering right now that may not be obvious?
Yeah, I mean, I really do think fatigue is probably the biggest one based on this board state, but obviously there's the consideration of like what's in the singularity. You know, are there like it seems like Adira's probably would have come down at this point. You know, trying to find those like key power cards that could really swing the game for you. But and we can see Salvation is going to be off the top here for Viper, so that's what I would be thinking about. I'm very curious Okay, he is gonna go for the Wong. I think he can comfortably go for the Wong. Oh, yeah, and like key stealing. So basically, like disruption, high value cards, and fatigue. I feel like are at this point what you want to be thinking about.
Gotcha. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. He's already putting up a like it's like microaggressions with like board states because both sides can banish so much, right?
Hmm.
That like he's like, okay, I'm gonna build board, kill your one unit, make my units look scary. Now back to you. It almost feels like a tennis match where they're trying to like one up each other with like how crazy or how annoying the boards can be to force like the upper hand.
So we
But
could
Viper
see.
looking good ahead right now.
Yeah, we saw though that there's that Dira in Hogvax's
Ooh.
Singularity, and that's gonna, you know, look, Viper is kind of like a new Dawn Master here. I definitely liked the Wong for the pressure, but as soon as that Adira hits the board, then that's gonna steal multiple cards from Viper's deck here, kind of setting him behind. So he needs to make sure that he's keeping up the pressure. We don't see a demo in the hand now. Triumph could also do some serious work. So this is scary.
Okay, what does the Adira hit? We can't see what he can pick from, but we will be able to see what he picks.
We know it's at least a paid
A
off.
Demo.
Oh
Okay.
wow.
So just full equalization and ripping 3 cards from his deck, putting Viper to 2 cards in deck.
That's actually so nice too because the Adira gets put back in Hogvax's Singularity. So he can
Oh
do it again.
yeah. He can
See?
literally do it again. Oh my gosh.
Not that there's gonna be much, because
Yeah.
there's only a couple cards left, but that worked out really nicely for him. I think at this point then, like this is probably Hogvax's game to
I
take.
don't know. I mean, we still see a Demo in Viper's hand, right? So maybe he can just push
True.
the damage fast enough. Hogvax doesn't have a Demo in hand, so this could be a turn where Viper just goes full aggression here. Like ship honor or you can't ship an honored steward, but maybe ship scheming, place your singularity steward and buff it. Like just try to get units on board that deal damage.
I
It's
I
very
mean,
tough.
like I said, it's really just a matter of can Viper apply enough pressure before he dies to this fatigue? I mean, he's got
Yeah.
one card left. I think it's gonna be tough. Do think that going for like a scheming and
You could scheming.
stealing the triumph could be kind of cool.
Oh, he's gonna lay it all on the line. He's gonna keep the Newton out.
Oh my goodness. Is there a
He gets.
demo in
I don't know.
the
Maybe
Singularity?
not with Viper playing like this, but maybe yes.
Here's the thing, Muga,
But
I really feel like we've gotten the best bits, like,
yes.
of so these these shroud mirrors can be so intense, and it really like, the exciting part is the last, few turns of the game,
What was
and it's
last spell played from Viper though? Was it Demo? Well, what I don't know what it
um,
was because like there's a triumph. Is it Erasure? Erasure Honored Steward is a pretty strong triumph, is it not?
yeah. What is the last one? I mean, we know that a demo came from Hogvax stealing it from Viper, but alright, well, moment of truth. Okay, it was just an erasure.
Erasure Honored Steward. That's pretty big. Unfortunately, can't take out New Dawn. Honored
True.
Steward is gonna banish the ship. You erasure the Honored Steward. Yep.
Yeah, but
You
he's
get
got
another.
a demolecularized Viper himself here.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He's gonna
Oh my
snitching the other
gosh.
steward.
We see there's a scheming as the next draw for Hogvax there, so
Yeah.
I think if this surely will be the turn that Viper plays the
Yeah. Viper has the
demolecularized.
demo.
Yeah, no doubt. All right.
We have entered the fatigue zone.
Just gotta make sure you throw your ship back before you blow it up. Viper would never make that mistake. All right. Well, let's see. Okay, there's two honored stewards in Viper's hands. Like I would be trying to pull out those singularity stewards and like just trying to accrue
on snipe.
damage through those, you know?
Yeah. Ali, I have a question for you. How do you train your Newdon to snipe correctly? Because mine never snipes correctly.
Well, you have to build a relationship with it, Muka.
Ah,
Like,
yeah.
I think
Yeah.
your problem is that you don't play New Dawn enough,
I'm not
and
loyal.
it doesn't, want to respond. Like, you have to respect it, talk to it, and then it'll,
I mean, it seems
do
a
the
little
damage.
needy if you ask me. I don't know. There's a lot of
Well,
commitment being. Oh,
oh, wait,
does that do things? It
is that
burns, but both
battle? Does
people
that have
burn.
battle ready? Hold on. Hold
It
on. What
doesn't
is
have
that?
battle ready. No, I don't think he plays it. It makes
Okay.
both players bank, and if they can't bank, they take 4
Oh,
damage.
they
But
take 4 damage. Yes.
it
Yes,
could
yes, yes.
force Viper to lose, like if he's close to like the fatigue
Mhm.
to dying.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably
just
just
the
play
fact that
long
you,
pass.
called it needy, Muka, I mean, that's not a good start.
It says enough. It says enough. All right, he passes here. He doesn't. He just plays the Wong for the body.
Yeah,
Viper can answer this, but he's already in fatigue, so it's a
yeah.
little dicey.
Alright, Triumph, is there anything
Hmm.
there for the
There
last
is,
spell? I mean, it would probably be an
I think,
erasure,
erasure.
right?
It's Wong erasure.
Oh gosh, Wong would be
You just don't get anything with Wong,
yeah. Okay.
but
Oh,
you
I
like
wonder if you
re-get
should
for it.
oh, never mind. No, no.
What?
I was gonna say I said play that after the Triumph, but you can't Triumph the Triumph, so, disregard me.
Yeah.
Okay. See, there it is. Unless you wanna
Oh,
just
Wong scheming. Okay.
alright, scheming
Gets the
out
honored steward
the
back.
yeah. Look, I really think okay, here's the difference, is that Hogvax doesn't currently have a banish in the hand, but surely there's plenty in the
I
singularity.
don't know. Yeah.
Like, I think it's just gonna be this tennis match back and forth until Viper
The
eventually
Viper
just
has more
dies.
banishes tech for at least for now.
Yeah.
All right, there is an honor. There's some honors in there.
Oh, there's also an Adira still in Hogvax's singularity. So for just a little extra 2 damage push for the battle ready,
Oh,
that could be relevant as well.
he gets salvation. That's pretty big. He steals the honored steward that way.
So curious just to
Plays
like
for
read
free
Viper's mind right
also.
now. Like what's going
Yeah.
doing okay, so there is a steward, there's an erasure in Viper's list or and his deck or singularity. Okay. Man, I'd
They're
be
gonna
so
be equal
tempted.
health here, but Viper's gonna take 2 damage. Viper's gonna be at 9.
Yeah, I'd be so
And
tempted to want to push this 4 damage to the face, but that is just not gonna happen.
okay, so he is at 9. Next turn he takes 4. So that'll put him at 3. The spider drone win the game. I
He's
can't do
taking
math.
4 next turn,
He'll be
so
at 5. Yeah, yeah.
well,
Oh, and he can attack face too.
yeah, there's also the New Dawn ping.
Spider drone, I think, wins the game.
It is corrupted, so he'll
He'll
take
take 7 himself.
yep. Oh man, this is where you want to be at. You want to be careful. You don't want to accidentally miscount some damage with
Okay,
this
he's gonna
type of stuff.
scheming. He's scheming's away the spider drone, probably.
Yep. Reading it just to make sure.
Good take. Really good take.
So let's see. I mean, there's not enough to do 2 stewards this turn.
I don't know how he survives this board.
I don't think can. Because even if he trades,
Okay, steal salvation.
there.
Trades.
And we said he's taking 4, right, from the
Yeah,
next
so this is just end
2.
game.
So I think that's just game.
I mean, maybe he's hoping Hogback's trades. I mean, you gotta
Yeah.
hope, right?
You always gotta give your opponent the option to mess up.
Yeah. What do you call it if it's not the benefit of the doubt? The doubt of the benefit, so that they mess up.
Sure. The,
Oh, he just gets the Adira. Okay,
oh,
yeah. I
yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, this is game regardless. Hogvax will take the set. That's actually a pretty
Mhm.
big deal in terms of the points.
Yeah. Massive. Absolutely massive.
Oh,
Wow,
Viper
and
stays at
Viper, yeah,
12.
losing the new Dawn mirror, no less. I mean, that is, look, we came into the game already when players had, like 8 or 9 energy, so it's hard to make an assessment of the entire game. But it seemed like it was a really, really close one. I do wonder. I mean, maybe he really had to go for the Wong, but drawing deeper into the deck than the Adira stealing the last few cards, I do wonder if not going for the Wong was a better play, but maybe he just felt like he needed the pressure and more options. So
Yeah.
kind of was hard coming into it at the end there. But wow, okay,
Yeah.
Hogvax takes it.
Yeah, Hogmax does take it, and that's gotta be a kind of a blessing though. Like we getting into like the middle, or rather the 70% into the match between the new Dawn Mirror. Yes, thank you, production, for making that happen, because as I it's a long match if you do get into a control mirror, but this is the first time we've seen Viper lose to the New Dawn against another player in a mirror match. So, dude, Hogvax has the chops to win against this giant of a champion, and yeah, congrats to him for winning this matchup. And basically, it all went down to the fatigue, and I'm happy to see fatigue getting worked in, right? So amazing matchup. But yeah, this does get him another 3 points from the last time we saw him over at the pods. It was 6 points for Hogbax, getting him to 9 during this match. So another on the next pod, or not next round, it's gonna be round 7. He may still have another chance to get another 3 points, or it may up his chance to get to Las Vegas. But of course, Viper, on the other hand, has already a lot of points under his belt, as we saw a while ago. And this is going to be an amazing round 7, guys. And I'm going to be asking Muka this time, what do you want to see for round 7? What pod?
I don't. I'm just like staring at these pods because they're like
Mhm.
pod B and C. Like pod B, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 players with 12 points and 2 players with 9 points. That's like crazy. That's so close. Nobody officially locked in yet. Pod C,
Yeah.
even though Lambie's dominating and he's locked in, there's 1, 2, 3 players with 12 points, 1 player with 9 points. Again, super close. It's like it's crazy. Like when you're down to the wire and there's 1 round
Mhm.
left.
Mhm.
So I just want to know the answers. I want to know who makes it. This is kind of crazy just looking at the points through the tournament app and following along. It is crazy.
I want to know
Like,
what's going
yeah.
on through the mind of these players right now, because it's
Mhm.
like this is I would imagine that a lot of them will still go to Vegas, even if they don't quite make the top 16. But that's
Mhm.
a huge expense, make fly, especially if you're from out of the country. So there's so much riding on this, and the notion of like being, the first ever parallel world champion. Like I
Mhm.
just wonder how many of them are keeping their cool in these matches, staying level headed, focused on the match, or how
Mhm.
how much of that is like entering their headspace when they're playing each other right now.
Yeah, and dude, like they're like how do you say this? In a sense, esports definitely is a sport because of all the endurance and the stamina that you need to get into these matches, man. Like it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of your energy to get in like that correct headspace to compete at a very high level. And Ali and Muka, I've been updated that we're going to be getting into a Lambi versus Perp. And the story here is Lambie is the gatekeeper of Perp right now. So let's get into the action right now. It's gonna be Lambie versus Perp already at game one and right in the middle of it. Let's get into the action with Ali and Muka.
And I just want to say I'm so happy for Lambie doing really well. I mean, his story with Parallel is so genuine. You know, he was one of the first influencers in the Creator Invitational, and then just genuinely loved and took to the game, and you know was gonna play it despite any audience, pushback or whatever. And look at him; he's undefeated in these knockout rounds, on the way to becoming world champion if he can do it. I mean, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is a crazy game to get your bearings on. Core versus Earthen, which normally favors the Core because of like the anti-organic pulse and stuff, but Lambie seems to be unloading a barrage of units with this board. Like this is crazy. Like I just saw him draw twice off rummaging. He's got 2 Altar of Gaias on board. Nehemiah on board. Like I don't know how he got here, but this is like super intense.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think that there might be just lethal. No, I mean, I think it's like, so yeah,
With
you just
no
heal that up.
snitching, I think so.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That
5,
is
10, 17, 21. Ooh, are we one off?
okay.
Maybe one off lethal?
It might be one. Yeah, 21 with the no snitching. Hard to not just put him to one.
Yeah, you definitely put him to 1, but just needs a formidable then maybe to close it out.
Looks like there is a kill switch on that 2-3. But
Yeah, but he
wow,
still
what a
has
game
shield pod to prevent death. He'd have to like play an artillery juggernaut sacrifice. Look at all these munition ones going in there. Oh my god. Okay, that is
Okay.
scary. If you're gonna get put to 1 life and you see those, oh, what the heck was that?
Yeah.
That's a bit crazy.
Surely one of them will will hit, right? I just put him to one, hope for the best. But despite that, I mean, actually, we can't really see Perp's hand right now. We
Not
don't
yet.
have.
Yeah, we don't
We
know
don't.
what's going on with his hand. He's trading here actually, instead of
Mm,
going to end it. There we go. We have Perp's hand. Tioli and rummaging, not that great.
okay.
Okay, Nehemiah's passing defender.
Guess I'm a little surprised that it wasn't just put to one, but I suppose Core is kind of like, if you leave them with units, they have more options, right? With upgrades and
Yeah.
things like that. So
I think he wanted to avoid like personal SMR, hitting an upcycled. Oh, okay. That would have been,
oh,
if this hits face, that could have been lethal.
yep.
I just want to see. I know. Okay.
Okay.
But personal SMR, maybe rolling into an upcycled like AOP kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because he could have self-killed his mechanic with the token coming out next turn. So I guess that it's just more safe than sorry.
This is
He's
actually a
already looking
pretty
really good.
crazy board state for both of them just being on energy 6. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, this feels like it's like super late in the game. There's only so much Perp's going to be able to do to handle this board here. And
Yeah.
Lambie picked up a no snitching, which is super clutch. There's another Juggernaut coming out at the end of Perp's turn here. But if he goes for the defense Juggernaut, Lambie's got a no snitching for it.
Yeah, there was that ambush clause, by the way, but he opted not to actually use it. We mentioned that a bit yesterday that Perp was playing an ambush claw Core. Lambie just drawing everything. He's almost
Mhm.
icing Perp out of his own turn by just like chaining supply caches.
Yep.
Like, wait for me. That shield
And
pod is like such a pain. I mean, I don't know if it really solves anything, but if he did roll into an upcycle, there's nothing to suicide into.
yep. Very true.
You would need no shield pod, being able to swing into like the 4-5 or the 4-3, and then like self ping with the Juggernaut, which is not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't, with only 3 energy left, I don't really think there's much that can be done here for Perp. I think this is this is it.
Yeah, I think so. But he's just gonna roll his SMR and see what happens.
Is there any upgrade that is a difference? I
Maybe the
don't.
formidable to give defender again. Okay, there he gets it. Formidable
Okay.
plating. I still don't know if that's enough.
Well, let's see. There's one no snitching, and then how 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's
It's
plenty.
still game. Yeah.
Well, that's the first game of the series here. The Gatekeeper Lambie series for Perp.
On fire. Absolutely on fire so far. This is their first game though. But let me look at this Augencore list. A bit different than what we're seeing the other Augencore players because this is an ambush clause version. So it's not heavy on the kill switches. There's only one. Not heavy on the Grauls. There's 0. So a different feeling that what we've seen so far.
Yeah, ambush cause, you're saying that it winds up chaining damage, right? And when it's upgraded, it's revealed from the bank. You may create and play a copy of it as if it were in your hand. So, and then when it's concealed, it gets an extra damage.
It gets an extra damage. Then when you reveal it again, it's giving like +2. Then you conceal it. Next time you play it, +3. So like you can stack up the attacks with multiple copies, but it's a bit slower and it's less controlling. It's a different feeling. Lambie
Kind of
just going
reminds me
all
of
out
like
here with the Terra.
Memento the Fallen a little bit. It looks like a
Yeah,
different
it's kind of
version
that
of it.
vibe. Yep.
All right. Now, Lambie's just closing out the last bit of this game here.
Yeah. Leaving no stone unturned, whipping out the Terra on a massive board. Yeah, that's gonna lock down a win for sure.
You know, I just want to say that we've been sort of questioning Neve, okay? But
Yeah.
Lambie brought Neve, and he is undefeated. So,
Yeah,
Oh,
I want to
yeah.
say the players that have brought Neve, there's only 3, but they've all been doing pretty well. Brighty, Lambie, and Jason.
Jason, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. Really good. Like, of course, for this matchup between Lambie and Perp, currently, guys, 6-0 for Lambie. So this is basically, we're saying that Perp is actually gatekeeping Lambie from a perfect run. And Lambie is gatekeeping Perp from getting more points and securing his spot.
I mean,
So,
if Perp wins this, he's locked. I'm pretty sure he's
yeah,
locked. So
yeah.
it's a
Wow.
lot on the line for him.
Yeah, a lot on the line indeed. And there's also going to be the remaining decks that are going to be coming from each player. Again, still both of them have banned Skippy, and all we have seen already Lambie winning with the Nehemiah deck. So again, we have Neve and the workshop, the Universal Workshop, left for Lambie series, and from Perp, it's going to be Kathy, New Dawn, and this classic Ogencore deck that he just played. So, what do you think? What do you think? Should Perp switch or maintain this lineup, Ali?
think he could maintain it. I'm just looking at the lineup right now, and it's actually very different. So, Lambie choosing to not bring Kathy and Earthen instead, Perp going with the um ambush clause version of Augencore, while Lambie picked the uni. I feel like that decision is a really interesting one, the uni versus like the more traditional Augencore. I would love to see at the end of this tournament like the which one performed better, because that seemed like it would probably have been one of the biggest decisions
Yeah,
there. And then Nudon versus Neve, like it's vastly different. And so yeah, I think Perp can absolutely run the Augencore back. Again, Conquest, got to win with all your decks. But, I would probably hope to snipe Lambie's Neve with Kathy, because that's always a
yeah,
bit tough, right, of a matchup. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they pick their next decks here.
yeah. And going back to the question a while ago of Muka, like how do you train your new Dawn? I have to answer, Muka. One, Ali was correct. You have to like play New Dawn more, and you have to talk and like bond with it, right?
Mhm.
I have to
And
talk to New Dawn.
yeah, you have to say, hit this, hit
Oh no, I
this
do
unit.
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I do that. Yeah.
And then
You
you
gotta
have to have like the dark repose on hand. So it worked. Yeah, it has to be a combo meal
Oh, I
sort
have to
of.
have Dark Repose in my hand also.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm getting the recipe. I'm right. I'm getting the
Yeah.
recipe. 3 copies of
Yeah.
Dark Repose in my deck just to because I'm missing the on the affection side. Ali told me, so I need to make up for that somehow.
Yes.
Yes. And with that, we're going to be having the Neve deck of Lambi series versus the Kathy Markolian deck of Perp, with Lambi leading one. Let's see how well they perform since Perp needs this win to pass to Las Vegas. Let's leave it to Ali and Muka to cast this match.
Yeah, so here we see Perp changing the next deck, right? Probably was anticipating that Lambie was going to queue up the Neve. And as I said prior to this, Kathy being, one of the best matchups into the Neve because of the damage and, the Dominion doing self damage is always a nice thing for the Markolian to see. So I think this was a good choice for Perp to queue up.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup is pretty scary for Neve. Neve might be. I mean, Brand is normally considered the Paragon that's like has the best matchup into the Marco, but Neve's not that far behind. Like a Steward that can get buffed, like a Runaway Steward is really strong. More unit centric can put in good work. Like we see the rummaging and stuff. The only hope for Lambie here is that he doesn't brick on a turn 2 because we know Perp's not. His hand is exceptionally
Gas.
strong. Yeah.
It's gas with all the one drops, and he's got the Lord Harp, which is so brutal in shutting the Neve and other shrouds down. So, and the card draw. So he's got the card advantage. I think this is probably Perp's game to win, but we'll see how it lines up here.
Yeah. Strong start with the Fleet Machinist into the Bloodhound transport. Now Lambie draws into a Void Trapper. So that's a good one. He's going to opt to just skip the turn 1. Which he did anyways. He's going to go for the Void Trapper. A good card overall. Can help him get some resources. He has Rummaging next turn or Erasure. Not that bad. We see Perp draw into the Bannerman and PS8 though, so he can do that to get rid of the Void Trapper. Maybe just give a Bloodhound. Just take that one for free.
Yeah. No, definitely good decision, I think, to not play the Steward, respecting the no snitching. Wound up getting lucky with the Void Trapper, but we see here that it's going to get answered pretty easily. The decision also, could be getting the Harf down, but I feel like this, getting that Bannerman going is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is good. I mean, like from Perp side, I really like the play. I mean, even a buffed up Elvaro next turn or Elvaro into a buffed up Fleet Machinist is really strong here. Rummaging
Going
is
with
good because it's a stable body, but not giving too much pressure.
going with the Researcher. Are we going to see a no snitching on this Bannerman to slow down
Yeah,
the
probably.
damage?
I think so.
Yep. Choose to go for it. Well, I will say the Adira and the Triumph, not the worst to have eventually.
Yeah.
It would be really nice to pick up perhaps like a Singularity Steward combo with one of these erasures for next turn. That would probably be ideal. But we'll see if that winds up happening.
I think we see a buff Tarf.
Yeah, I think that the sooner when your Shroud opponent has less options in their energy, right? The sooner you get the Harf down, it's like more impactful. So I
Yeah.
definitely like
And
prioritizing
it's a magnet
forcing
too,
him.
right?
Yeah, forcing him to answer
Just
it.
Perp just squeeze in more damage through.
I think we're gonna have to see this Harf get answered with an erasure. Maybe a life siphon pickup to eat something else. Oh, yep. Hmm. Well, if he wants the option of playing the Triumph next turn, he has to get rid of the Harf now.
You can life
So
siphon for free too after the Harf is dealt with. That helps a little bit.
exactly. Yep.
seeing if Perp's maybe away from his computer, is making him
Mhm.
decide. You gonna let this one through or not?
The knockout rounds for the world championship, doubtful. Very doubtful indeed.
Holds on to the siphon.
Interesting.
He
Why
doesn't
do you
see any,
suppose?
probably like no target worth it in his eyes yet.
Mhm. Yeah. Let's see. So what was the last? Well, we'll see. So that are there any vehicles in Lambie's deck here? I mean, he's probably going to play another unit, the 3, so it won't be relevant for the triumph. But let's see, is no glaive. I think that Lambie's just probably thinking, where the heck are my dominions?
Yeah. Perp doing a good job of trying to outscale the Dominions, though. Starting now, you can see it with that last turn. He's just poking. Just gonna keep poking.
Kathy having not hit the board yet. Ooh, that Catherine's rallying cry is a pretty nice. If there were to be a Dominion to hit the board right now, the rallying cry would be a nice little
Yeah.
refill. But yeah, wow, this is unfortunate. I really would love to erasure the Vindicator, but there's nothing else you can do with the turn, fortunately,
It's really tough. Dude,
other than the
okay.
life siphon. But
Yeah, life siphon. All right, here
yeah,
we go. YOLO Adira.
I like it. I feel like it's too slow just to spend the turn erasuring the Vindicator. I
Yeah.
think you have to go for something crazy
What
here.
does he hit? He hits a volley, but I don't know if that's
Ooh.
enough. He needs to Wong into a Dominion, I think. Because the volley is like, what, 2 damage? That doesn't really do much. Oh, no Dominion in sight.
I don't know. Was it um
Was
how
it
what could he
volley?
have done with the volley? I mean, he could have
It kills like Bloodhound Transport and Fleet Machinist. That's it.
yeah, not enough. Definitely not enough.
Mm-mm. I mean, he could also trade into Bannerman. So maybe
Mm.
it would leave him with a Bloodhound and a it would leave him with a Bloodhound and a one and a VRAV. So that's
Mhm.
not, maybe that's not that bad. I mean, 2 units and versus 2 units, you would have an Adira and a Rummaging.
Yeah,
No,
here's the thing though.
you would just have a Rummaging because you wouldn't even have Wong on board.
Yeah, look, the Wong now gives him more options. Also, I don't want to discount the body too. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we got 6, 7, 8 damage on the board here. I mean, still 18 is enough to work with. You know, game's
Yep.
not over yet, and now Lambie has more of a semblance of a board and gets deeper to finding more resources. So no, it was very tempting to consider the volley play, but I think this was correct.
Yeah, I can agree.
It's a shame that there's not really a great way to pull the volley out of the singularity, because that would be very convenient for Lambie.
All right, another Alvaro on board. Maybe, yeah, just getting 2 of them, maybe. I mean, it's very obvious that Perp is not trading anytime soon.
No.
He's just
Uh,
gonna play it.
yeah, I think so, right? Okay, access to 6 energy next turn. There are 2 Tiolis in the hand, but with the Alvaros on the board, that is sort of terrifying.
He trades the VRAV to kill off the Wong. So now both his Alvaros are safe.
Mm-hmm. I think I
Oh,
respect that play for sure. Oh my
no
gosh, Mocha.
Dominion.
No Dominion in sight. It's so true. I mean, you can Honored Steward the 3/4 interrogator, you know, sort of get that out of the way. Uh, but and then I guess you probably want to Erasure, but you don't want to take 6 damage from casting the Tioli and the Erasure on the second one. And unfortunately, there's not enough. Like there's the embedded agent, but there's no other like units really to just sort of slap down and build up your own board here.
Okay,
Okay.
6 damage on board now.
Oof, expertise.
That's 10 damage on board. Just play Kathy this turn.
Yeah, seems like a reasonable time to get Kathy down. I probably would want to hold on to the expertise.
Yeah, you probably bank the VRAV.
Yeah. Also, just like killing the steward brings back the other Pharaoh.
Yeah, and you just trade your slinger into the agent, and you play Kathy.
I mean, look, if Kathy goes face, you've got it next turn.
Yeah.
So. Oh, is he gonna? Oh,
He's gonna
wow.
expertise out says Elvaro.
Oh. Okay. Yep.
Okay, that's the play.
Clean.
Once again, threatening Lambie.
Yeah, you're just stuck between a rock and a hard place because now you can't even play Dominion because Kathy just kills you.
Mm-hmm.
So
He does have double banish. Honored Steward Erasure. You had 6 though.
So let's see. Honored Steward 1, and then you erasure the other. So then, yeah, you're down to 6. And
Kathy, I mean, the board hits for 3. It's tough. Kathy has
I
like
mean,
a
this
33%.
is what we expect to happen, right, in this matchup. So this is, hopefully not taxing Lambie too hard. We'll see if there's any way he can crawl back into this, but I think you sort of just have to accept that this is such a bad matchup for the Neve and then sort of go next and not let it get you down too much. But if Kathy just like hits really poorly and Lambie has a Tioli to get Neve out next turn, like there
Yeah.
is actually a world where maybe
This turn matters a lot where
for
Kathy
sure.
goes. I mean, like it's either game or it could be full turnaround, like you're saying.
Oof, I wonder. Okay, yeah. Oh, bring back the Molly a heal. Please. No, I like the
This is
decision to
it.
go face there. You don't want to like give it double attack, right? Because then they could just trade away the researcher, and then the Kathy has more consistency to go face.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, new question. Do you... Okay, he's doing it. Slinger, do you slinger the rummaging, run into it, so Kathy has a 50% to win over 33%?
Yes, you do. I mean, there's really no. I mean, I guess the downside is you aren't pushing the extra damage, but I mean, I think you take that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You definitely take that. And is it really a 50-50? Doesn't Kathy just kind of always go face? I feel like it's almost guaranteed. Okay. And I've forgotten what's in that honored steward there. Maybe it's a interrogator. So
It
even if
is, I
Kathy,
think.
yeah.
Here we go.
And what's it gonna be?
It
See?
takes the game. Look at Perp. He's the relief. He just walks away.
It's
1-1.
not it was 100%.
Right.
Let's be
Is it
real.
1-1?
Let's be real.
1-1. Yeah, 1-1.
1-1.
Yeah, time and time again, of course, Neve usually just loses to to Marcoli and Cathy. But I was looking at the plays of Lambie. It was very, very careful, but still no Neve's Dominion inside for a long time, which would have helped early into the round just to get that board up. But yeah, I mean that's already 1-1. Just got some updates as well, guys. What do you think about this sentence? If Zelly wins, there is a guaranteed four-way tie in that pod, and if Kinsugi wins, he's guaranteed to Vegas, and Zelly is out. And this is the matchup with Kintsugi versus Ellie in a 2-0 lead. What do you think about that pod? Oh wait,
The Zelly
update!
did win.
Oh yeah! Oh
Oh,
wow!
wow.
What an update! Oh wow! 3-0.
So now
So
you
that
said
what
there's
does
a
it mean?
four-way tie between that
Yeah,
pod?
yeah, that pod, yeah. Oh, okay, okay.
How
So
far
it
does it
has to.
go? Like, did we do the tiebreaker math?
I don't know, man. We have to get the updates from our marshals here on how it's gonna be going because they have to go through the paces, right? They have to go through the paces how it's gonna be
Yeah.
going. Yeah, four-way tie, but Perv is in that pod too. Okay, so let's go forward with this matchup because this is gonna be going again with the match of Perp and Lambie series, guys. Perp and Lambie series here with the 1-1 gatekeeping, of course, for Perp's higher chance of getting into Las Vegas Lambie series on the brink of possibly getting a 7-0 run. So type it in the chat who you think will be winning this matchup. But with the remaining decks, what do you think should they line up with, Muka?
Um, Perp has New Dawn and Augencore versus Universal and Neve. Maybe just I think New Dawn fares pretty well into both of those. So maybe just lock in the New Dawn and then you hope the Augencore can take out a Neve because it's not as good into Uni. He locks in the Augencore. Augencore
Oh,
versus Uni.
yep. This is going to be an interesting matchup because the Algencar Classic versus Universal Workshop. It's going to be, again, 1-1 between Perp and Lambie series. Let's get into the action right now with Ali and Muka.
Luca, how would you call this matchup? Would you say it's a fairly even Stevens matchup, or is there a clear
Normal Augencore is kinda Universal favored.
okay.
But this is ambush clause, so he could technically make units bigger than Ingrid to steal.
Ooh. Okay. I'm actually quite excited to see the ambush clause at work because I have not seen
Yeah,
Perp
I mean
play it yet.
you'll be able to see it right away. He can get it in action by turn 2, at least the first reveal with the rummaging. Because he is going second, he can bank, ambush, play allocated next turn. Tioli into rummaging, and reveal the ambush claw. It won't like proc, but it'll gain the attack. So when the second rummaging comes, he can start putting it on.
Awesome.
What a great flow for his hand. Tioli rummaging into mechanic.
That being said, Lambie does have the hacker.
He does.
He's got it ready to go in a couple of turns here. So this actually is probably shaping up to be a pretty interesting one.
Yeah.
I love that Perp is so innovative with his decks. He's been this way throughout the entire season, bringing the spice, doing really well with it. It's really, really cool to see.
I want to see. I mean, we'll be able to start seeing it in action, which is the really cool part. He could have even played a second Tioli here to get the ambush claw online. It does cost 1, so you won't be able to like activate it.
Mm-hmm.
But he does get the reveal and then the conceal, so it'll be +2/+0 the next time it gets revealed.
The deck feels like it flows. Like there's one part of me is like, is this too gimmicky? You know, is it fringe? Is it not going to line up in the way that it should? But with the allocated provisions, like and the researchers, the clause, like
Yeah.
it feels cohesive, right?
I've
Like
played it and it works. Like it does
okay,
what it's supposed to do. It's just a little slower.
mm,
So that's the trade-off. So against like the fast decks doesn't always work, but against Universal it could be fine. It's a give or take. Like if you get hit hard by the the high rolly nature of the hacker Universal deck, it doesn't matter. But if you can get some time and start to reveal, attach, then it becomes a
right.
problem really fast.
Yeah, it might just be that it works well as a tournament deck, right? Because if you're trying to queue this up on ladder, you're going to play, a lot of Sipiuses and
Hmm.
Cathys and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
uh, it might be that it actually works really well in this type of format.
for sure. Lambie setting. He's like piling on the draw cards. He did the Cunning Diplomat, now Drone Printer. He won't draw this turn, but he'll draw next turn with the Hacker. So it's lining up pretty well here.
I love the intensity. You can tell when the players are looking at their opponent's deck list on the side, and he's
Yeah.
just like going through everything, accounting for as much as he possibly can.
Yeah. Seeing a Hacker into a Desmond is terrifying.
Oof, that is terrifying. And with the drone printer engine going, being able to draw the cards. And actually, it's really nice because the Juggernaut token will be coming out at the end of next turn,
Yep.
setting up a draw. So that's good.
Yeah, I'll be able to draw 2 off the Hacker play, which is really good. You're going to see here Tioli either into Mechanic or into Rummaging to start doing. He's going to do the Mechanic here for the extra unit. So you can start attacking more, go a little bit more aggressive. Then you'll start probably seeing the Ambush Claw. Hits a kill switch. That's a good hit.
Ooh. I definitely like getting the Juggernaut online faster. I feel like the early pressure is super relevant.
Yep.
5/5 armed is awesome. So
Yeah, draws into the armored support vehicle, which pairs with like Rummaging and the Ambush Claws also. So it'll take a little bit for the engine to go online, but I'm sure we'll start seeing it soon. Hacker going out, and then you'll see a token coming out from Lambie and a draw 2. He's just trying to decide, does he trade with this Slinger into this Mechanic or not, I assume is the question.
oh, that's tough. That 5/5 armed into the Hacker is so clean. I know there's a Cunning Diplomat on the board, but it looks like he's gonna opt to go for a defense Juggernaut. Yeah.
Yep. And 2 defenders is nice. And he draws 2 here, one from the drone printer and one there, so you get a cheap Rummaging.
It's might be relevant that Perp also is running the Asmancers too. So that is, going to be able to shut down a lady if need be.
Timing is really tough though with those Miasmancers and shutting
Yeah.
down the ladies.
Is that an upcycled tech on the
It is.
That is a beautiful
Yeah, perfect
Perp
loop.
Yeah, wow. All right, the kill switch being on the board is pretty relevant here. Just calculating the best way to get through this. There hasn't really been anything too crazy that has been banked so far for the upcycle technology.
Yeah.
But having
Nothing yet.
having units on the board to have that in your back pocket definitely is nice though.
Yep. And he'll be able to trade how he wants to with this Miasmancer out, killing the Hacker, just dodging that defender for now. I think maybe just using his energy, killing the Gunslinger to just save the Miasmancer.
Sure. Looks good.
Yep. Full clean trading. Still maintains his kill switch. Lambie, though, could have an explosive turn with this Desmond if he chooses to. It's a little bit on the line, so it looks like he's just going to opt for the draw from the drone printer first. Yeah, he's turboing this game.
PS8 looking really nice, being able to answer the armed Juggernaut there.
Yep.
Very clean. And the Gunslinger. Actually, I was getting a little stressed for Lambie there, but I feel like he's gonna be able to recover well this turn. And then it'll lead into an explosive Desmond turn eventually here. He'll get multiple draws with the Researcher and the Cunning Diplomat, so it's looking pretty solid. Interesting decision to go for the bank on the Saboteur as well. I mean, it's expensive, but I mean, how scared is he of the allocated provisions? Not sure, but he probably just is thinking he won't have the chance to it's too slow to snipe it down with the Saboteur.
There you go. First ambush clause on the board, but you see it does have the +2.
There it is.
He's going to conceal it right back up after he draws. Getting a second AOP.
2 AOPs, pretty nice.
Yep.
There's not a ton of upgrades in the... Actually, there's probably like no upgrades in the uni deck or very little. We'll have to check the list, but those will be useful AOPs.
This one's a
Yeah.
little bit more standard with the upgrades aside from the ambush clause. So yeah, not a lot. There's 2 upcycled, 1 kill switch, and 3 ambush clause.
And the only upgrade Lambie has is Memento of the Fallen. So
Yeah.
let's see. Okay. Is this it? I think this is
This is the
it.
turn.
Yeah.
We go for it.
Yep.
Gonna be a pretty explosive turn. Desmond, Cunning Diplomat free, draw 1. Wall, okay. Look at that clap.
Oh,
Here we go. Classic Lambie in full effect here.
clap. Let's go. Yeah,
All right,
I think you just
0 cost
lay it down.
Wong. I can draw
Okay.
again with rummaging.
Honestly, a full
+3.
3, that's pretty good.
How ungreedy is this Wong? Okay, a little greedy.
Too greedy.
All right, draw again with rummaging.
Yeah.
You might
think
run out of
so.
time more than anything. There's Gunslinger to clear up a little bit.
Without this AOP being able to hit the board, hang on a second. Did Perp bank the upcycled? He must have, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So, little bit, honestly, that might have been a mistake.
It could be,
Like,
yeah, for sure.
especially seeing the AOP in the hand, unless you
Yeah.
felt like the full board was going to get cleared, but like this crazy turn.
He probably
with-
held multiple in case he gets Ingrided, he can discard just 1.
Mm,
But like it's the same thing with upcycled, so I don't know.
any reason not to play a researcher? I mean, I would.
Not sure. Oh yeah, doesn't keep going with the researchers. Interesting. Maybe somewhat scared of AOP. Does this snipe the gunslinger? No.
Nope. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. He's probably just trying to space out the threats, but you could get to more threats though to lay them down the next turn if you just throw it out. But
Yeah.
obviously, laying 2 researchers down with each other is very nice, right? Because they get extra draws. So maybe he's just waiting for it for next turn.
Yeah. Gonna play an MTAV here with a roll, an overclock roll. I think it attacks the Desmond. Oh, it hits an ambush claw, like a random ambush claw.
Ooh,
Does hit the
okay.
Desmond. And he can ping away Desmond.
Wow.
Pretty good. Pretty good
Not
turn.
too bad.
Yeah.
Lambie still has a lot of options. Juggernaut is going to pop out at the end of the next turn. This researcher still only costs 2.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, okay. Nice snitching. Man, I would love to punch this 7 damage to the face, but I'm like scared of this ambush deck. I feel like the value could really stack over time.
Yeah.
And if I was Lambie, I'd probably be wanting to end it as fast as possible. But
Well, 2 rummagings are gone. That's a good thing for Lambie so far. He does have the Jan's Provisioner. Those could also reveal and stack up the ambush clause. Lambie's still digging.
okay, are we gonna see a trade probably on that 5/6? Very likely.
Yeah,
Actually,
I think so.
I don't know. I would be wanting to limit the draws for Perp, like potentially answering his researcher.
He snitched it.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. He did
Yeah.
snitch it. Okay.
Oh, he does have a Tioli, so maybe a paid off for a solitary. Solitary would be really good here. I don't think
Yeah.
we've seen this in tournament play yet, but I really like solitary confinement. A lot of players are putting it in their decks. Um, it's a 4 cost that target unit goes into the deck, the player's deck. So it lets you get rid of. It's the new like get rid of Paragon card.
Mm-hmm. Hey, look, I think there's a ton of value in just having a single target, kill spell, at least like one
Mhm.
of them in the deck, right?
Yep. All right, here we go. There's the lady. 3
Okay.
cost.
I feel like I see Ingrid at 3 the most. I feel like
Yeah.
Ingrid and 3 are a good match. Okay.
The memento is a big deal because you can't full AOP clear now.
True. Yeah, with the Tioli, that would have been an option. Yeah, really smart, I think, to get the memento developed last turn.
Okay, Perp rolling with the overclock on the mechanic. What do we get?
What's it gonna be?
It's a copy, so nothing.
Instant
Instant
replicator.
replicator.
Okay.
Oh, memento. Copy's
Yeah,
memento.
that's huge.
Yeah, I forgot you can use it on your opponent's cards. And it gets the same amount of charges.
Oh wow. Yeah. Oh, but Ingrid, easy steal.
Yeah, if Ingrid steals the memento, that's massive, and it will. There's nothing he can do to stop that. Stealing mementos is really big. He's gonna have to put the ambush clause. Okay, he'd have to put it on the mechanic to save it. That was the only way. And he has to
Wow.
bank in AOP. Like, yeah, missing that upcycle is definitely hurting, I think.
Yeah.
And even like putting upcycled, it's not that good in this matchup because Ingrid can steal the unit with upcycled too. Not a lot of Agincourt cards have the attack that can get you kind of through that. Um, that's why the ambush claws help because they let you get over the attack of Ingrid, so Ingrid can't steal it. But it just doesn't seem like Perp's been able to do it so far. He might not even bank this turn. No, he's gonna bank.
Yeah, because the mechanic would have only been at 5, right? With the one memento. I mean, I just don't see when this Ingrid comes down. Oh wow. Oh wow.
Just a
And
flat
Freitas
8.
hits the board as well. I mean, with 2 units from Lambie here having upgrades on them, both of them being mementos, I just don't see a world where Perp recovers from this point.
Yeah. Forcing him to discard while also having a Hearth too is brutal. Can no
Absolutely brutal.
AOP.
Clean. Super clean. I think Perp might just top right in that moment right there. But oh my gosh.
Another Hearth. That thing's never getting played.
Uh, yeah, I think do we see him just go for a paid off here just to, take away any
Steal the Sestamir or something?
yeah.
He could.
I think if you just lock Perp out,
Yeah.
I mean he's probably going to win no matter what, but let's see.
He's gonna play another unit. Inspiring teacher.
Yeah, I don't think it honestly even matters what you do there. Lambie has got this in the bag, but I think I might have gone for the paid off just in case,
Mm-hmm.
just to lock it out. Okay, well, Wong's a card.
This is tough. Like I said, like the ambush takes some time to get into effect. He wasn't able to draw any of his activators, like the Yon's Provisioners, early. It was all on the Rummagings, which don't let you activate it every turn. Other that says Sestamir, one card off.
Yeah. I mean, that was tough, but I do think that banking the upcycle technology in the early turns there, like there were
Fair.
2 AOPs and 2 units, I believe, on the board after that bank that could have. I do believe that Lambie had gotten a memento down, but it would have cleaned up a lot of the rest of the board. So I think that might have been a slight mishap on Perp's part. But either way, I think this was going to be really difficult, no matter how you swung it.
Mm-hmm. All right, Lambie doing the math, but with Freitas with that many stuff on board, I'm pretty sure this is said and done.
Pretty sure it's like almost exact if you just PS8 deal the 4 and then you give the +4. I think it might be 22. Have to count it again. Yeah, I'm counting 22.
Yeah, what a great performance from the uni here for Lambie. That'll get him the win. And Perp needs to get past what, Neve? No. What Neve
Yep.
to make it. So that's gonna be it's doable. Agincourt can do it. Agincourt can win against Neve with the turrets and stuff. And then New Dawn is kind of favored, so there is a chance that Perp can still come back from this. But this game is said and done for sure. And Lambie gets 2 chances at Neve, one of his best performing decks.
Oh yeah, there's no snitching even to get through this. This
Yeah.
was well over lethal.
He
Nicely
drew
done,
it from
Lambie.
the Freitas, draw 4. But yeah, very
Yeah,
clean
yeah.
and done. Lambie 1 game away from a perfect tournament.
I mean, I'd probably
Mm.
won it for the title, but like, are you, I know Muka cringes whenever we bring up the curse, but going into the world championship, having the perfect record, like I might want to just in case it's real, not win this series.
Maybe, yeah. But he's not going to make it easy for Perp.
No.
Yeah. When Lambo for Lambie series. And yeah, I mean that's definitely a great display of Lambie luck right there. And you can see that he's just putting that Ogun core, classic Ogun core to work. And I love the play that he had with the Harf into Ingrid and then to Harf again. It's like, dude, that's a total lockout right there. No
Yeah.
AOP on inside.
Yeah.
Not even anything could bring that out. But yeah, that was already 2-1 between Lambie and Perp. And what's left is going to be the Neve from Lambie. And of course, Perp can switch either to New Dawn or just maintain that Ogun core deck that he's playing. But of course, this is going to be again still on round 7, guys. For any of you who are watching, we're watching Perp versus Lambie series. There are other games that are still ongoing over at the last round. And again, top 16 already. Some players have been locked in, and we're waiting to see if Lambie is going to be getting a 7-0, or is
Yeah.
Perp going to be having a better chance at the top 16.
Al,
What
you
do
were
think,
talking
guys?
about a perfect setup, by the way. Tice is 6-1.
Wow.
Wow.
So there's your setup for Worlds.
I am just so stoked for Tice. I really am. Because I feel like it's been the last couple months where he's like really, I mean, he's been playing parallel for like a lot throughout the year, but really when crunch time coming for this world championship, like he got in through the last chance qualifier, like we're really seeing Tice like go full send on
Yeah.
parallel, and it's
Yeah.
he's doing an amazing job. So it's pretty cool to see.
It looks like Dice is gonna be starting like, okay, I'm starting my regular content journey with a win into Las Vegas. I want to see that happen. Like that's gonna be such a dream to watch as well. But of course, I mean, there's a lot here over at the points that we're seeing, but we're gonna be surprising you with the pod update a bit later. For our chat as well. Thank you for keeping it here and watching the last moments. Already 111 viewers from my perspective. Yeah, that's very parallel. Like 111.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
Tis
But
blessed.
it is definitely a bless. But of course, what do you think? Should there be a switch for Perp? Or will we just maintain this and just wait for a possible shroud mirror in case Car pops off? What do you think, guys?
I mean, Shroud has banishes, which are good against upgrades, right? So that might be something to consider. New Dawn, I think the New Dawn Neve can really go either way. Like New Dawn is more control, but I do think that Neve can apply the pressure. And if you snipe the demos, into that turn 9 Neve, or you get it out sooner because you've got, a shard or a couple Tiolis, like sometimes New Dawn can struggle there. So I think it could absolutely go either way, and I might just swap on the New Dawn to try and combat the Neve.
You know, Ali, I'm gonna be sharing something with you regarding the stabilized shard play. I got into a stabilized shard play two straight turns. The opponent just did. I just played a treacherous scheming and then the shard, and then they got my shard. They got my treacherous scheming. Next turn, same triumph of the lost. Another shard, another treacherous scheming. It's a nightmare to see. But of course, let's see this next match: Perp versus Lambi series. It's gonna be Neve versus Ogenkor, the workshop classic workshop deck that is gonna be carrying. And let's see if Lambi takes it home with a 7-0, or Per will he be getting another chance to get more points. Let's listen to Lambi. Let's listen to Ali and Buka.
Yeah, I would love to see the perps deck here kind of pop off with John's tactical provisioner, as you were mentioning, Muka, just to sort of see the engine to its full capacity.
Yeah, interesting that Lambie is opting to keep Harf here. It's not that good in this matchup, but I think it's to lock out the Tiolis, considering he realized how much Perp used it last game.
Mm-hmm. And if they're locked out, they can't be banked either. So
Yep.
they're really frustrating when you've got an opposing Harf on the board blocking your Teolis. So
Yeah, he's fully committed to this. He's even banked a Void Trapper, so
wow.
he's ready to go. Harf into, rummaging or erasure into, rummaging or erasure next turn. Like he's got his game plan locked in, and we'll see how much this Harf can punish Perp. I mean, we already see two mechanics in one Tioli. That's like the dream hand normally for the workshop decks, because you can turn 3 Tioli, get out a token, turn 4 play the other one, get another token super fast tracked.
And with both Teolis in the hand, I just like this
Oh.
is just you can just tell Lambie is so locked, you know?
Yeah.
Like he really, really is. I mean, that has just got to be so frustrating to see from Perp.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do here. You're just kind of locked out of the next 2 turns. Unless you want to just play the 2-3 with no overclock, which is normally not the way you want to go at all. I think you just give up a turn maybe, but that sounds very tough to say.
Yeah. All right. And I mean, the researcher into the researcher, presuming there's enough charges there.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
You go, he's consulting the deck list.
Mm-hmm. Consulting. I love it. Yeah. Judging by, I honestly think like this Harf. Look, it could anything could happen here, but I feel like this is just so brutal. Stopping Perp's game plan. That it like this Harf might just truly make all the difference for this game.
100%. It's a big deal. Like the Harf. I don't know why, and this is not even the appropriate like matchup that we've talked about Harf. But whenever I see Harf, I just hear in my head in the Marco Mir matches, like, is Harf gonna do work here?
I
Uh,
know. Eating my
but it's like,
words forever. I don't even remember
yeah,
how it exactly went down, but that'll go down in history of yes, never doubt Lord Harf.
it's putting so much pressure on these zero cost effects. Like,
Yeah.
but Purple
And here's
finally be able to get online now.
Yeah. Here's the thing though, like sometimes we forget it's not just the disruption. It's like if you wanted to, he could cast Triumph next turn. You know, like it's still
Yeah,
valuable in
yeah,
reducing your own effects, right?
100%. All right, so first unit on the board, first play on the board for Perp here with the workshop mechanic overclocking
Okay.
into the portable energy bay, getting a buffed up artillery juggernaut, probably killing out this shield pod, actually doing damage to Harf. He's got a vendetta against Harf right now.
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either. Yeah, I mean that was a pretty good one, but again, you know, having the access to the banishes is pretty nice here. We'll see if Lamb decides to go for it. Like a void trapper erasure doesn't feel that bad, but obviously, whenever a juggernaut comes down, like honored steward is a nice target. But I think being able to eliminate the backpack is too valuable here.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Does he go double 1/1? He does go double
Oh,
1/1. Pressure is on. A little chip damage from the rummaging and Harf. Perp does get another token next turn with the mechanic again if he opts to go for it.
yeah. I mean, with the shield pod on the board, as you're saying, like it just completely is locking out anyway for
Yeah. I think it
Vegas.
Lambie's decision would have been much tougher if Perp had decided to shoot the shield pod with his artillery juggernaut, because then the
Yeah.
Harf is like a little bit more at risk.
It's true.
All right,
Very
we
true.
overclock for 2 here, so he gets to select between 2 different upgrades. Grabs for fragmented plating. That'll give it defender, and when it dies, it does a 1 damage ping to everything. So that will actually deal with the embedded agents.
And the Harv.
Yep. But the
Well,
agents have evasive, so he probably has to ping 1 here. Yep.
yeah. But not if it's banished, though.
Not if it's banished.
Yeah. So I can't see that not being the play. I really loved the decision to go with the double embedded agent too. Like they're like a whole kill spell, you know?
Yep.
All right, ignoring the kickback. Also no snitching. So there is actually enough energy here to use a Tioli with a Singularity Steward if you really want
Yeah.
to. Uh,
I think this is a tough trade. I feel like you embedded agent into a 3/6, and then you uh he's gonna see if it gets defended. Then what? You run this into a 3/6? Oh no, he kills it this way. Okay. I was gonna say you run into a 3/6 and then the rummaging just kills. So at least 2 units are gone. And then you can banish the last one.
yeah, I like that. It's like why use you can hold back the resources for something else, right? Like that was clean enough that like the Harf is eventually going to die. I don't think it was worth using it there, so makes sense.
Yeah. But moving on, we got a buffed up Singularity Steward here. Not too shabby. All the units will live from one of these hits from the Artillery Juggernaut token. He just keeps chipping away with the rummaging.
All right. Let's see. Still the engine. Well, now he can make use of the Tiolis, which is very nice. And technically, if he wanted to AOP this turn, he could. Don't think that is necessary by any means yet. Option to go for the MTAV. Not the
I think
worst.
MTav or Wong.
Yeah. There's there's a part of me that might want to go, oh my.
Maybe double roll on the MTav.
Yeah.
Gonna pay 2 energy to overclock and select between 2 random upgrades.
I think I like the MTAB over the Wong because one, it applies a unit of pressure, but also answers, right? So it's kind of a twofer as opposed to Wong is just providing you more value, and I feel like he's got enough of that at least right now. Like that feels better the turn after the MTAB.
Yeah, he picks the 1/1 +1/+1 upgrade. I can't remember what it's called. I was wondering if he hits like a repeater cannon, this would have been a crazy turn.
Mm.
Just double swings.
So Lambie's got the option to go for MTAB with the Triumph,
Yeah.
which is pretty sweet. And what was the last? What was it? Probably it was a Tioli, right? The last effect played.
Yes. He might go for the MTav here.
That is what he's gonna do. I mean, my brain is like, I want to take value threats where I can get them. Also, you're juicing your Neve. Like this is a pretty good Triumph, I think.
Yeah.
Making the pool better.
Is
there
he
a
double
way?
rolling, double overclocking? It looks like on this MTav.
Also,
It will die though because it
your own
doesn't have the
unit
effect.
with an upgrade can kind of combat an AOP, making sure there's an upgrade on the board. So I think this is perfect. Oh,
Ooh, close. They both deal damage to each other, and then he can life siphon. This lined up perfectly. Buffing his steward. You can see Lambie's having fun in these games. When there's not a lot on the line for you, you're just kind of like chilling and messing around and seeing what works.
You can see the little smile there.
Yeah. Perp's like fighting through like hell, like just trying to make it out of here and just get confirmed for Vegas. And Lambie's like just levitating. He's just hanging out.
Fighting for his life over here. Oh gosh. Lambie bully. He's the bully of the tournament. Let's be real.
Is that what we're going to? This is the he plays to win, stay salty, stay I can't even remember all the things he said in that tweet. He's
Chat, copy
embodying it.
pasta. This is your
He's embo-
cue.
yeah,
Time to do it.
he's embodying that energy. Stay
Yeah.
mad, stay cringe.
Stay cringe. There you go. All right. Well, the upgraded unit is now gone. There are 2 AOPs, so Perp certainly still has that in the back pocket here. No option for a demo. Obviously, we're playing Neve. Let's see what he can find from the Wong here.
That's a
Ooh, love to
3.
see a shard.
Are we greedy, Wong? Or are we sharing today? Are we sharing the wealth?
I'm gonna say he's not greedy here, and I'm wrong.
Greedy.
Just
Lemmy's
kidding.
like, come on, man. We were having a good thing going on.
Yeah. Well,
I
if
mean,
he
he can
gets
buff the Steward again with the siphon.
true. If he gets the shard developed, though, he does have the option to go for Neve, and the waist is
Also
pretty
true.
chunky. But I think he's got to be respecting AOP at this point. Like,
Yeah.
I think you don't want to just run it out, right? You want to
Yeah.
scheming probably, see what's in the hand, get more information.
Yeah.
So I don't
Wanna go for the
dislike the
shard, though?
shard. Yeah,
Yeah.
like you still get it developed, but I think you want to consider not rolling it out
Yeah.
next turn.
Agreed. Getting more chip damage. Those are adding up. Perp's only at 16 now.
Mm-hmm.
There's a
Oh,
Sestamere.
Oy, oy, oy. I don't
That's a
know,
big
Muka.
one.
I think that with 2 AOPs and a Sestmere, like this could, well, I guess Sestmere you can
Winnable.
just get through with Honored Steward and stuff like that, so maybe not.
Yeah. But, I mean, you have cards to ping and stuff like that. He goes for the rummaging instead. Do we start to see ambush claws get activated? There it is.
I will admit, I don't know if I'm a full believer yet in the clause. I haven't really yet to see its display of power, and part of me is just thinking, well, those could be different cards, that
Mm-hmm.
are useful, but I think you said it. It's just a little slow, and
Yeah.
there is still time for it to showcase its power.
It's very, like, Agincourt doesn't have way too many charge cards. Compare that to something that we're used to, like Earthen. So that's why,
Mhm.
it's a bit slower. You can't, like, reliably be regularly charging. Agincourt itself only has one card with the Jan's Provisioner, and then you rely on the universals like the Armored Support Vehicle and the Rummaging Researcher.
Yeah. Sort of weird. Like I feel like Perps the control. Like I mean, I
Yeah.
wouldn't say that Neve has always been like in Shroud. You think control, and that isn't necessarily true for Neve. But often, it's the more aggressive, definitely more aggressive than New Dawn brand. I guess mid range, but it just in this role right now, Perp is controlling the game. He's got the AOE. If he can survive, past like some defenders and stuff like that, that would be cool. Okay.
Pings. So full clear from him. Lambie will be able to scheming here. He's going to see 2 AOPs, though, so it'll be interesting how he proceeds after that.
Oh. Yeah, Dominion's an interesting pickup there. Actually, a really nice pickup.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Gotta take
Little
one out.
bummed to see 2 of them in the hand there, but now at least he has the information.
Yeah.
Can't imagine this isn't a Dominion turn,
The
right?
Dominion turn. All right, so you starting to see the gears turn in Lambie's head. He now knows he's up against another AOP. What is he gonna need? He needs another scheming to get rid of it, or he needs to bait Perp into just having to clear another already strong board.
Mhm. Okay.
There's
Adira
nothing
gonna be
left.
nice coming down though. Like I think
Yeah.
Lambie is still in a pretty good position, all things considered. Just
Yeah.
he needs to build enough of a threatening board to where the AOP gets pressured, or but Perp feels so greedy that he has to hold on to it, and then winds up just doing enough damage to kind of clutch out like a Neve 6
Yeah.
damage to the face. Like won't even need the board, but just rather the battle ready from her can finish it off.
All true statements, and he gets another token here too, though, for Perp. So Lambie can't just get rid of the next turn actually. Oh, he hits a
Ooh.
Malia. How much damage is here? I didn't do the math.
Was it
Er,
4 units that
Yeah,
got
so
hit in
8.
the last one, Dominion? So that's at least 8, and then I don't think there was any corrupted earlier.
Okay. It looks like he's gonna try to set things up. He's gonna draw out the rummaging. Maybe he saves the Honor Steward for next turn. He just Adira's this turn.
Yep.
No, he's just gonna honored. He's gonna honored out here. And then either Malia or rummaging for I think he might Malia here, just get the 8 damage straight to face, put some pressure on the board, and he'll still get the extra draw.
Yeah, I
Waiting for
definitely
play.
think the Malia is the correct play
Yep.
here.
Yeah, this is it. He's forcing Perp to either AOP here or come up with some convenient solution, and then he can just push with the Neve.
Love
Even
that
if
little.
like this gets hard, you can Adira hit face, the next turn Neve hit face, and it's
Yeah.
over.
No, he's got the perfect setup. You're absolutely right. The 6 into the 2. This is perfect. Woo! Spicy.
There's Perp, there's not much left. I mean, you have to AOP here probably, and then put
Yeah,
a defender
Lambie's
up.
put it in the perfect position, right? Forced a board, that's threatening, has to use the AOP, and now I can go check and see how many total AOPs are in this list. We saw one get sniped by the treacherous scheming, and there are 3. So there is actually one more anti-organic pulse. But it doesn't matter because the Adira will do the job even if this Neve gets cleaned up here.
Yep.
But there is a defender in the way. So, but then
We
now
have
there's no,
evasive.
yeah, there's no snitching.
Yeah.
Actually, that no snitching was pretty nice, all things considered.
Yep. Oh my.
Oh
Hit the
my
Malia right
goodness.
off the top from the Neve.
This is Lambie luck. Lambie
Oh man. Okay, that's some pressure for sure. We're waiting for these Malia pings to go out. If it
Is he
hits
at 8?
one more time, that's game. Oh my
Look,
god.
with Lambie luck, I'd expect all 8 pings to go face at this point.
Yeah, it's not real Lambie luck because he because he didn't just win outright from the Malia pings.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course the Neve
Lancer
has.
tank.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
Lancer tank with assault. Is this Neve gonna even have to attack?
This is ridiculous. Oh
A
my
spotter?
goodness.
He
What?
can burn with the zero
What?
cost spells. What is going on?
Lambie,
Oh, I
stop
hope he
it.
plays
This is.
Pioli and no snitching for the spotter burn. Oh man, is he just gonna put Perp out of his misery? He's gonna do the double zero cost effect.
Oh my god.
Spotter ping. Oh, Lambie goes undefeated in
Congratulations,
the
Lambie.
parallel knockout stages.
You know what? I'm so happy. If there was any player to like, of course it would be Lambie. Of course it would be that like to go undefeated in the knockout stages, and for his
Yeah.
final game to be that too.
Yeah.
No, it's like in true streamer fashion, Lambie Luck is just right there. Lambie Luck, even at the end, man. Like, how is he gonna finish this? Like, you saw the lines, guys. It's like it's gonna be Mali, it's gonna be Neve, and then there's gonna be Adira, right? But he just went over. Like, I'm just gonna finish this now with my Lambie Luck and Malia, and even having Lancer tank, and even having the spotter. Dude, man, just giving a show. But will that 7-0 give him good luck over at the top 16 though?
I
I
think
don't know.
so.
I don't want to call it, man. Ali was calling it a while ago, but
No,
yeah.
no, no. There's no curse here. Look, that's like Swiss rounds
Yeah.
into the tournament, which this is
Mm,
not. This is a completely different, knockouts into the world champion top 16. I think no curse. Lambie's got
yeah.
this. I'm
I
I'm
think it
I mean, I'm rooting
Yeah.
for them all, but I'm rooting for
yeah.
Lambie. That was awesome too.
I think it goes to show that whatever he's doing for practice is working
Yes.
well. So
Yes.
that's a very good sign. You can go undefeated like this. He's got a
Hmm.
right system.
Hmm.
Just make some fine attunements if you think so, but like
Hmm.
really good, really good. You cannot feel bad like going undefeated in the knockout
Yeah.
stages with anyone who could arguably be considered a world championship contender.
Yeah,
Well
definitely.
played.
Definitely a well played GG's right there for Lambie versus Perp. But of course, with that, guys, it's a different monster. Again, different monster in the sense like Swiss curse is different from Pod curse, if there must be one. But possibly, possibly, guys, we have yet to see in the top 16. But before we go on to the next matches, we're gonna take a short break and we will come back more parallel Prime Championship knockout stages action with round 7. See you guys in a few. And we are back at the Parallel Prime Championship knockout stages. We're here again at round 7. And here are your casters, Ali and Muka. And guys, we've had some updates over at the website already. If you want to learn more about what's happening within the pods and their current scorings as of the moment, go to tournaments. That's sanctuary.online and go in and click the knockout stages tournament, and you can see all the points and all the pods there as well. But now, for our next match, I believe we have one match that we're gonna be watching in Group D, and it's gonna be, I think, dual note or a dual note versus Tyler. Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, so what do you think about this matchup, Muka? Like looking at their decks as of the moment.
Tyler's been doing really well with Earthen, Brand, and this Kill Switch Augen Core.
Mm-hmm.
Again, and Dual Note has brought more of a classic Kathy, Earthen, and New Dawn. So it's kind of tough. I think Tyler has an edge because if the Earthen gets stuck, or the Earthen on Dual Note side can get stuck, if
Mm-hmm.
it wins like a mirror match, then I think it goes in Dual Note's favor a little bit. But the Earthen, I'm a little worried on Dual Note because the Kill Switch, Augen, and Brand are going to be kind of tough matchups.
And I think we're looking at the scores as well. Is it right, Ali? They're both at 12 points as of the moment.
Tyler is at 12. Yes, and so is Dual Note. So, oh man, there's so many players at 12 points.
Yeah.
This is very exciting. It's very nerve-wracking for them, but very exciting for us.
Yeah, very exciting. The like round 7 is still ongoing, guys, and I've seen a couple of copy pastas already posted over at Twitch chat, which is amazing because let me read it, guys. Lambie, skilled player, but wait, no, that's not the one. Here, let me guess. Lambie got everything he wanted without any issues. Not surprising at all, considering everything is rigged for him. He wins every giveaway and makes finals in every tournament. Rich get richer, they say. Oh well, time for me to take my L. We'll consider selling everything. Fair bulk offers only. Everything else will be considered spam and ignored. And that's the copy pasta from the community, guys. And the competitive lore just keeps on building here.
It
And
does.
and I think we have Lambie on the helm of it, getting that 7-0. And there's a lot of different how do you say this rivalries between the different players. Like, which ones are your favorite currently, Ali?
Uh, like true rivalries. I don't actually
Hmm.
know. To be
Hmm.
honest, I'm trying to go where my mind goes is the bonds. Like, are there any bonds that are
Yo.
truly like you know? neck and neck against each other, perhaps. But I think for the most part, it's pretty, respectable, friendly. But maybe Muka has some more insight on if there's like some true rivalries
Gi-
there.
Give
I
me the
don't know.
tea. Give me the tea,
Yeah.
Muka. I think
I,
Muka is deep in the trenches. He knows the tea.
there's not that many in in these pods that like someone's versing someone else that they want to like really beat. But like there are players that you want to. One that I saw that is kind of funny and kind of sad is
Mm.
Brighty versus Jason. They have
Yeah.
Wow.
they
Yeah.
are teammates that have versed each other in so many tournaments at like the final rounds of Swiss and now here at the final rounds of knockouts, and it really ends up deciding their fate for like moving forward in the tournament or not. And it does it's doing it here too. So I'm just looking from the sideline, sad as like two friends are versing each other, and again having to go through this. It's been the theme for like the whole league that they verse
Yeah.
each other at like the 6th or 7th round, and then because of that outcome, like one tops and one doesn't, or something like that. But
Yeah.
in terms of like full on rivalries, nothing crazy. I mean, we're not. I don't. There's no juice. I got no tea for you guys
Oh,
on
no
this one
tea. Hmm.
because
Not that we should
yeah.
probably spill the tea if there is some deep
That's for
conflict.
like YouTube videos. Like people make those later. Like we don't do that in
Yeah.
here.
Yes, not on
Yeah,
the
we're gonna do that
professional.
IRL.
Yeah.
We're gonna do that IRL, guys. So in Vegas, but yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the top overall rankings as of the moment, and I see Very Fat Cat uh, currently at top six, rather with 12 points, looking very how do you say it is very consistent with the previous tournaments as well. So it looks like I'm still rooting for Very Fat Cat to get into the top 16 and perform well, possibly in the Las Vegas tournament. So now, getting into the next match, we have here Tyler versus Dual Note. We have the Ogun Core versus New Dawn matchup here at Group D, and this is already round 7, guys. Let's listen to Ali and Muka break this match down, guys.
So we got Dual Note representing Tilt and Tyler from YGG. So let's see. I have yet to cast any of Tyler's games, I think, or maybe there was one yesterday. So I'm excited to see him compete here, and Dual Note doing very well as well.
Yeah, I mean, Dual Note seems to have gotten a pretty good matchup. The Augen Core deck, like I mentioned, like kind of steamrolls Earthen, and it has a pretty good matchup into Kathy, like better than the traditional Augen did. So for him to get the Shroud into this is pretty good. Dual Note's problem will be trying to sneak the Earthen in. I think that's
Mhm.
going to be what's going to decide his set for him. But in terms of this matchup, this is a good spot to be in. Not too shabby. He will possibly have a dead turn too. I mean, not possibly. He will because he can't Tioli this turn.
I love the bank right
Double
after the
tank.
bank.
Did I bank?
just to be sure, you
Yeah.
know. No, it's unfortunate there, but I think you want to hold on to the scheming, have that disruption, and the Triumph can get some really great stuff. And obviously, you can't bank the Tioli, so
Mm-hmm.
fortunate there.
Not too
Now
shabby overall. Was there a Sestamir drawn already and banked? I don't know.
I didn't catch it if it
Yeah.
was. Yeah. I think that I would probably just take the poke, kill it, and go for the scheming at this point, as
Yeah.
opposed to like erasuring and then going face, because I don't know. Eventually, the Juggernaut's gonna pop out and be able to deal 2 damage to that.
Yeah.
So I think
What do
I'd
you
just
steal though? Because that's not an easy hand to pick from.
that is a tough question. I mean, I one line of thought is stopping card draw. All right, taking the researcher, but there's multiple copies, so that doesn't feel crazy impactful. I would say the mechanic, but there's 2, so it feels sort of diminished. Oh my gosh, she is.
Are we paid offing?
We are paid offing.
Are we? If you pay kickback, bro. If you pay
I
kickback. Oh my god.
no. Oh my
Okay.
gosh. Okay. All right.
Look
All
at
right.
Tyler. Tyler's like, yo, what is going on? You could see like what? Okay, Ruthless Juggernaut. Is there a Sestamir in here? It's not. I was right. It did get banked.
I mean, I'd probably just go for
Ruthless is good. Wong
Wong,
is good. No, no,
ye-
I don't know. Does he take something small because he doesn't want to give the energy? But you're already giving a lot of energy. I don't know. Even Tyler looks confused. I think you gotta go give him the extra energy if you're gonna pay the kickback.
Tyler's face, I think, is a representation of our minds right now. We're a little confused.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, researcher into researcher is not too bad.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
mean, I think he panicked. He didn't see Sestamir and he's like, okay, I don't want to give him a lot of energy.
yeah.
I'll give him some. But even then, like 6, this is a big deal.
No, you're absolutely right though, Muka. The Sesame did get banked. And so that must have been the logic, right, of him going for it.
Yeah.
But and I look, the longer the game goes on, the more chances Tyler has to draw it and bank it. So I mean, it was a risk. Unfortunately, it did not, pan out, but
Yeah, this is a tough situation though. I mean, Tyler has a lot of energy, but not super clean. He has access with 7 with the Tioli. He's trying to figure out how he can use it the best altogether.
uh
I kind of like just playing the mechanic. Just start getting the mechanic chains going. More tokens.
I mean, what about a mechanic chain and also a researcher with the Teoli
Yeah,
maybe?
yeah, for sure.
Get the
Probably
refill
researcher
going.
first and then bank Tioli. Or you could just bank the kill switch because it works with the Grawl. Opts to bank the PS8 here. He's going to go for the Grawl. Grawl and
Okay.
rummaging. Also still fine. Did he pull the upcycled? He pulled nothing. Okay, he pulls nothing on it. Still a good unit. Has shielded 3-5.
Yeah,
And
not
I
bad.
believe Aftermath, it still ramps. Yep, so good card overall.
Not the worst damage in the world, but maybe with a couple extra energy of going for the Wong, it could have been a lot scarier. So, maybe dual
Yeah,
note kind of course corrected after not being able to get the Sesame or something and worked out.
for sure. Mm, Not a
Okay.
clean turn. I mean, Tyler also has a rummaging now, so it's kind of weird to draw 2 rummaging.
Uh I almost just like dropping the glaive, maybe.
He's gonna
Yeah,
do it. He's listening.
he's listening. It's an interesting idea to keep the life siphon in the hand to trigger a shielded before going for an erasure, but I guess we don't really like banking much else in here, so seems fine.
He's gonna make Tyler do the trade if there is one to be made. Draws into an honored steward. That's pretty good, especially if an
Useful.
upgrade gets attached. I mean, kill switch counters honored steward though now, because if kill switch is on a unit and you banish it, the kill switch reads when the upgrade leaves the field, so it can target the honored steward and just get your unit back.
Yeah. If kill switch worked, well, I guess that is the benefit, that change, but if it was salvageable, I mean, I feel like
We'd be playing a different game
we'd
if
be
kill switch
playing
was
a
still
very different
salvageable.
game if
I
it
miss
was.
those days. I
I
miss those
know.
days.
It's very true. The
Dual
fact that
note seeing the kill switch upgrade roll, and you could see some of the emotion. By the way, sorry for cutting you off. That he
Oh,
was
no,
a
you're
little upset
good.
by that.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, this is looking pretty good so far for Tyler.
Yep.
A lot of pressure. I suppose a Dominion could do some work. Oh, sorry. My apologies. We are not Neve right now. Not Dominion.
We got to get to the demos. Your
The
favorite card.
Demo eventually,
Yeah.
which maybe Wong does feel a little slow. What are the
That kill
other
switch has
options?
got to be annoying for you if you're a dual note. Maybe just honored steward, force some trades.
Seem like the worst. Yeah, it feels bad to, with the kill switches on the board, like whatever you hit with the steward is just going to bring it back. So that steward basically needs to be used on the token.
Yep. He's gonna bank the snitching, play the honored steward on the artillery juggernaut. That equalizes board a little bit. It makes the kill switch a little better to deal with. Tyler can
Look,
just
I
kind of
don't
force
think
the
it's
clear.
cause for panic quite yet for dual note. I mean, we're getting
Yeah.
deeper into the game. As soon as a demolecularize comes into the hand, I think he's gonna be able to breathe a little bit more.
Totally
And
agree.
yeah, he's got a lot of resources, so I don't
Yeah,
think.
I mean the goal for the New Dawn is to kind of fatigue out and just win this matchup just from the exhausting all the resources.
Yep.
So this is not an awful spot. Like Tyler has to be pushing the envelope, which he hasn't done yet. Dual Note's still at full health and doesn't have a Tyler doesn't have a super overwhelming board yet.
The defense turrets can certainly put in
Yep,
some work against New Dawn after enough time here.
for sure. I don't know if Dual Note is playing any relic removal in the New Dawn.
I can take a look. I almost wouldn't mind another mechanic, and you could use the Tioli to get the turret out as well, but probably
Yeah,
seems a little unnecessary.
I think he's
Let's see.
gonna go for that though. This looks good. I mean,
Yeah.
putting pressure back on the board. I don't see. Oh, I do see two Sabos, so he does play it.
Yeah, that damage really does stack, so I think it's lucky that he's got some Sabos in there.
Yeah.
Okay, got a Keth Rexamine.
Cathrexamine is double damage, so that's actually really good for Dual Note. He can just life siphon that thing away.
Last unit was the mechanic, so not really going to do much on the Triumph there. Probably want to get an M tab if possible with that Triumph.
I almost feel like you have to give Tyler the stacks here on the. Unfortunately, like you rummaging first to see. No. You have to life siphon the mechanic because it's free, and Cathrexamine will make it die because it takes double damage. Then you rummaging, try to see if you can draw like a Sabo. If you can, then you kill the turret. Otherwise, you like erasure, or you erasure anyways. The 5/5. You just give him charges. I think that's how I would think about it.
Ooh, that's mighty tempting.
Yeah. So he's already banked now, so he can't kill the mechanic. So he can either draw 2 or just erasure the 5/5. I love how he keeps putting the card in the bank. He's like, "Are you
I
sure?"
know. Man, I think I'd go for the draw too. It's too good. I think
Okay.
I really you're getting into that demo range, and
Yeah.
yeah,
You're trying to find the cards.
the trade's annoying for with the armed into the 2/5, but I just don't think you can give up drawing 2 cards here. Let's see. So look, there are 3 demos.
There's a Sabo. That's good. Definitely needs that going forward.
There is a Cyberdeck console in here. Not sure if that'll be too relevant, but right. Wong's hitting the board. What's it gonna be? Ooh, paid off. Is there any key card to steal from New Dawn? Like a singular card? I don't think so. Like demoleculars would be nice, but there's multiple copies. So I don't know. Maybe I guess Adira, perhaps, if you wanted to take that.
Wasn't greedy. Gave Tyler some damage too. We'll know at 19. And Tyler has that repeater cannon, so if any of these units stick, he can, pump in even more damage.
All right.
Okay, now I think you life siphon Sabo honored.
Yeah. I definitely need to honor and steward that Juggernaut turret. That is
Trade into the Alvaro first, maybe, so you don't take burn.
Yeah. I think so. There's not like a ton of push from hand, but those turrets can really stack. So I feel like I would be wanting to protect as much as I could here.
The life siphon has to be free for him to do all of this. So I think he has to take 3 burn, kill the Alvaro. Oh wait, no, he takes the yeah. He's not gonna do any more spells anyways after that. But you need your opponent to have 2 more units than you for the life siphon to be free.
I think it's probably fine to take. I mean, yeah, you can go for the double trade there. I think taking the 3 damage once seems not the worst, perhaps. I mean, okay.
Got 7 seconds to make all the moves.
Okay, well, at this point, yeah, you just double trade. And I mean, I think this is also fine. You can get the
Oh,
Void
Void
Trapper
Trapper.
down
Okay,
as
and life
well as the Life
siphon. That
Siphon.
works.
Yeah, I think that's plenty
Yeah.
good.
There you go. Alternative pathway. Only 2 charges on the turret, can get rid of it later. Draws into the demo. That's a big card. He needs that.
I think that was pretty clean. Now you still have the
Yeah.
Erasure too in your back pocket.
I'm scared of this repeater cannon in Tyler's hand. Like at one point he can just, put in a ton of damage. I just wonder when he's going to do it. Or even be used to clear a lot of the board.
Yeah, I wonder if Dual Note is clocking the list and respecting that damage too from the repeater cannon, because it's an easy thing to forget about.
Yeah.
Um,
Do
2
we
turrets
see
well.
something like absolutely crazy, like paid off into Adira into repeater cannon?
Very possibly. I mean,
No, he's gonna go for the Gruul. That would have been crazy.
that would have been 12 damage.
No, no,
Perhaps?
no. I mean, with oh yeah, but you give the Adira the double attack, and it just
True.
steals all the cards.
Oh, I love that then. I mean, yes, like that's doable next turn. I would
Yeah, it looks
say
like he's putting it on the Wong though.
okay.
It's gonna clear up. Double attack with
Oh,
arms. He's going straight for face. Does he use his turrets also this turn? He is. He's unloading. He's gonna put dual no. Oh no, he's not. Okay, he's gonna kill the honored steward.
I actually think the Adira going for the double hit there, of like you would have been able to do it for 8, right? I think that might have been the play just for like
Yeah.
max value. Okay. Well, with 2 demos here, I guess the shielded is a little annoying. You can't really just like quite answer it cleanly, but I think going for the Wong, surely Wong won't be greedy with 3 units on the board. Taking that Adira, no snitching as well. Okay. All right.
Ooh, these Wong, like I've never seen Wong be this like happy-go-lucky, share the wealth ever in my life, and we've seen it so many times today.
This is potentially the most I've seen Wong distribute the counters elsewhere. I agree. I would be wanting to utilize one of these saboteurs as well. I mean, I might just take the trade into the Wong, accept that the kill switch is going to come down, and then saboteur the turret. That's a pretty,
Yeah,
it's a decently sized board. What do you bank though? That's the question. I don't know if you really need the no snitching at this
I think
point.
you
Like,
bank the snitching.
yeah. Okay.
Gonna bank the Wong.
That works.
What upgrade is on the Grawl kill switch?
I think the kill switch was on the or
No, it didn't proc.
it didn't proc. Yeah, so then it must be. Okay.
I understand like making sure you banked, so when you do with legendaries, I get so
I know.
scared.
I was just thinking the same thing. Like, just in the event that, you messed up, I wouldn't want to bank my idea, that's for sure.
Still not fixing his settings midday.
I'm always nervous that if I'm fixing settings too, I might accidentally hit concede. So Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, dual note is at 11, but I mean, he's got all of the resources in the hand to be able to answer whatever threats are coming out. So I would say there's a good chance that he's got this in the bag here with 2 demos and a backup saboteur for a turret. Like the burn is what becomes scary at this point because you've got the demos to be able to answer, a wide board. And so I think dual note is locked here.
Okay.
All right, picking up extra upgrade there.
These matchups are, there's always not like a ton to talk about because you're sitting there waiting for the decision making because each decision is so pivotal.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So it's not like super clear.
Yeah. So there is the kill switch on the Grawl.
We just demo here.
I can't. I mean, well, I think the obvious choice is to demo, but let's go over and see if there's anything else. I mean, you could Honored Steward with the 2 shielded. It's a little awkward.
Yeah. And
I
there's
think
kill switches, so like why not get them out of the way?
Yeah, I would just probably punch the face and then cast the demo. But I like the idea of being super greedy with them.
Yeah. I
But
feel
I
like the
believe that
first
there's
one can be
still one
somewhat
left in the
liberal.
deck.
Yeah, because he has 2 in hand. Maybe, well, I don't know about banking the erasure versus no snitching, but
Yeah, I would agree with that, actually.
looks like
And then
we're
you are
going
able
for a
to get
demo.
an embedded agent on the board after this as well.
Yep.
It survives a Juggernaut ping. We got one more turn before that happens, so it's convenient. Yeah, paid off doesn't really feel too amazing against New Dawn. I mean, unless you're going for the Adira, but there isn't
Yeah.
really like a crazy single point of, swing with it against New Dawn, I feel like. Hmm. Okay. This is just the first game of the series, too. We got 12 cards left in the deck here. Trying to think if Tyler's out. Like, he's going to have to wind up building up a massive board, finding a Sestmere, that type of stuff. But again, there's an Honored Steward in the hand. Like, that
Yep.
could easily answer it. There's an extra Sabo for a turret. I think New Dawn is doing what it does best here and just sort of locking Tyler out of this game. Yep,
Oh
and there's
man,
the
there it
last
is.
demo.
Third demo. Like you can Adira now, steal something big. Just keep
Oh,
putting pressure on. Activate New Dawn.
yeah. Sesame already banked, actually, so
Yeah.
it would have to be like an upcycled.
Still stealing anything is probably. Let's see. M-Tab's good.
Tab is not too bad. Especially if you're going with the overclock, preventing the AOP from clearing it.
Ooh. I mean, he has no upgrades in his bank in his waist, but that card, when a unit attacks, gets the upgrades back. He can still New Dawn too.
Perfect.
Getting that New Dawn online is massive. This is where New Dawn excels. Like, you don't need to win like the early game or mid game. You need to just get to this late game with a nice, healthy singularity, and your opponent now is the one that's really in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in reflection, we were discussing that repeater cannon play going for it on turn 8 with paid off. I feel like getting the double attack on the Adira, like that was the ticket, I think, to swing, so much value for Tyler. I don't know if you saw it, but I think that might have been some of the
Yeah.
best.
You also
calls
win like
there.
the fatigue game doing that. Like you
Mhm.
force the New Dawn to have less cards than you.
There is the upcycled in the hand there, so finding Sesmere. But then that's the tricky thing about going against Shroud, right? Is you can't let that upcycled get banished. You have to
Yep.
like make sure that you are trading it into a unit so that it triggers.
Does he know what he's taking? There's nothing super clear. Okay, goes for the turret. Maybe just kills Honored Steward's turrets and just kills off the glaive and the token.
Sure. Um. Yeah, I mean, I would certainly wouldn't mind getting this turret developed for on Dual Note's side. Can Honored Steward the one, trade, clean, answer the other. Remember when Glaive had the attack on your turn as well? Good times. Good
When they would
times. Or the
cleave.
cleave. Yeah, the
Yeah.
cleave.
Some tournaments were decided with that when that was a thing. That was
Glaive's still a
absolutely
good
crazy.
card. But that was absolute madness, yeah.
I mean, you could turret and Baron here.
Don't think I would be wanting to draw many cards at this point. There's plenty in the hand, and I mean, I suppose Dual Note is still ahead in fatigue, but no reason to draw
Yeah.
more cards. To be honest, I would not be surprised if we see Tyler clock the next card and then maybe just top right. I think he's pretty cooked at this point. Okay.
No tokens for 3 turns, upcycled, Harf only. He might be looking at dual note singularity or he's looking at the concede button. I can't tell.
Yeah,
Okay,
there
it
we
was the
go.
concede button.
He saw the line that I was predicting there.
Yeah. It's a good win for dual note. I mean, the
Mhm.
main thing I still think is the earthen. Like we saw how many kill switches went off in that game. Imagine if dual note was on earthen. That's a tough one. I feel like if the earthen's gonna sneak through, it's gonna have to be on like the mirror match.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, man. Like, I was like super interested with the paid off repeater. If man, that would have been so like a clippable moment if
That
he
would have
made
been
it happen.
crazy. You wrote it,
Yeah.
and I said that's where I thought I saw it
Yep.
Oh
when you
yeah.
wrote it in our chat. I was like, oh, that'd be crazy.
Man, yeah, but they if you don't take the risk, you won't get the rewards. But it happens sometimes, and I think that first match was amazing. The presence of the dual notes, control over the match was top notch right there. So we got to
Yep.
see that new Dawn already out of the way, but he has still an Earthen and a Markolian on his deck list, and of course Tyler can still maintain that Ogun Core deck, or can switch over to Brand or Nehemiah for this round. And again, guys, we've had some updates over at the people who are going forward with secured spot. Who are these guys, Muka? Have you seen
Oh, we're
the new
okay.
update?
I believe Brighty is locked in,
Mm-hmm.
and Sparkling is locked in.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
two
Jason
guys. Yeah.
unfortunately out against Brighty there.
Oh man, so that the self fulfilled prophecy has not concluded itself. So man, Jason, uh, you know, Jason, we're happy to always have you over at Vegas, and of course, thank you for making all the tools for us streamers like and the Twitch panel, amazing Twitch panel right there. He's given some support to everyone over at the community, and yeah, we're gonna be seeing him more over the next tournaments. But congratulations to Brighty and Sparkling for moving forward. And here over at the next match, it's gonna be Markolian Kathy for dual note, and Tyler is gonna be maintaining his classic Augen core deck with dual note leading with 1 point. And with that, guys, we're gonna be moving to our casters, Ali and Muka. Guys, take it away.
All right. Tyler choosing to stay on the Ogden core. Not a bad move. Going into dual notes. Catherine looking. Oh, just kidding. We just got word that they crashed. So we're back and we will be back into the game momentarily.
Yep. And as we were
Uh,
waiting to the game, and guys, just checking the scores right now from our players, and man, it's definitely interesting that we're seeing some guys who are still fighting their way to get to the top 16. Like just one win away, and then they're just gonna be there. But still, congratulations to the guys who are already on locked in, especially Lambie series getting that 7-0, Thais getting that 6-1, Sequinox getting that spot as well, already locked in, Sparkling, Gmon. I'm not sure about the other guys here,
Reddy's
but
locked
they're
into, just not
yeah,
updated yet.
yeah, Bridie is already locked in. So yeah, they already have one, two, three, four, five of those players already locked in. We have 11 more spots for the people or the players who are getting to Las Vegas. Just type it over chat who you think or who you support will be going to Las Vegas. But then here you go. Just a quick update to what's happening. Can you give us a rundown here, Ali?
Yeah, so we see Tice, Gmon, Sparkling, Lambie, Sequinox, absolutely secure. We added Brighty to that list as well. You can see that it's really close. There's a lot of players with 12 points. Very Fat Cat, Yarla, Hylis, Fino, Hogvax, Viper. I mean, Perp, Zarathustra, Kintsugi, Dual Note, Tyler, Jobsat. I mean, it is just like really coming down to the wire here. And so, we're finishing out this last round. We'll move into some tiebreakers, but it's very tight. And a big congratulations to everyone that is secured in the top 16 for Vegas.
You know what I'm happy about here is Pod D. Pod D is like secure. It's like everyone is gonna be playing until the end. Like Pod D, I mean, guys, congratulations because you guys are rocks, and you are you guys are like super how do you say this you have like a lot of energy just to keep on going, man, and that's what it takes in this pod because we saw it like when we were drawing the names. Pod D is stacked and you have to like claw your way out to get that win, and we are seeing it now time and time again, of course. Now, and game two I think is going to be concluding here, but what do you think, guys, with this next matchup between Tyler and Dual Note? We saw it a while ago, and we're gonna be having a run it back. Um, what do you think? Does Marcolin have a higher chance of winning here with Dual Note's load? Buka.
Mm, I mean,
There you go.
the Kathy from Dual Note should be pretty good, but Tyler's Ogden Core can win this matchup, whereas normal Ogden Core kind of struggles a little bit. So I still want to put it in Dual Note's favor.
What do you
All
think is
right.
the difference in Tyler's list, Muka, that like gives it a better shot against Marcolian?
Like Grawls and kill switches, like just the bodies, and like if once the bodies die, they're taking out more units. Like Kathy runs out of gas, like that we've seen this time and time again, where Kathy can kind of run out of gas. So having those extra tools helps a ton. You just have to survive the initial onslaught, which is way easier said than done.
Yeah. Wow, though, look at this hand from Dual Node. Got all of the ones. That's definitely what you want to be seeing as Kathy here. However, I will say that Tyler's hand is looking pretty solid. Has a double PS8 with a Harf and the Shard. Like, I would say both players have a really good hand. Um, it's the question is like, can Tyler really stop this aggression?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he has the PS8s and no snitching and a shard, so it's not the best start, but it definitely contains things a little bit, giving him a little room to build off of that if he can draw into some of the normal mid-range Agincourt suite. And just like that, he draws a mechanic. Just has to hit a few more turns. I mean, even this turn, he can go PS8 on the Trooper. Um, but next turn, he probably has to PS8 one of the Bannermans and no snitching the other.
I
And
definitely
then,
would
yeah.
be wanting to consider getting the shard down next turn to have the
Yeah.
extra energy for the mechanic, right? I feel like the sooner you can pop out one of those juggernauts, the happier you are. So we'll
Yeah.
see if he
Well, now
decides to
he's
go for
definitely
that.
playing for that line.
Yeah.
100%. I was just considering, like, because we can see double Bannerman. Double Bannerman is probably the one thing that you might reconsider, like, scaling out with the shard or ramping up with the shard and just trying to contain them because double Bannerman is scary.
Mm-hmm. Could certainly see a AOP get banked into an upcycled. I would want to give myself that option. It
Yep.
looks like Tyler only has one upcycled tech in the list, but still a good thing to consider. Ooh, I mean, look, you could play the shard here and then just no snitching the 2-3 to kind of stop it from growing like crazy.
Yes. I wonder, do you snitching the 1/2 so that you can
I
ping it
was,
with token?
yeah, I was just thinking that. Perhaps. I do like going for the defender unit though.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
So either play is viable.
I'm very interested to see which one Tyler picks of the two. I think both are good options.
Especially because you leave the 2-3 at 3 health, and then it's really only one more spell that gets the other one in range, and like both are going to be contested by the 3 attack, right?
Yes,
So, oh, but he decides to go for the
it's a
1-2.
1/2.
Okay.
Draws into an M tab. So this is actually a good line of play. He'll be able to get the mechanic and then possibly can do an M tab even without overclock. Will still be good in helping clear the board.
Ah, that's a little unfortunate here. You probably would want to be applying more pressure,
Yeah,
but
a
at
little
least
slow.
you're having the Bannerman grow.
Yeah, and you have Kathy next turn into Triumph the next turn. That's pretty strong.
But yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like I don't know which one was better, but you'd have two threes. But I suppose it's not relevant because he has the option to cast another effect,
Yeah.
bumping in. So I think it did work out probably better this
Plus, you
way.
can see the kill switches and come into play probably soon, and how they help deal with like the nonsense of the Markolian like aggro rush.
Mm-hmm.
So even if he loses some units here, he will be able to kind of just clean it up in following turns.
Oh yeah, and of course it would be a 4-7. So still decided to go for the defender. Yeah, pretty good.
It's tough. I mean, VRAV or the Catherine's expertise here. You either choose to get over the vehicle, the defender, or just kind of like sit on your hands for a turn and give up a trade.
Yeah,
Or
I
you're
mean
just
this is
Kathy.
looking pretty good for Tyler.
Yeah, it
It's a
is.
lot of pressure. Yeah, I feel like to last turn, dual note needed another unit or just some other form of pressure, I think, to keep up the aggression, but quite get there. I mean, so what's the play then? Like using the expertise to just get through this defender because you're gonna have to get through it eventually.
I think
Or I mean,
so.
yeah,
So your Bannerman like lives is also like part of it. Can trade and live, and then you're like threatening that it can do more later. I think this is the way, like for dual note. I mean, it's not the vest is not clean. Probably not too happy with it, but it gets the job done. Like Kathy wouldn't have really done anything there. So I think it makes sense.
yeah. I mean, you can get the MTAV going here. Think I would just want to be laying down as many threats as possible, but I
Yeah.
suppose going for that as well is
I was
good.
kind of thinking about Harf kill switch.
Ooh.
Oh, he hits an upcycle. That's a
Oh,
big one.
wow.
That's a really big one. That he can hit Sestamir, he can hit AOP. He had two options there. We don't know which one he picked, but those were two of the cards that were available to him. That's got to be scary if you're a dual node to see an upcycle this early.
Surely he went for the Sestmir, right?
Yeah, I think
That was
so.
thing. Yeah. Nicely done, Tyler. High roll on the upcycled.
You play enough Hearthstone, you know the name of the game.
Yeah, true.
All right, Dual Note is gonna go for the buffed up Kathy here. Just see what happens. We are
All
rolling
right,
dice.
$5 she goes face, and you owe me $5 now. Thanks, Muka.
I'll send it to you later. Oh my god. Okay, that I mean, it's still in Tyler's favor, especially when he'll be able to activate a Sestamir if that's what he picked. But Dual Note has quite a gap to fill with no scaling units, no VRAVs, only like 2 in bank. Like it's still very tough.
Yeah, I mean the Juggernaut's gonna get popped out at the end of the turn here. I mean there's a lot of options. I mean I wish we could see what he picked. I don't think it was greedy going for Sestamir instead of Upcycled. I don't think, but I suppose that would work
Instead of
out very
AOP?
nicely here. Or sorry, AOP.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying.
It's definitely a Sestamir. There it is.
Yeah.
Being able to ping the Kathy. This is a huge problem for Dual Note. How does he get past this titan of a defender with this little itty bitty board?
I almost would be wanting to get the turret down and shoot. I might just go for aggression here
I
and
think he is gonna turret too.
yeah, hit your own Sestamir. You could even
He should have rummaging BM'd, showed the Sestamir first, and
uh
then Upcycle brought it out. I feel like that's how you got to
style
play these games, you know? Put some style,
style points.
put some microaggression.
I like it. Okay.
Oh my. What a board. What a board.
Yeah, you might as well cast the Triumph and see what you get here, but I think Dual Note we're gonna see a concede right after this,
Yeah, this is
especially with that turret. Look how many
wild.
triggers it's getting. Oh, that's
Not a full out yet.
uh,
Yeah, it's like I think this is done. There's so many counter. He's doing it on his own cards before he hits concede. All right, game 2 goes to Tyler.
well, that was a nice display of the Augencore, taking down the Marco there. I
Yeah.
mean, and the Marco had a pretty strong start with the lots of one drops, but having that stabilized shard into the mechanic, getting those rolling, just put him into a really good position. And that upcycled high roll actually was very key here.
It was
Like he
huge.
probably was in a good
Yeah.
position
Yeah.
anyway, but that was just sealed the deal.
Yeah, that's like a win more condition for Tyler right there.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's amazing. Like we can see like the streamer luck as well. Aside from the additional skills that they have, like skills plus luck equals wins, and that's what we're seeing here. And you saw it, man. It's like upcycle technology, and I like the play that you were pointing out, Muka. Like getting the turret to hit the the Sesmir, like maybe getting a 2 health big unit, maybe like 8 cost
I would
4
have done it.
Yep.
damage. Yeah, I would have done it, man. Like I would have high rolled again into another big thing, man.
Let's get another
That's it.
Sestamir.
Yeah. Oh wait. Does it do that?
It
Does it
can.
higher? It can. Oh
Yeah.
man,
Sestamir can get
that,
Sestamir.
it
Mhm.
hasn't happened to me though. Like the best one that I got was like the 8 cost 8 cost for attack on the next turn on 2 units.
Oh yeah,
So
the
Oh,
yeah,
warship.
warship.
Yep.
warship. Yeah, that was
I
the
like
best one for me.
the Earthbreaker cannon. That's my personal fave.
Wow. Yeah. If you got
Really
that,
nice.
like with the shielded activated, man, that would be cool.
There was a tournament, the one that Quinto topped, where he got
Mhm.
Sestamir into Earthbreaker Cannon, into Earthbreaker Cannon, into Earthbreaker Cannon.
Oh,
Wow.
how much damage is that? 15? Wait,
I don't know. The
5?
person
I don't.
conceded. I have the clip somewhere.
Well. Okay, so we're left with 2 decks for each of these guys, and of course, for dual note, it's gonna be Kathy Markolian, Nehemiah. That's the Earthen one, and for Tyler, it's gonna be Brand and Nehemiah. Now for this next match, I don't know. Of course, I from previous matches, I think Dual Note will maintain the Markolian. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Tyler's got Brand left. So, running the Kathy into the Brand makes sense. And
Mhm.
even with the Nehemiah too. I mean, Nehemiah can certainly like give it a hard time, but Marco can absolutely smack it down. So I think
Yeah.
he'd be correct to stay on the Kathy.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be the play there. And I'm looking at the different lines that they can do here. But again, guys, if you want to learn more about what is happening during this tournament or any updates, we are already on round 7. And if you want to see the decks as well that they're playing, you can go to tournaments.sanctuary.online and go to the knockout stage tournament, and you can like click their decks. It's amazing that thank you to the team for making this tool. It's actually the second time I already explored this platform, and I'm amazed because I can see the decks, I can see the bands, and I can see everything. And it's good because we get to keep tracks as casters as to what they are carrying. And the next match is gonna be Nehemiah for Tyler, and for Dual Note, he maintains the Kathy deck. And with that, guys, let's listen to Ali and Muka yet again for this matchup.
Yeah, here we have it again. Dual Note locking in the Catherine against Tyler, switching to the Nehemiah. When I first thought about this matchup, I thought Dual Note just had to squeeze in the Earthen because of Tyler's lineup. But now I'm starting to reconsider things because the Catherine also does not have super free wins against an Earthen and against a Brand. But it looks like we got a timeout. I mean, the game crash. They're going to be queuing back in. And yeah, now we got to wait for another one.
Yeah, we got to wait for another one. It happens, guys. It happens sometimes. But I'm looking in the chat as well. We have a lot of different chats, or they're talking about different things as well. And you know, chat just gets to other other topics while they're chatting. And man, everyone is also excited as well. Shout out to, I like to give a special shout out to Torty. Man,
Yes.
he's been creating a lot of
His memes
good
are the
memes.
best.
Yeah, man. Like, it's all started. The first one that I saw from Torty was the man. Man shouts at Shroud. Old man shouts at Shroud. The Simpson one. So
Oh,
like, and take my money with New Dawn, like the New Dawn commander. That's my personal favorite. Yeah, shout out to Torty for making those memes. Don't forget to continue that. Anyway, so guys, also to anyone who's gonna be attending Vegas, just make sure to, you know um how do you say this? I would probably not know you by face because I haven't seen any, or most of you. So just give us a tap and say your name, please.
Everyone
Because
wear
right,
name tags, please.
dude.
No, just kidding.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Like I would actually, what I'm gonna do if I'm gonna go when I'm gonna go to Vegas, I'm gonna bring a whiteboard and then write them down and then take a picture, like
Okay.
just so when so when I tag them, okay, this is right, this is and yeah, just to keep track because sometimes I miss it, right?
yeah. That
Well,
was
I
my
think the
favorite part of Manila, by the way.
Hmm.
Just like
yeah.
not knowing someone and they come, they're like Muka, and I'm like name. I need like
Name.
tag or something. And
Yeah.
then
But
once they
here's
told
the
me, I
thing.
started freaking out. I was so hyped.
It's not just your name. You also have to be like, "Hi, I'm John," but also my tag in game is this. Like you have
I've
to
learned
include
not to do
both.
real name because when I
Yeah.
do real name, no one picks it up. And then like I've introduced people as my real name, and then for them to later not hear being like, "Oh, I'm also Muka," like that's my tag. And then what happens is we'll have a conversation for like an hour, and the person is like, "Wait, you're Muka?" And I'm like, "Oh my god, like I'm not doing this anymore. Like it's
Okay,
just
that's
Muka."
unforgivable because you cast. You like for the
No, it's
casters that
different
like
now. It's different now. But like before when I
okay.
was meeting people in the community.
Sure. Anyone
Okay,
that's on the
guys.
broadcast team, you should know us by now.
And with that, we're gonna run it back with the same matchup again. Kathy for Dual Note and Tyler's Nehemiah. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, we're back locked in. Don't have Tyler's hand just yet, but Dual Note does have. Oh, he opted not to play any of his one cost turn one so that he can double stack them turn two and start playing from there. We'll have to see what Tyler does with his turn one. Obviously, you're looking for the Steward of the Garden, but this is actually really good for Tyler. Dual Note not having the immediate pressure right away may allow Tyler to kind of like slowly slip away and push from there. The turn three is going to be super tough for Dual Note because he has to kind of decide unit or Catherine's expertise, which may help. But if Tyler has a no snitching, he can kind of slow this down a lot, which is what exactly we saw in the last game. Wow, he draws a second Catherine's expertise. Yeah, I don't know. Like, we have to see what can happen from Tyler's side. But if he does no stitching this, then he slows the thread or the threat like a ton more. So let's see what Tyler does on his turn.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see the Vindicator banked, honestly.
Yeah.
At least for the next turn there. Yeah, I mean, we can't see it quite yet, but Tyler looking strong with the Stewie start. So, oh wow. I mean, that's the dream, right? You always want to go the Stewie into the
Yeah.
moonlit star. You can see it on his face a little bit there. He's got a smile and this no snitching to combat some of this Bannerman damage here.
Yeah, exactly. But the expertise actually comes in pretty clutch. It will allow him to just kill the moonlit and then push from there. He won't be able to kill the steward probably because if Tyler just defends properly, then he can dodge it. Oh yeah, there was a snitching. I did miss that actually. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Here's the thing. I might just consider running out the Nehemiah next turn. We'll see what Tyler does. Hard to know without having all the information, but sometimes, like, just getting an early Nehemiah down. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we've got a caretaker as an option, allocated provisions, got the relic removal, as well as the little 2-drop defender. So the options are either to get the caretaker down with the allocated provisions, or I suppose you could do use the Tioli here, get the defender and the caretaker down.
yeah, it's not a bad idea. The Nehemiah might be a little scary just because we see Dual Note's hand has a Catherine expertise, so you can put in some big pressure and almost threaten to kill the Nehemiah that turn. But he does have a steward to defend it.
I think I like using the Tioli here. Like,
Yeah.
I think you fall apart if they apply too much pressure before you can handle it. So it seems like a pretty reasonable turn to
All right,
put
we're
as much
going
power
for it.
down as possible. Yeah.
Caretaker in these matches is actually really good too because it's just such a body that it can just, kind of
Yep.
take out your opponents if they're not ready for it and force trades that they don't want to take but have to.
Especially after it gets defender, right?
Yep.
Oh, okay. A little Terra Glider. Granted, don't have the allocated provisions developed yet, so can't conceal the couple of revealed cards, but all in good time. It'll
Yeah. You
come.
can Nehemiah into next then. I mean, you don't really want to play it until 6, I still think. I mean, I understand for the tempo if you need to play it, you can go Nehemiah then turn 5 allocated and the glider. That does work.
It
But I
depends
feel like
what the options are, but
yeah,
for me, against a Marcolian, I think tempo is king
like
here. Like, I
anybody. I
wouldn't leave
agree.
it out. Yeah.
Ooh, we're seeing a triumph. We're seeing a triumph.
I
He's not
think
gonna
so.
expertise. He's gonna push.
I think you need some more resources here. I like the Triumph choice.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
that's real good.
Wow. That is massive.
Yeah, that's as good as
Absolutely
it gets.
massive. I mean, there's no reason not to slap the other one down.
Yeah, I wonder what he's thinking about. I think he's trying to force the PS8 trade. Well, he can't yet, but he's trying to just get the steward kill or kill the armored support vehicle. There's a second one there. Good positioning. Making sure he banked. All right. That was an pretty explosive turn.
That was huge.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely huge. Without that, I think Dual Note was seriously going to struggle this game.
Yeah, it quickly changed that Tyler is definitely behind here now.
Curious how many, let's see. When it comes to spores, there are 2 copies of Virulent Spores in Tyler's Earthen list here.
Okay. I do think him like previously revealing with the caretaker was a slight mistake because he can't well, he wants to attack with the 4/4, the defender being a 4/4. So never mind. I take that back because I was thinking like maybe you want to give shielded to the Nehemiah, but in this matchup you actually probably don't care that much.
Mm-hmm.
So this is definitely better.
Interesting. Choose to go for
Yeah.
the value trade there instead of getting rid of those Vindicators.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. I feel like you can dictate the blocks here a little bit more, but
Yeah. Oh
oh
my. Repurpose
wow.
hardware. Just
Wow.
okay. You see how happy he is. Look at this. He just
Gosh,
got up out of
yeah.
the chair. He's almost levitating.
He has ascended with that top deck.
Oh man. Okay. Repurpose. You PSA and then you just run the 1/3 over with anything with the 5/4 maybe. And then you're like definitely feeling really strong.
Let's see Tyler's reaction. Yep.
Yeah, he's cheesing. He's like,
Oh,
oh man,
there it is. The
that's not
top
one that
deck
you want to
too.
see.
Brutal.
All right, he's gonna PS8 the caretaker. That's gonna just rubbing salt in the wounds here.
Well, look, Tyler has the option. If you think going for the 6 is the ticket, he could go for the rummaging next turn
Yeah.
into it on the following turn with the Terraglider. But hey, look, he's still at 26, and
Whoa.
Dual Note fortunately doesn't have a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
By
a
the way,
hold the line.
that's a crazy draw. If you tell me that we see a Terraglider hit a Terramech Shield Titan and then hold the line, give defender, I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna
Yeah,
freak
I
out.
freak out too. That was super clutch. Wow. Okay, let's see what he gets off the top here.
That's like the main way out right now. There's
Look,
definitely other ways out.
We've seen it many times happen. Well, when I say many, like a good amount of times, more times than you might expect. Okay, so I think Tyler, like, it is not over, and I really do think it comes down to there's just like not a crazy amount of card advantage. Like, obviously, Dual Nance got Kathy in the back pocket, hasn't dropped
Yeah.
that yet. But Tyler needs to avoid him having like another triumph. But I think one was banked, right? So one's been cast, one was banked.
I think you're right.
Need to dodge a refill of cards here and force him to play off the top.
I mean, good stalling. Good stalling for sure. Needs that. If you can somehow get rid of these VRAVs without having worried to expend too many resources, that'd be clutch.
Yeah.
I almost wonder, like, was he overzealous in the? Okay,
Oh,
forget what I was saying. He's
wow.
chill. He's so happy.
Dual Note is just like the force is with him, okay? This game. That is very true. I feel bad. I'm like,
Are we going
Tyler just
Kathy
needs to
here?
not have him get a triumph, and that's the last copy because again, I think one was played earlier, the other was banked,
Yeah,
and with 23 cards left in the deck, like he found the other triumph.
yeah. Energy cash is good. Another Terra Glider. Okay, we get multiple chances at redemption for sure. Listen,
What do you
Tyler,
want to
you know what
bank?
you got to do, man. Just go do it.
He's just mentally preparing himself. I
He even
think
has another
also
defender with the
the
moonlit.
the bank decision here. I mean, he does have the energy to play the moonlit, so I suppose it has to
Yeah,
be the formidable, right?
yeah. It's tough. But I think if you're gonna win this, you need to accept that you got to roll for it. Here we go.
All
Duel
right.
shaking his head slightly. Tyler fully leaned in.
The
Hold the
hair.
line, of course, like, teasing us. Be like, guys, I'm here. Get
I
this
love
effect
the
off my screen.
yeah. All right, here we go. Tyler's hair is all in sorts. This is what like
No,
in the
I'm in the same
final
position
round
as Tyler
7,
right now.
yeah, of the knockout
Oh,
stages of
okay,
the
not
year.
it, but good defender. That's a good defender.
Okay.
It's a
Yeah, that's not too
6-6
bad.
charge, fully heal. Not what he wants, unfortunately, but does force Dual Note to like make trades.
Yeah, absolutely. Can follow it up with the Moonlit too. That's actually really clutch being able to develop another unit here.
Yeah. No, this is actually this is good. This is good. So we're stabilizing. Like Dual Note has to like the cards all have so much attack that you almost have to give up your VRAVs, right?
Mhm.
To make this happen. The volley would have been absolutely like life breaking here, by the way, if he kept it over the Triumph. Really hard to do. Or you think about obviously you want to keep the Triumph. But if he had kept that volley and you volley that 5-1 right there, oh man. Oh man. World of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't give up the draw,
No.
and if Tyler had gotten a Titan or something, like, the volley wouldn't have been very useful,
Yeah.
but yes, it's unfortunate for him. I would just like to say, like, a lot of top decks have gone super right for Dual Note, and he's needed them because even at this stage, like, Tyler is still in a pretty decent
Yeah.
position, you know?
Watch,
But
he's gonna get a memento right now
mm.
and just clean trade everything.
Oh my god! Luca!
Oh man. No, I think you do it. Just bank the triumph. Just bank the triumph and have a good time, man. Just maybe you hold on to the triumph, but the memento is absolutely massive.
Holy smokes, man. I wish our reactions were on the cast there because we just about
That was
lost
like when Joe Rogan and like a UFC, they are like holding each other back. But he has to go through some
What?
defenders. It's not like it's not I mean it is free. It's kind of free.
Still, oh my goodness gracious. It's just nuts. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you go for that attack, see if you can get it. And the rallying cry to follow it up. I wonder how many units are left in there, but I
Yeah.
almost think you don't even need to bank. Is that crazy?
Yeah.
Or the-
Yeah, you might be right actually. I'm not gonna lie, I was like half listening for a second, but yes, I think
That's
you're
okay.
exact.
We're
You're
still
100% right.
shocked. We're
He does have to give up the VRAVs though, but like he's filling up board again, which is the massive part. And this knife is gonna be super scary.
uh spores positioning.
Yep.
I
Good.
cannot believe you got the memento there. Dual I
I
think
don't.
I'm gonna call it dual note best top decker, at least of day 2 of this tournament. I
Where
feel
do you
like
put the
those
memento now? Do you put it on like just a unit, or do you put it on? I mean, do you put it on Catherine or like the other units?
kind of I kind of like it on
3
Kathy.
damage.
Well, but you could protect if you were respecting spores or something. Maybe you want to
Yeah.
distribute the damage here.
All right, he puts it on the Bannerman. Responsible dual note.
Yeah.
Tyler at 11 needs to roll. Needs to roll something big with this Terraglider.
I mean, I guess you could go for the Titan again, and then you could uh kill your own allocated provisions to get a flourish trigger on the Titan and take something out. I mean, something. I don't know if that's worth though. Because you need a defender.
Yep.
Right.
Oh my god, stop picking hold the line, man. I just want to see the unit that comes out.
I'm happy for Dual Note. All right, like he's.
Don't count it out yet.
I'm not
What if we
counting.
see
I'm not
Teramax
counting. I'm
Shield
just saying,
Titan?
like,
Then it's
I'm just
over.
based on his reactions and his smiles. Like it's been an exciting game thus far. But yeah, imagine if this isn't over.
Okay, no, he hits another I forget the name of this one, but it's also a Terra type unit.
Yes.
6/6 charge, heal me. Terra Strider.
Terra Strider, all the Terras.
Yeah.
Terra
No
Strider and
units
Assault Walker.
oh, well, no, he'll have enough attack with the Bannerman to kill over it. But Tyler won't let it be done cleanly. So we'll
I
have to
guess
see what
it's
the
not
Triumph gets up.
over. Not over yet.
Yeah. There's a lot of caches in Tyler's deck, by the way. This Alvaro might put in some work.
That is very true, actually.
Only had 8 health left. Oh, yeah, he put him in.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Let's see.
Do you ever
We could
not
see it.
conceal there just to like?
I would
not
think
check?
about it though. I don't know. Alvaro, imagine we see Alvaro lethal.
I would not be surprised. There are a lot of caches getting shuffled in there. Death by Alvaro. I mean, look, with the Triumph as the follow-up here, the Cathy on the board, I mean, yeah. Needed the Titan, I suppose. But even then, death by Alvaro could have easily happened.
I'm stressed. I'm stressed.
All right. Oh.
Nope. Dodged. All right.
Dodged. Well, is there a
Almost.
guaranteed here?
I don't know. Slinger could help a lot, but I don't think anything's guaranteed. 50-50. Cathy hits face after all this. Oh, knife gets passed.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not. He defends with a Terra Glider. Dual
Surely
note
we just
deciding. He's gonna
Yeah, I
go
mean,
for it. Here we go.
fire off the Triumph. Very well could end it here. Let's see.
Oh,
Wow.
oh,
Oh, wow.
That's game.
Yeah. Yep.
This game, you can just Cindy clear board win.
Yep. Just blow it up and then trade, pass the memento off,
To
dealing
Cathy.
3 damage to the face, plus the Cathy hit. And he's done. He's given the emote. A game well played. Wow. Top deck king, dual note. I mean, it started with the repurposed hardware. That was insane.
Yeah.
And then it was the other Triumph, the last one with like 23, 24 cards left in the deck. And then the memento to work so perfectly on that board. So very impressive stuff.
That was insane. That was crazy. Dual note goes up 2-1 against Tyler, has Earthen left to squeeze through in either an Earthen mirror match or against Brand.
Yeah. I want to see the chat's reaction to those top decks. We'll have to go back and look.
That was crazy.
Wow.
Dude, like
That was an
if there
exciting
was a
one.
cam between you guys when that thing was happening, like when the top deck with the memento, look, can we
Yeah, that's
recreate
what
it?
I'm saying.
Wait, we have to recreate it, guys. We have to recreate it
No, I
since
can't.
we
I
didn't
can't. It
have.
was too much. It's too much emotion.
But
Oh,
yeah, I
man,
mean,
that's crazy.
amazing performance from Dual Note getting that win with the Cathy, and man, that top they Dual Note needed the top deck, and the Terra Glider wasn't able to perform and pull out that Terramech Titan from that. Like everything was right there. The hold the line was already loaded. The
Yep.
double Terramech, like there was extra energy as well from the caches, But in that match, Tyler Sluck wasn't present, and Dual Note is getting that to 1. So Nehemiah is the only one left for Dual Note, and still Nehemiah or Brand will be left for Tyler. And we just got the update that we have one more guy moving forward, and it's our guy here, the big man, Viper, already locked in. What do
All
you think
right.
about that, Ali?
All right.
Look, Viper won the last major. Is proving to be a very scary player. So I think when we were doing the podcast and pulling the groups, I picked Viper as my player for Group B and also Sequinox for Group D. So both of my picks have gone through in their pods. So I believe Sequinox is secured, right? Yes.
Yeah, he's
Yes,
Yeah,
secured.
yes,
yeah.
yes. And yes, with that, of course, we're going to be having our next match. It's going to be Tyler versus Dual Note. Tyler picking Brand, and Dual Note left with Nehemiah. This is going to be the chance for Dual Note to get 3 more points in his pod. Will this be the final match? Let's see with Ali and Muka.
Right. Haven't seen too much Brand gameplay, but I believe it was like 8 players brought Brand,
Yeah,
9 brought New Dawn, and 3 brought Neve.
all correct, I
Yeah.
think. I mean, Brand is definitely favored in this matchup. It's going to be a little awkward for Dual Note. Okay, crash. But yeah, it's going to be a little awkward for Dual Note to win that match, but it's possible.
Yeah. Would we say that Brand is the best positioned Shroud against Earthen? Or is it
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, if you
over?
get the Paragon with like belt, it's like over. You have to like
Mhm.
dodge with like formidables or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it got more popularity without no snitching
Mhm.
having to affect it because of the patch. But yeah, it's good. It's a good patch because you don't get to target paragons. Like when Honored Steward was also reworked, we got some more paragons that haven't been used over the previous patches pop up as well. So yeah, Brand has seen some strengths over the past patch, and yeah, I'm not surprised if Brand will be taking this, and we are going to be having a game 5 in true Ali and Muka fashion,
Yeah.
right? We have to keep it lore accurate, guys.
Yeah.
Like we said yesterday, we're here to stall. You know, got to
Yeah.
Yeah,
keep the broadcast running. They bring us in.
True, it's
yeah.
true. I want to say that like a lot of the little changes to cards like No Snitching or Honored
Hmm.
Steward, Etioli, like they really have been elegant, like small changes, but
Hmm.
very impactful. Like Honored Steward is obviously still a great card. Like people haven't cut
Yeah.
it completely from the list, but just bringing the power level down a little bit from some of these key cards has given other paragons and classes a chance to shine through. But I wonder, it's been man, no Ashio, no John. Like what? When are we gonna see
We have seen Acio compete at least.
a little bit,
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure, but
yeah,
not that often.
yeah. It's tough. I mean,
Even Lemieux. Lemieux hasn't been had
people
much
played it
time.
in this knockout, just didn't. We didn't get any matches.
Okay.
Yeah,
You remember the card that says, "I wish John sees me." That it's
yeah.
the opposite. I
In the
wish we see
Apprentice.
John.
Yeah,
I hope
The
John
opposite.
notices us.
Yeah,
yep.
Yeah. Or we
yeah.
notice John,
Anyway,
yeah.
so like that's like one thing. Like we could have like a Paragon bingo or something, to see if we get to complete that, and John is the only one missing from a block out. But yeah,
Sure.
so um guys, from the previous from the previous update that we have here an update between Psychonauts and Ganera. Is that right? Okay.
Yep.
So if Ganera loses, which he currently is, to Psychonauts, then that means Tyler and Duel are both in anyway. Oh wow,
Yeah.
Psychonauts is currently 2-0 versus Ganera. Okay. So what does
Yep.
that
There's only
mean?
a few matches going on, and
Mhm,
it's just this one and Sequinox's. But
mhm,
what could have caused some tiebreaker issues is if Sequinox had lost to Ganera, Ganera would go up from 9 to 12.
mhm,
Tyler, if Dual Note had won this, Tyler stay. Well, actually, there'd be 3 people. No matter who wins, Tyler or Dual Note would be at 12 because Manos beat Jobsad and locked
Mm.
him at 12. So like it would be 3 players left at 12. Only 2 of them would get through. But if Sequinox wins, which he's currently doing against Ganera, it doesn't matter. Both these guys in this set will make it.
Wow. Okay. So this is
Okay.
like, a kind of a courtesy to us viewers.
Yeah, you never know. If you see a
Yeah.
reverse sweep on Ganera's side,
Yeah.
then we're
Yeah.
back to this discussion.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Okay.
anything's
So we'll
possible.
we'll we'll have to keep that update on how that's gonna be happening. And we've seen like some reverse sweeps. Like we've seen it day one, we've seen day two. I don't know if you were here, guys. Like
Yep.
there was like a reverse sweep already that happened on day two. Oh, and it happens. It happens to the best of us. And now, of course, while we're waiting for Tyler and Duel to start, and we'd like to thank. I'd like to take this get this opportunity to thank one of our sponsors as well, Saga. And Saga's mission is to enable the next 1,000 chains in the multiverse. Saga and Parallel are partnering on an exclusive Parallel card back available as part of the Over 9,000 campaign. To learn more about Saga, go to saga.xyz. Thank you again, Saga, for supporting our tournaments. And guys, we'll over at the chat, type it in who you think will be winning this matchup. Will it be Tyler or will it be Dual Note? I know a lot of people here have been staying with us for the last 6 hours, and I'm happy, guys, because this day we've had not had any hitches, so to speak. It
Yeah.
has been clean. It has been clean. Wait, I'm not speaking too early, right? Sorry.
Yes, knock on wood. Well, yesterday it was like Twitch was having issues, and then the servers, like there was a lot of, a lot of things going on. But fortunately, knock on wood, haven't had too many problems today.
Yeah. No problems. Like, but some of these guys that are playing have had like problems drawing the cards that they need to win, and it has happened time and time again for to the best of us. But knock on wood, of course, we're gonna be having continued win here, and I'm seeing, of course, over the chat, Psycha Store saying Tyler. He's rooting for Tyler. Benzoken as well, rooting for Dual Note, his teammate. Yeah, I wonder what's happening right there.
Sorry, I am tuning into the point in the stream where the chat
Yeah,
is reacting to the memento of the fallen
yeah,
call by Muka. It was hilarious. So
oh
good
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. We have to have like they're just saying like Dual Note, go buy a lottery ticket after the game. Yep. Nice top deck indeed. Like that's definitely a clippable moment. Like I was actually wondering at what point do you use Memento of the Fallen as a Markolian or as a Cathy user, and that is it. Like that's the best use case scenario wherein you've had two VRAMs and of course the aftermath, and you can pass it on. I was thinking like I was a bit greedy a while ago, guys. Like, yeah, put it on the Cathy, put it on the Cathy. But how would you control where it goes next, right? So
Yeah.
I
nice
think
game
That
so
it's
game
all
was
far.
so fun to
situational.
cast.
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to be passing it off as much as possible. So that's probably what you should be aiming for, putting it on
Yeah.
the smaller units, making the trades. But again, my thing with card games, and I would
Mhm.
always get triggered when Twitch chat would say this, is like, oh, you always do this. Like, always, there's no always in card games. I mean, there's very, very small instances or a small amount of instances where you're always doing a play. Like, you have to be adaptable and,
Mhm.
adjust for, the game state at the time.
Yeah, like when you're playing card games, it's like there's an algorithm if and then, and if not, there's another way,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
That's a better way to look at it. Like when I've done coaching for players, they hear like absolute rules, and then they try to
Hmm.
play by the absolute rules, and I'm like, whoa,
Yes.
whoa, whoa, like why are we banking this card? Like you're not gonna win. Like, this is the only way you're gonna win this matchup at this point. If you, if you bank this, you're probably toast. But he's like, no, no, no. But like this is like cost this much, or it's too
Mhm.
expensive right now, and it's like, but like just look at where you're at right now. So yeah, it is very contextual and banking. We have to have a tournament broadcast where we talk about how great banking is, but it's that's the
Yeah.
depth to it. One wrong bank, you lose.
And there's one definite rule that I know you guys have noticed with dual note.
Make sure you bank.
Make sure
Make sure you bank.
Dual Note has been it just really likes to make sure that
Yeah.
a card has been banked. Look, I think all of us do it. But yeah, he does it a lot. So it looks like Tyler and Dual Note are having some issues. So I think
Mhm.
we're gonna switch over and just maybe tune into a Sequinox match while they sort those problems out.
Let's see it. We haven't seen him for a little bit.
Yeah, it's gonna be Sequinox versus Ganera. Sequinox already leading with 2 wins over Ganera. One, the last deck left that he is gonna be carrying is the Juggernaut Workshop, the classic one without the full universal load. And what's left with Ganera is gonna be the same deck, the Ogicore Workshop and a Kathy deck. So yeah, I wonder how this is gonna be going because I've seen the Juggernaut Workshop work, but does it hold up against an aggro deck like a Kathy deck? What do you think, guys?
Yeah, we saw it. We saw it happen. It's doable
Yeah,
for sure.
it's doable. Yeah, right.
I think
Just
it really just
recently.
comes down to like I think one of the games we saw earlier was just like a shard into hacker. You know, you find your 3 cost Ingrid. Like I think you really want to get the hacker developed for those high rolls. It does have some tools to combat the early damage, but I think you want to be sticking with your own game plan. And then hopefully that kind of carries you through as opposed to just playing like a too defensive of a game. I think you want to,
Mhm.
focus on being proactive with your own strategy as well.
Yeah, and with that, guys, we are going to the next match featuring Sequinox getting 2 points over Ganera. Ganera's 1 point. And guys, we have Ali and Muka casting this match. Take it away, guys.
So there's an upcycled. We don't really know what's in the bank, but that certainly could be pretty useful.
Yeah, can't see Ganera's hand right now. They're gonna. We'll see if we can get it, but we can follow along as is. Board state can't. I don't know what upgrades are on these mechanics. There's a lot of ambiguity going on here, but
Yeah.
it's looking pretty
Oh,
good. Okay, that's
oh
a strong
wow.
upcycle. Sequinox looks cozy. He's looking cozy on cam.
Hard to imagine that won't carry him to victory here. But I
Yeah.
suppose the health, I mean, he's still at 19.
Oh, the
Oh, a
graphene. Okay.
battery. Unfortunate. Actually, that's really unfortunate
Yeah.
because now, like, he needs a unit to put that upcycled on it, and like the Juggernaut's gonna pop out, but that's not good enough.
Oh, nothing you can put it on yet. Harf is doing the work it needs to do. Making the Tioli a little useless. Yeah, I think
Um,
you're right. Ganera might be able to stall out Sequinox from playing this upcycled.
are there any? Oh my gosh. Okay, going for the paid off.
Kickback or no?
Paying the kickback. Will it pay off?
Kickback or not to
Dun dun
kickback?
dun.
Will you take a VRAV?
Mm,
He's looking and
That
he's
doesn't
like,
feel
this
that
all looks
great.
kind of trash.
Yeah.
I mean, this kind of helps. It helps clear board. It'll kill the Harf. It's
It
not
really he
bad.
just needs a unit to stick for the upcycled.
Yeah. I mean, he'll get it now, right? He has the token also with the VRAV. Should be fine. Do we see no snitching triumph for Ganera? How many times can I be annoying and guess the right cards?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess currently there's not like a perfect way to kill all of the units here, but with the Kathy coming down, like if I was Ganera, I would just not want to give any upcycled option whatsoever.
Yes.
So I feel like you just trade off the defender and then hopefully, I mean, it's hard to know without seeing the hand, but maybe Kathy can clean up the rest at like the other VRAV or something.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Ganera, are there any signs of life? Okay, there's Catherine.
The ceiling, Ganera's ceiling is
A ghost
playing
cam.
for him.
Looks like he's playing in the shower or something. Okay, there's a snitch.
Yep.
Oh, he's going face. He's ignoring board.
Will he
I mean,
be?
33% chance to win this game. Well, not 33% chance, but pretty close. Oh,
Oh,
Catherine's expertise. Okay, 33% chance to win this game, and you probably just win with
okay.
V. There's no snitching for the VRAP, but Catherine can just end this right now. Why are you trading the Fleet Machinist? I don't know. Eddie Catherine, it's game.
Oh my
Okay. All right, I should stop talking. I mean, I said no snitching, and like.
Luca! Yeah, production is giving me crap for saying Ali jinxes things. This is Muka and
No,
Excelsior
I'm
is
not.
gonna
I'm
go
calling it right. I'm not calling it
Yeah.
wrong. That's not jinxing. All right, we're back.
We're back.
We're
We're back,
we're
chat.
back, chat. We have Ganera's hand now. Kind of. Okay, mechanic. What's the other 3 cost? Or is that a rummaging? No, it's a mechanic. Mechanic upgrade. Kill switch probably. 3 cost upgrade. Mechanic.
Yeah, probably kill switch.
There,
Oh, there
okay,
we go.
thank God. Okay, mechanic kill switch.
Bless.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at that, by the way. I was gonna say rummaging next card and 2 Tiolis.
Yeah,
So
you
that
called
was
the
definitely big.
Tiolis.
Yeah. I don't know how he got this board under control, by the way, but he did. But those Tiolis are dead in the water until he can kill the upgrade.
I know. I agree. Like, how did we come back? We only glitched out for like 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, Ganera just needs to be certain to not trigger more turret points here at 3. There's a Sestmere, and the Juggernaut is popping out at the end of the turn. I would just want to just like shoot my own Sestmere to have, you know, some extra units, and then maybe clean up the 6-1 with
Yeah.
the 2 damage turret.
Agree. How do you? Well, he has a 6-1. Did he have a Sestamir?
Probably. Probably. Oh
We'll
man,
never
it'd be
know.
super cool to play both. Well, actually, you don't need to play the mechanic. It's gonna pop out at the end of the turn, but still,
Yeah.
it'd be fun to get both down. But
Oh,
I was,
Sequinox is definitely thinking hard. You can see
yeah,
it.
I thought for sure Sequinox had this in the bag. I mean, he's at 3, but this is a very scary board.
Yeah. If Sestamir comes out and he's able to build it, like you could kill switch, you could just AOP.
Okay, I have the line. We Sestamir, we shoot our own Sestamir, we get Earthbreaker Cannon, and then we play the Armored Support Vehicle for 5 damage to the face.
Okay. Well, he already banked one.
He banked it, but
If this is an Earthbreaker cannon, by the way, I'm gonna freak out.
I'm gonna freak out too. I feel
think
like
he's-
it was an aggressive bank because he didn't need to do it first. If it is an Earthbreaker
What's a
cannon,
victory? Okay.
okay,
That's pretty big. That was evasive and stuff. And he can kill the 6-1.
mm-hmm.
That means there's no unit that can die attacking into Sestamir.
There is an AOP in the hand, and the
Yeah, but if he
cannon-
AOPs, he gets pinged to 1.
Yep. Is there another turret in Sequinox's deck? I wonder. It's gotta be.
Oh, he
right?
could put kill switch and gunslinger his mechanic. Doesn't do anything. I think you have to AOP.
Oh, there's only 1 point defense turret for Sequinox.
Yes.
So top decking another one is not an option.
Oh, there's only 1 in his whole deck.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you just.
There is a
AOP.
paid off though. I wonder if he could snipe something.
Paid off a gunslinger?
Yeah, I mean, heck, you just take what you need. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think he has to AOP. Just go to 1 health.
There are
gets-
no. There's only one mercenary gunslinger.
Hybrid account call
in,
can't go. He's AOPing. His mechanic will live. He gets token this turn that's buffed. He will be at 1 life. There's
There
a
is
dream.
only one gunslinger in Ganera's deck, so even if Sequinox finds the like paid off, it's not good enough.
Yeah. Okay. He's so close.
Yeah.
Token 4-7. Not losing to nothing.
Okay.
Can't
Another
play that other
AOP.
AOP. He's kind of
Oh
locked.
my
Paid
god.
off.
Oh my god, we're calling it.
Wait, is there a slinger?
No, there's no slinger left
There's
in the
none?
deck.
Oh, what is left?
Let me check. Hold on. There are 3-point defense turrets in
But you can't
uh,
take relics.
Ganair. Oh yeah, duh, 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 duh.
There's only one slinger in this guy's deck?
There is only one slinger.
What?
Correct.
Talk about the odds. What is okay?
Well, and actually, that's now that the gunslinger's on the board, Sequonos, if he's looking over at the list, he'd be able to
Yeah.
see, right? So
Yeah. He's looking. He's definitely, I think, looking. This is insane. Is there a Sestamir? No, Ganera probably Sestamired, I think, because we saw the 6-1 random Earthen Defender. Pay kickback. Okay.
all right.
Ishkur?
Oh, does that?
Mechanic speeds up the tokens, maybe.
Yep.
Ishkur doesn't do anything. It just creates a nanobot. It's like nothing for you right now. He's double mechanicking.
Okay. Is there any? Okay.
Kill
a
switch,
kill
good.
switch. Very good.
Banks
Thank-
the snitch. He's gonna get a token this turn. And then he puts it
Okay.
in Ganera's court to figure out what to deal with. Repeater cannon?
Okay. Gosh, I wonder. No, I mean you had to bank the snitching, I suppose. Can't bank the TLEs, but having it for the defender could have been nice. All right.
Ganera has a kill switch and an MTAV and a mechanic. I think he can do all of those. 4, 3 is 7. Plus 5 plus 6 is 13. Yeah, can play all of those.
This is going
Oh
to be a
man.
crazy game if Sequonox does not take this.
Yeah,
with Ganera
Psychonauts is
at 3.
confirmed, but I believe this matchup will, if Ganera wins, does affect tiebreakers. So this can kick somebody else out with 12 points. I think you go mechanic, kill switch, MTAV. I think that's the line. You trade your mechanic with the kill switch into the token, kill the token. MTAV kills the other mechanic, and then you play your mechanic and speed up the counter to be in your favor again.
Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything left for Sequonox here. Just kind it's like he's just having to play the fair game of like building up, you know, another board, but I just think he might be too disadvantaged at this point.
I don't even know. Do you even overclock this? Did you need to?
Yeah, it is a risk. You know, what if you wind up getting a battery or is what was that?
He did 2. I gave him the Aegis Shield generator.
Okay.
Banks AOP. Can't use that anymore. He rummages. He'll rummage and mechanic. Sequinox has glaive, but there's a kill switch in Ganera's hand that'll answer the glaive.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
I mean, Ganera's winning on board, but he has to still push damage. Like, there's still time. What are we thinking, Allie? Oh, he hits
Is
Ruthless
that
Juggernaut.
an upcycled right there? No.
No, it's Ruthless Juggernaut.
That's Ruthless Juggernaut. Oh my gosh.
It's Amperage.
I think that Ganera's got this. Like I actually do. I think
I don't
that
know. Ruthless Juggernaut's kind of scary. He has that
but look
one
at the
health.
look at the board presence. Like he's got control of it.
Yeah, but there's gonna be like 10, 12, 14 health of units here. Oh no, 12. Okay, kill switch saves this. Okay, kill switch saves this.
Oh, okay, there's 2 kill switches. Oh,
Okay.
come on.
Yeah, so kill switch kill oh, you have armed. So put kill switch on the 2-3,
Mhm.
kill the 5-6, play M tab, hold the other kill switch.
And also another Juggernaut is getting popped out at the end of this.
Yes.
Like I said, I'm calling it now. I mean, actually, okay, I won't call it now, but I just how does Equinox build enough of a board? There's no burn here. I mean, if anything, like a random like fatigue extra turret or something, but he's 12
Yeah.
cards away from that. Like I just can't foresee him building up the presence. Wow.
What upgrade are we taking? Canera, I can't see. Okay, well now we have no idea what I missed it. We just have no idea what upgrade he got. We will see when Sequinox hovers over it again.
Okay.
But token
Would
comes
this
out.
be a reverse sweep? I
This
think
would be a reverse sweep.
yeah, wow. Oh
AOP?
my god. Oh my god. Wait, I forgot. Okay,
Just
but there's
stuck to that
still
thing. The thing is, Ganera has to keep killing every unit, so it is kind of in Sequinox's favor. Like, he just needs to fit in one more damage. He's sitting on this turret, just waiting to fit in one more damage. He's ahead on token now, so that might be a big deal. That AOP was actually really huge.
it was huge. But is it enough?
I don't
I mean, he's
know.
got what 10, 11 cards left? And there's
Yeah.
it's got to be something
5 for
there.
Ganera. Ganera could lose to fatigue if he doesn't finish this fast enough.
All right.
I think
Alvaro.
you double ping with the thingy and you play Alvaro.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the line. Then you get to punch the 4 damage to the face.
Yep. Actually, I don't know because token next turn. He has token and turret ping next turn. So he could. It's gonna be tough because if he plays Alvaro and like kill switch to prevent like maybe another AOP, I don't know how many we have to deal with. But for Sequinox, he has the turret. So turret could and the token could kill no. Yeah. Token and the turret could kill the Alvaro. And then that like kind of just gets away with the kill switch. I don't know. This is actually going to be really tough to figure out. This has
You
got to
can
be nerve-wracking for these players.
You can see Sequinox like it's on his he's going over all the mental calculations
Yeah.
on his face right now, but okay.
This is going to
How
be super close.
how frustrating though, just knowing you are 1 damage off lethal. I mean,
Yeah.
goodness. Okay.
Oh, he can't even no snitching with that Alvaro, by the way.
True.
Okay, he's pinging here. Interesting.
Oh, he's
Oh,
going for
there's a
the
Keth on that. There's a Keth.
Oh wow, yeah. I mean, he's got the turret to take it out here.
That's a big deal that it hit Keth. Oh, I should have known. We should have noticed that with the damage, but what happens now? Upcycle?
Oh my god. Okay.
Well, he can't kill it. Does he just
Is
lose?
there a trigger on his own turret? No, there's not.
No, I think Sequinox did it. The Keth Rexamin being on there was huge. There's no way for Ganera to get this off. Sequinox saves it.
Wow. Oh my god.
Yeah, if it was any other upgrade, I think Ganera would have been fine.
I mean, that is just the way the cookie crumbles, I suppose. Oh my god.
Yeah.
What a roller coaster of emotions, Muka. That's all I'm saying. Like, this is I thought for sure Ganera had it, but I mean, sometimes I guess the
Yeah.
RNG just
Wait. Oh no, there is
wait.
no charge. There's no charge. Yeah. No, there's nothing here happening here.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell honestly with the red border.
Yeah. I was like, wait, is there one? But no. He's like 1 unit off from double cast too, with his shard.
Okay. I'm almost in disbelief. I think Ganera might
Yeah,
be as well.
that's crazy. Yeah, Equinox
Wow.
wins it.
All right, folks.
Tiebreakers are saved.
You could see the emotion there on Equinox's face. I mean, that was
Mm,
an insane match. That's for sure.
Yeah.
definitely insane match. Imagine like having a good 15 minutes waiting for one damage to come out and just building a board without having anything for the past like 6 turns. It was like,
Yeah.
dude, imagine how patient you have to be, and you can see it in the body language of Equinox as well. And yeah, good on that 3-2, and of course with the blockage of the reverse sweep, it was almost there for Gadera. We
Yeah.
finally saw him from his ceiling. All right, but from looking at his ceiling instead, he showed himself finally on cam, and that was good showing with that mirror match. And we're gonna give you some updates, guys. Thank you to Ali and Muka for casting those matches, but of course for our audience, we're gonna have to make you wait a bit more. You know why? Because when we come back, we're gonna give you the update on the pods on what has happened for today. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few. We're gonna take a short break. And we are back. And guys, thank you for staying with us and for being patient because we are gonna be having like the conclusion of the knockout stages. But before we do that, we'd like to thank you guys for like staying here, like commenting, chatting, supporting your streamers or your players that are your favorite, and of course your friends and colleagues who are playing in this tournament. And we've had a total of 32 players, lots of games over the 2 days, like a mere 18 hours at least that we've had for the casting and of course the production as well. And without further ado, let us look at the pods and the results. And I think Ali, I'm gonna give you the baton now. Can you lead us out to who are the top 16?
Yeah, absolutely. So, gotta give a massive shout to Lambie for going undefeated, the leader of the pack. Pod C, maybe Pod C wins it because they had the best player overall, I suppose. So, Lambie, Tice, Sequinox, and Viper coming in crazy, as well as Brighty, Sparkling, Fino, Yarla, Hylas, Jimon, Tice, Dual Note, Tyler, Jobsaid, Penzokin, Perp, Zeliasair. I think I got everybody there. We have multiple, I think all people from YGG made it through, which is incredibly impressive. I think we have about 4 people from Exile making it through as well. A couple representatives from Tilt. We got Penzokin and Dual Note. So yeah, I mean, here we have it, folks. This is our top 16 players for the World Championship at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. How exciting. How are you guys feeling? What do you think of this top 16? Uka and Excelsior.
Oh, this is crazy. I can't believe we got here. Some names sad to see not making it, but some super ecstatic. I mean, the competition looks fierce. This is not going to be an easy World Championship.
No.
Yeah, definitely not gonna be easy. I'm seeing some of my favorites here. For one, like Manos, like old favorite, recent favorite, Very Fat Cat, barely made it to the top 16, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna be supporting from wherever they are. I'm pretty sure Manos just said over the chat that he's gonna be there. So yeah, props to Manos for attending, even though he was not able to get a top 16. But props to YGG. they're having a 100% win rate. They must be doing something right over at their boot camp. They recently had their boot camp after YGG Play Summit when Zeliasser won, and they like had an intensive, like how do you say this, team building exercise, so to speak, and was able to train as well. And take note as well, Muka and Ali, we have a lot of former Hearthstone pros
Yes.
representing themselves here at the top 16. And dude, that's amazing. Like, if you're a TCG player, you can like port all those skills into this new TCG and and be a champion. And even and it ties actually on his pod just shows how well he is as a TCG player. Not having like a lot of tournaments under his belt, but even getting to the last chance qualifier and just performing here at the knockout stage, really impressive. Really impressive indeed.
It really, yeah, as you said, Excelsior, like a lot of names I recognize. I mean, being in the Hearthstone scene for a long time, seeing them take to Parallel, do so well, and a pretty nice distribution from the bonds as well. I forgot to
Yep.
mention Yarla and Lambie representing Devmons.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's been really really amazing to see these top 16 players fight through it. This was not an easy tournament. I mean, these were some super tense games, and with some very clippable moments too of exciting things that transpired here.
Yeah, a lot of very clippable moments. Like if we had caster cams while waiting or
Yeah.
while the games were ongoing, like we would be like you would see a lot of emotions as well from our casters. Like a while ago with Free Tip and Kinto, there were like very ecstatic moments. And of course, recently I saw Muka when he like, like he was like, I couldn't recreate, man. I'm sorry, man. Like he was like, oh, the
A lot of
memento, like
energy in those games, those last few
yeah,
games for sure.
a lot of energy indeed. Like, and people on chat were like also like feeling the energy, feeling the love of the game as well, and it's gonna be happening. The culmination of this season is gonna be happening at HyperX, Las Vegas, the Luxor Hotel. It's gonna be coming the end of the month, and of course, there's gonna be lots of people coming, and I hope you guys are gonna be there. And any last words before we close the knockout stage, Ali?
Just a massive congratulations to all 16 players that made it through to Vegas, but also a massive congratulations to anyone that made it to this stage. All 32 players, having fought through the entire season one of the Esports League. I believe it started in July. It's February 2nd. It's been a lot of matches cast, with production and fellow co-casters. It's been, a really amazing experience thus far, and we're super excited to take it to Vegas and also get to meet people IRL. Like that's a very wholesome thing, and usually the thing that sticks with you the most is getting to see teammates and players in the community. So I look forward to seeing you all there, and a big congrats again to the top 16.
How about you, Muka? Any last words for our players and our community here at Parallel?
If this is what we got for the knockout stages, I'm not ready for Worlds. I need to definitely need to prepare a bit. That was like quite a weekend. We had some crazy, absolutely stellar games. I just can't wait to see what happens at Worlds and who's going to be the world champion.
Yeah, that is the question indeed. Who is going to be the first Parallel League World Champion here for Season 1? And if you're here playing Parallel, you're still early because there's going to be Season 2 and Season 3 right after Season 1 concludes. So just start playing and just start being competitive. And with that, guys, we're closing out the Parallel Prime Championship knockout stages. Congratulations to the top 16 who are going to Las Vegas. And thank you to everyone who keeps on supporting Parallel and the stream and production as well for giving us a great show. Thank you, guys. And we'll see you in Las Vegas.
It started as a dream, a challenge, a test of skill, strategy, and endurance. From the very first match, through the grinding battles, the impossible comebacks, and the heartbreaks, each moment has led us here. a road paved with triumph and defeat, where only the strongest survived. They have fought through the gauntlet, proving themselves against the best, rising above the rest. Now only a few remain. The stage is set, the lights are on, and history is waiting to be written. This is the final battlefield. Welcome to the Parallel Prime Championship, where legends are made.